What is the only cryptocurrency that you should invest?
DogeCoin!
It's the people's currency, you know it's the best.
Please buy!
The most fun and ironic crypto, that is for sure.
So crypto!
We're taking DogeCoin to the moon.
To the moon!
And if a broker says, listen, you can't get rich with Dogecoin, say stop. But even Daddy Elon knows it's the time to join.
Much fun!
Cause
Fate loves irony.
therefore we're passing Bitcoin soon.
Elon Gene Snoop!
Take this little puppy to the moon. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, never sell.
Much rich!
Buy more, buy more, buy more, buy more, it's doing well.
Such high!
Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, never sell.
Much value!
Rising, 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 I can tell.
Very trading!
Shut up and take my money. This meme coin is looking funny. Let's make history together. In Doge we trust.
Much trust!
Jump on the hype train, bros. Cause even Snoop Doge knows it's going up. Don't drop it when it's hot. Doge is the only cryptocurrency that you should invest.
DogeCoin!
It's the people's currency, you know it's the best.
Please buy!
The most fun and ironic crypto, that is for sure.
So crypto!
We're taking Dogecoin to the moon. Dogecoin to the moon. Dogecoin to the moon. Dogecoin to the moon. Dogecoin to the moon.
It's beyond!
Alright, welcome back to another episode of Dream Tank TV and Mercy and Moria Madness and Diablo 4 Madness. Alright, legit, we're pushing up. Dogecoin and Bitcoin are trying to push to the upside. We crashed. Our service provider is getting wrecked in the area. So we can't do nothing about that. Hopefully they fix it and we can go live in the other platforms as well. Whoops. Alright, we're back though. We're back though. Okay, let's see what this guy's saying real quick. We're gonna queue up as well. We're gonna queue up and do a couple of games as well. Alright, legit.
Did you remind your sister to buy the dip? I did not. Usually, I buy the dip for her if because I manage her account. But it was just so funny, dude. She was just like, "What's a tariff?" And I just like took a big sigh. I was like, "So it's basically taxes." And she's like, "Why is he taxing?" I was like, "Well, it's negotiation. He wants the blah 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 blah." And she's like, "Okay, just I don't care. But am I gonna get my money back?" I'm like, "No, you're down $7,000. It might not come back tomorrow. Like, you're up a lot of money for the year as well. It doesn't just keep going up. Like, sometimes it has to come down and consolidate and all this stuff." So she understands nothing about this. She just wants to make sure the money's going to come back. Thankfully, she's also concentrated in Palantir and Hood. And so as long as those two do well, the money will come back. Apple right here, 231. SMCI, 2649. That's down 7%. Amazon almost going green. Mag 7. This is why the Mag 7 are hard to bet against. Look at Google, 203. Amazon, 237.
Also, DogeCoin pushing up 96,000, $83. Bitcoin, 96,000, $96,311 with flashing to the upside for Bitcoin. Dogecoin, 25.58. Dogecoin, let's go. This is badass. This is badass. And today's Monday. Let's go. This is great. All right, legit. All right, so hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers, beautiful. Definitely cheers, my love. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah, chat. Hell yeah. We're pushing up 25.72. We're pushing up Bitcoin. $96,497 pushing to the upside. 25.81 Dogecoin. Let's go. We're pumping very nicely. All right.
I never thought I would own this much Nvidia, but here you go. I am now an Nvidia shareholder aggressively. Amazon flip green. Look at that. Dude, if Trump announces anything with Trudeau today in terms of a resolution, I think a lot of this dip gets eaten up, but we're going to have to see a real resolution. We're going to have to see a real resolution if that happens today. How about Grab? Where is Grab? Grab's at 450 down 1.6. I thought, Grab last night in the overnight markets in Germany was at 420, or 440. So Grab was getting hit badly, but then kind of the market recovered overnight from like their absolute lows. I expect Grab to be worse, way more worse than this right now, given the dollar's trying to get back to 110. So I'm actually surprised it's holding up right here. Dollar's at 109.2, but I think it's also because the market knows that this can't last forever, and they're beginning to take action, hopefully with buying up some of these stocks, knowing that this won't last for a long time. Again, regardless of some of the macro uncertainties we're having or because of DeepSeek, we are in a bull market. Like that is undeniable. And the reason I'm saying that's undeniable is not because I want it to be a bull market, is because of earnings growth. 79% of companies in the S&P 500 that have reported have beat, and they beat on average by 7%. So you can't tell me that earnings growth is not now. Maybe earnings growth in the future doesn't live up to the same momentum, but the Q1 guidance that we've been getting from a lot of retailers, from a lot of the Max 7s, definitely from a lot of the healthcare and defensives have been very good. I mean, even the consumer staples like United Airlines, they said, yeah, Q1 everyone's traveling. We don't see any issues. So it's hard to be super bearish equities unless there's a recession. It's hard to have a recession unless there's job losses. There's not as many aggressive job losses, and we're going to get jobs data this Friday, so we'll kind of get an update on non-farm payrolls. But at its core, if companies are growing earnings per share year over year, their stocks will go higher. And so far, that is happening. The reason why Apple's not really growing that much is because they're not, or the reason why Apple stock is down year to date is because they're not growing that much, right? Just not growing that much. And so the market's not giving them a crazy, crazy multiple anymore, even though their multiple is still up there. But if Amazon, which reports on Thursday, and Google, that reports tomorrow, can show amazing earnings growth, the market's going to expand their multiple. Because where else is the market going to put their money here right now? Yeah, Truflation actually is putting up some good data as well. This is I actually had the Truflation CEO on a couple of months ago. He's looking at the inflation index at 2.19% on his website, which is a little bit more trustworthy than the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And so if we're looking at inflation at 2.19%, right now headline CPI is at 2.9% in the United States. If we get an accurate reading that is a little bit more based in reality, going into February, and this thing comes from 2.9 to maybe 2.7, and then 2.7 to 2.5 over the coming months, as long as tariffs don't spike up even more inflation. Inflation also is going to be one of those things that's resolved along with earnings growth being as substantial as it is. That is a recipe for a bull market. Like, it's just that simple. There's going to be a lot of bear case headlines. There's going to be a lot of YouTube thumbnails that have a lot of red in the picture, and you're going to click on it because you're scared. If inflation's coming down, Trump is deregulating and industries have the ability to grow, which is leading to earnings growth, not to mention the tax cuts that are probably going to continue to be extended, if not get better on certain conditions. That's a bull market. And that's a bull market that's not going away anytime soon. But the volatility is something we all have to live through in the meantime to get to that inevitable green. Vistra VST, that one is red, but it's going green. It's down 2.7%. It was at 156, now at 164. So not too bad. That one is getting a little bit up there. Nubank, Jet said he's buying more Nubank today. Nubank's down about 1.7%. Baba also got hit last night. Baba, now it's up. It was down 5% last night. Now it's up 1.07%. So Canada getting a little bit of love here right now. Amid, how much more NVIDIA are you willing to buy? I don't know, to be honest. I mean, it really depends on how bad it gets. Like, I said I wanted 500 shares, so I have another 35 shares left to buy. So I definitely want to get another 35 shares. But I'll be patient with it. You know, I mean, if we can make some support here and make our way back to the 120s, I have no problem buying at 120. But if we get back to the 110s, I think that's fine as well. What I do think is going to happen on earnings is that people are going to laugh because their earnings are going to be so good and their guidance is going to be so good.
See, DJ Gizmo says, what up, DJ Gizmos? We're recovering. Look at Dogecoin and Bitcoin. We're trying to move back up. So it's all good. It's all good. Hope you're doing good, brother. Hope you're doing good. All right, legit.
Abilities that make the Blackwell chip, that it does actually create real headwinds that are undeniable. I just don't know if those things become true. I think, you know, a lot of the bears want it to become true, but I also think Trump is negotiating right now. And so I think it's going to take a couple weeks for us to see, maybe even a couple days for us to see how this ends up playing out. Let's see. 1030 dip, we might see NVIDIA get the, maybe.
Yo, let's go. Dogecoin 2581. We're pushing up. DJ Gizmo says hearts, yo, legit. We're moving up. Look at Dogecoin and Bitcoin. This is nice. Great momentum. We can go parabolic. Let's go parabolic. That would be amazing. Let's go parabolic. Hell yeah.
We're gonna have to see how this ends up fully playing out. NVIDIA will see the Javon's paradox play out. Yeah, dude, I mean, look, I've done some more research on NVIDIA over the weekend. I just think this thing is stupid. I really think this thing is stupid. And I think a lot of the bears that are bearish NVIDIA, they're using this as an opportunity to like explain how bad NVIDIA is. And in reality, I don't think they understand the CapEx cycle that we're actually going through when it comes to building AGI. So much so, I mean, here's what OpenAI CEO Sam Altman said today. He said, we should be able to achieve AI that will have emotions and spark debates soon. This is what Sam Altman said today. Now, why is that a big statement? Well, part of getting to AGI is AI actually having the ability to reason and emotion and argue against a human and not just do everything that a human's been telling the AI to do, right? For an AI to kind of theoretically think for themselves. That's when you get to a bit more closer to the AGI element of what it means to have a self-thinking consciousness via AI. Having said that, in order to do that, you need a lot of models, you need a lot of training, you need a lot of breakthroughs, and you need a hell of a lot of compute power, which ultimately comes from NVIDIA. On top of that, OpenAI is trying to raise at a $340 billion valuation. That news came out last week as well. I think that's also bullish for NVIDIA because that means a lot of that money is going to go into CapEx for building higher GPUs. But the point is, if OpenAI wants to raise another $40 billion at $350 billion, which is double what their valuation was, more than double at $150 billion in October, they think they can get to AGI a lot quicker than what other people thought. And venture capital money is just fuel on on a company to be able to keep going, right? So it's just they want even more money because they want to invest even more because they think they can get there faster. That to me benefits NVIDIA, and it benefits the broader AI ecosystem. Now, granted, if the AI starts thinking for itself and it kills everybody, that would be bad. But as long as we avoid that part, then this is going to be one of the greatest tech revolutions ever. Gold, all-time high on gold, 2,818.27 per ounce. I don't know what to make of that. I'm curious what your guys' interpretation is of gold hitting an all-time high. Gold is up 6% to start the year, which is not supposed to happen in the month of January. Gold doesn't go up 6%. I kind of think that's the market saying we think inflation is going to be an issue, right? I mean, that tends to be what happens. We think that geopolitical issues are going to get worse, and that's why they're buying gold. I mean, those are the two kind of gut check reasons I would think the market's buying gold right here. They're going a little bit more risk off. They think inflation is going to persist, and they think geopolitics is not going to get any better. By the way, Trump did say yesterday that he's in conversations with Putin to resolve the Russia-Ukraine war right now. Will those resolutions come anytime soon? He says by the end of the month, there's a shot that they can resolve this thing. I mean, that would be amazing if they could, but if that can be resolved, that would be another catalyst for...
Sonny says, we are live. You're legit. You're facts, Sonny. We are live. Our cable provider got wrecked, so we lost internet totally. So let's see if we can hold it together. They said they still doing maintenance until like noon. It's 8:49 a.m. right now, so 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So about 3 hours left. Possible maybe disconnect. Hopefully not. Everything's gonna be all right though. Hope y'all doing good. We're pushing back up though, so that's legit. Hell yeah, legit.
Okay, how is Oklo not down? That is a good question. You would think Oklo would be down. Oklo, wow, Oklo's up. That's incredible, dude. That's actually very incredible. Oklo going green means the market thinks that AI demand is going to create energy demand, but the fact that they're thinking that on a very high beta stock like Oklo on a day like today is impressive. That's pretty impressive for Oklo to go green. Pretty freaking impressive on Oklo. You know, another thing that could be happening here with the gold, with gold prices going up this much is that it's peaking and that the dollar's peaking as well. And I would love the dollar to get to like 115 and then get it over with, because we know the dollar is likely not going to go that much higher than its historical high, especially from 2022 when rates were beginning to go up. So I kind of would like the dollar to peak and get it over with instead of staying in this like zone where it continues to stay high, but not as high as before, which also might trigger a peak in gold. And that could lead to some downstream economic effects on equities and bonds, because if we peaked on the dollar, we would probably peak on the 10-year, and that 10-year hopefully could start to come down. But it's in a tricky spot. The dollar's up right now, the 10-year is down. It's like, it's hard to interpret exactly how the market's thinking of being risk on, risk off. And Bitcoin's not necessarily doing bad either. I mean, I know it's down from 109, but it's not like it's doing horrible. It's not like it's collapsed back to 60,000. So it's kind of weird trying to figure out why gold is doing what it's doing, along with how the 10-year of Bitcoin and the dollar are acting in the way they're acting as well. Enphase just went green. Okay, so you got Enphase going green. Let's see Berkshire Hathaway. Is that green today? Berkshire is red. Wow. Berkshire goes down. I guess Apple's taking it down. You would think some of the value stocks get a little bit of a bid today. Verizon is green. AT&T is green. Altria Group is probably green. Yep, you got all the value names going green. Berkshire is probably getting hit by Apple. Maybe American Express as well. Is American Express green? No, that's red as well. Yeah, that's down 2%. Elf is getting crushed. Elf is, wow, Elf's down 6%. Huh. Is anyone buying the Elf dip? Is anyone buying the Elf dip? Tesla right here down at 380 as well. Tesla, yeah, Tesla was having a little bit of relief. Now it's getting hit. Is NVIDIA following Tesla? NVIDIA is not following Tesla yet. NVIDIA is still holding 113. We haven't broken that level, but Tesla in about 50 cents is going to break 380. Healthcare is doing okay today. That's correct. UNH. The Dow Jones is not doing as bad as the Qs. UNH is actually up. Anyone who bought the dip on UNH in December has done very well. I mean, that thing fell to 450, right? That thing fell to 475. Now back at 548. Still down from 629, but you have had a little bit of recovery. And the Dow Jones in general is only down 1%. So the Dow is protecting itself. Even with NVIDIA, which is one of the holdings in the Dow Jones, down 5%. The Dow is doing okay. SMCI is down more. Correct. SMCI is hopefully having earnings this week, but SMCI down 8%. Uber is green. Uber is green by 0.5%. Uber's been basically oscillating from 65 to 67 for the past month, but it is green. Wow, Hood 50.45. Holy crap, dude. Unbelievable. Again, those call option volumes that we saw in terms of the premiums that were being paid for August and April with $50 to $55 strikes on Hood, it is oddly similar to when Hood was 23. And I remember you were seeing call options come in for $30. You were seeing people buy $46 million of equity, spot equity. Like, when those big orders come in, that's the market trying to say that people are very bullish about the long-term price action and trajectory of the price action. And maybe that's what we're seeing right now. 50.37 right here on Hood, down about 3.06%. NVIDIA 113.7, Tesla 380, ELF 93, SMCI 26, Uber 67. ExxonMobil, oil and gas is down today. Let's see how oil and gas futures are up. They are green by about 2%, 73.70, similar to where they were last night. Hopefully, if OPEC can continue to drill, we can get oil prices to come down. Trump did say he wants to put tariffs on oil and gas by February 18th. So that's another headline you have to watch out for in about 15 days if he officially goes through with tariffs on oil, gas, and steel, he mentioned. That could be something that does hurt the oil and gas industry as well. Where are the banks? XLF is red on the day. So the banks are red. Probably why SoFi is red as well. Yeah, wow. All the banks are red. KRE, JP Morgan, Bank of America, SoFi, TD, PNC, HSBC, Wells Fargo, all of them getting hit. And then oil and gas, all of them getting hit as well, except Chevron. And that's pretty much it. Everything else, Enbridge, BP, Oxy, Exxon, all that's red. So oil's red, Max 7's red, financials are red. SAS, let's see how SAS is doing today. SAS is red as well, outside of Atlassian, which is a champ, dude. Atlassian's been incredible. Atlassian's been freaking amazing. But everything else is red. Even though the red is not as bad as it was last night. Last night was ridiculous, bro. Last night was pretty bad. We'll see if they can hold on to these levels. Are you still in SMCI mid? Yes, I'm still in SMCI. I have calls I have leaps for $50 for 2027. My argument, I think, is pretty simple. Either they prove they're not an accounting fraud and they gap up to 40, or they prove, or the street doesn't believe they're not an accounting fraud, or they prove they're not an accounting fraud, but their gross margins are so disgusting, which they've been for the past couple quarters at 11%, that the street continues to be upset at them. Granted, the valuation has got hit so badly, even if gross margins were bad, I don't think that would be the death of SMCI. But hopefully we get a notice on when they have earnings soon and they can give out all their documents, and that would be a tailwind for the company. Maybe. If not, we're going to be down on some of those calls. Rigetti is down 8%. Rigetti right here down 7.5%. Thoughts on MicroStrategy, mate? Well, Saylor did tweet today, and Saylor tweeted out that MicroStrategy did not buy any call options, not call options. Might as well be call options, right? It's like even worse with Bitcoin as leverage as it is. MicroStrategy did not buy any Bitcoin in the last month or in the last week. This was the first week in the past 11 weeks that MicroStrategy did not buy Bitcoin. So he says last week, MicroStrategy did not sell any shares of its Class A common stock under its at-the-money equity offering program, aka dilution to raise money. However, we still hold 471,107 Bitcoin acquired for $30.4 billion at 64,511 per Bitcoin. So interestingly enough, they didn't dilute shareholders for the 11th week in a row. And I mean, there might be a couple reasons. Number one, they have earnings coming up, so maybe they're just like in a blackout period where they can't buy going into earnings. But number two is maybe they want to chill out on the dilution, because a lot of shareholders, if you read any of the MicroStrategy forums on Reddit or on Twitter, there's a lot of people that are getting pretty upset at what Saylor's doing. Like you've got MSTR bulls that'll take a bullet for the guy, and then you've got MSTR bulls that are like, I'm bullish, but this is getting annoying now. This is getting really annoying because Saylor doesn't really care about shareholders. Saylor cares about acquiring Bitcoin, and the byproduct of that is MSTR stock hopefully goes up over time. But in the meantime, if he can dilute the crap out of shareholders and get unlimited free money to buy his precious Bitcoin, I mean, he's going to take advantage of that. Robinhood right here at 50-50, and he's shown that he will take advantage of that. So you do have some MSTR bulls that are getting pretty upset, and maybe he stopped the dilution for a week to kind of cool off on that as well. NVIDIA 114.6, getting a little bit of relief above 113. Robinhood again 50-60, almost going green on the day, down 2%. pretty incredible to be back above 50. Alibaba goes green. Gold is still green. S&P 500, a little bit of a recovery from 1.7 down to 1.5 down. And then Oklo still green on the day. Google is green, right? Google's green. Google.
Yo, chat, look at that. Nice green candles. They're coming for Dogecoin and Bitcoin. This looks very bullish, extremely bullish for us to go back to 30 and back to 35 and leave this area. This looks good. This looks good. I am very, very excited. I hope y'all doing good. Legit.
To create that much volatility when it comes to a margin call. Couple of headlines. So India cut their tariffs last night as the Trump trade war heats up. New Delhi, which is a city in India, just slashed import duties on high-end motorcycles from 50% to 30%, signaling it won't follow Trump's aggressive tariff strategy. Now, Modi, who's the prime minister of India, he's going to be meeting with Trump next month. So this might be a negotiation tactic from him to be able to show that we have good relations with the United States and that we don't want to engage in a trade war. So he is preliminarily cutting import tariffs on high-end motorcycles from about 30 to 50%. So that's one thing from India. Number two, we actually did get an update on the Panama Canal. Panama agrees to facilitate and offer free passage to U.S. Navy ships through the Panama Canal following the visit from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and agrees to end China's Panama Canal deal to leave from China's 2017 Belt and Road Initiative. So I think Trump got what he wanted there. I don't know if that's a full takeover of the Panama Canal, but that's at least getting Panama to agree to U.S. Navy ships having free passage and leaving China's Belt and Road Initiative. So
let's go Dogecoin. Let's go Bitcoin. Dogecoin $25.95, touching 26 cents. Bitcoin $96,635, pushing $640, pushing to the upside. Let's go. It's great momentum. Great momentum. Let's fly. Let's fly out of here and go parabolic. That would be amazing. That would be amazing.
0.9. That's a good thing as well, because that means that we're probably going to have a little bit more of a expansion versus contraction when it comes to manufacturing. Even if that is a little bit bad on inflation, that does mean that U.S. manufacturing in general is not a horrible thing. Got going on right now. Let me pull up another update in terms of what we're looking at when it comes to the tariffs, and then we will keep going from there. We listened to Tom Lee in the morning. Again, Tom Lee's argument was, hey, you buy the dip on tariffs because they're not going to be sustained for as long as people think they're going to be sustained for. But, you know, eventually we'll figure out how this plays out. Oh, we got Paul Tudor Jones. Okay, so let's listen to him. Paul Tudor Jones, legendary investor. Let's get his take on CNBC this morning, what he thinks is going to happen with tariffs. Here we go. Let's pull this up.
Given that I know so many people are waking up this morning and they're turning on their TV and they're thinking about tariffs and trying to understand what's happening. As I said, there's a market sell-off literally happening as we're speaking. And so I want to get there with you just to understand what's going on, even inside your own firm as you're thinking about it this morning.
Well, there's so many moving parts and there's so many things that are cross currents. The one thing that I would say is this is a completely, totally different landscape than Trump 1.0. So if I go back to January of 2017 and I look at where we were in the three big asset classes and where we are today, wow, it's a much, much shakier ground that we're treading on. For instance, let's take fixed income. In 2017, we were asking the investing public to pick up $1.2 trillion worth of duration. That was how much we were issuing at the Treasury. This year, that number's $2.7 trillion of duration. So that's just, and it's an all-time record. So that's a completely different landscape in terms of the bond market. If I go to the foreign exchange market, in 2017, there was $8 trillion that foreigners had invested in the United States, more net $8 trillion that they owned more of us than we owned of them. That was 40% of GDP. Fast forward to today, that number's $23 trillion. Foreigners own $23 trillion more of U.S. equities and debt and real estate today versus 8 in 2017. That's 80% of GDP, twice what it was. And again, it's a good problem because it shows that American exceptionalism has drawn that capital in. But we have to be careful. And then finally, if I look at the stock market, January of 2017, kind of average PEs were around 19. Today, they're 25. We're a full 30% higher than we were in 2019. We could have a 30% correction in the stock market and just be back to slightly overvalued. So Trump 2.0, I think Trump being Trump, I don't know if it will play as well as it did in 1.0 because there's no room for mistakes. And look, he's my president now. I pray he makes all the right decisions because we are precariously perched from a macro standpoint. I don't think we've ever had as many things that are connected and circular and could go wrong. So it's going to take a maestro to pull this off in a way that kind of preserves where we are now in the major economic the major asset classes.
I think what's also going to be really interesting about this is what he was arguing about duration. By the way, Tesla getting destroyed right here, down 7%. He does have an argument that we have 2.7 trillion that we're giving out in duration, aka bonds, versus 1.2 trillion from 2017. So it's more than double the amount we need to finance our operations. And so when he says there's no room for mistake, he's right about that. I mean, there really is no room for mistake, especially if we want to, at some level, resolve the trade deficits that we have with the EU, Canada, Mexico, China, etc. And I guess today we're going to get more updates at 3 p.m. after Trudeau meets with Trump again. For those that are just joining, they did meet at 8 a.m. this morning on what they're going to do to try to resolve those trade deficits and hopefully not have any room for mistakes. But later throughout the day, we're going to get some more details. Tesla right here down 6.5%, Hood at 50.46, SMCI down 8%, MSTR down 5%, Google 202, that's down 1.4, NVIDIA holding 114 nicely. I mean, it's not really breaking that much below 114. We'll see kind of how it holds up throughout the rest of the day, but it's holding that 113.50 to 114 range. Tesla's not holding the 380s though. Tesla's getting sold off. Tesla's getting sold off. I don't know. I kind of feel like the Tesla dip is also not going to be as large or is going to be short-lived. Is there a world where Tesla could go back to 300, 350? Yeah, but I feel like the rest of the market would follow. I don't think it's going to be a 2024 type of thing where Tesla tanks and the rest of the market goes up for like 9 months. I think now that Tesla is so embedded in the broader mainstream narrative around the market, and that's for a couple reasons. Number one, it's because Elon and Trump, right? So that's something that the market can't ignore.
All right, legit. All right, we're going to take a bull rip real quick, chat. All right, I hope y'all doing good. Hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers. Cheers, beautiful. Definitely cheers. Definitely cheers, my love. Hell yeah. Oh. Okay. Hell yeah. Okay, legit. Hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers. Cheers, beautiful. Definitely cheers, my love. Hell yeah. Alright, hell yeah. Hope y'all doing good, chat. We're pushing back up. Let's go. This is good. This is very good.
The market's dipping Apple 3.5% right here because of tariffs. That might not be the biggest thing that affects Apple at the end of the day. Apple right here down 3.5, dude. Is basically down what it was down last night, down almost 4.5%. So Apple continuing to get hit as well. Canada canceled their $100 million Starlink contract. Yes, we saw that this morning. Ontario said they are going to rip up that contract and not work with Elon anymore. Greg said they bought NVIDIA at 113.45. Not bad. If NVIDIA can hold these levels, then maybe that 113 range is the bottom. 114 right now on NVIDIA. ELF is down 5.5%, getting a little bit of rebound after it was down 7%. And Palantir right here down 3.3, 79.70 on Palantir. Let's do a poll on Palantir and see what everyone thinks. First of all, the previous poll I asked, are you buying the dip? 60% said yes, 40% said no. Let's do another poll right here. Palantir, dump or pump after hours. What do you think? Dump or pump? Dude, I kind of think we're gonna pump, bro. I kind of think we're gonna pump on Palantir. I still think Palantir is trading in a way that's different from a lot of other stocks. And if they can show any level of growth and guidance, I think we kind of pump. But I don't think it's like a 30-40% pump or anything, but like, 5%, I think it could happen. Granted, if that SARS EPS headline is ugly, could it dump 20%? Sure, that could obviously happen. But I don't know. I think there's a world in which it pumps. I think there's a world. It's 50-50 on the poll. 50-50 on the poll. Literally 50-50. We haven't had any large contracts for Palantir recently. I think we have had, Q4 we had a lot. Q4, Arnie did a great post. If you go to PalantirBullets.com, PalantirBullets.com, that's Arnie, one of my best friends. He has a Substack on Palantir. He highlighted all the deals in Q4. We had a lot of deals. It's just Q1, there haven't been a lot of press releases on new deals. So I think if we're talking about Q4 earnings, there were definitely a ton of contracts for us to be able to put up 30% growth, which is what I think we're going to get to. We'll talk more about Palantir later, but I do think we're going to get about $800 million in revenue, which would be 31% growth year over year. And I think we're going to guide for like 32 to 33% growth. Now, if we come in at lower than 30% and we guide lower than 30%, there could be some pain. But I think we will guide for that 30% number. I think Palantir knows how important that number is as well to get to. Bought my first 25 NVIDIA at 114 from Richard. All right, there you go. From Richard. Matai says, so a plus 5% or a minus 20%? Yeah, well, to be honest,
Also, Dogecoin is still pushing. Like Bitcoin, $96,874. Almost back at $97,000. Dogecoin, $25.85. Almost back at 26 cents. We broke over 26 cents. We got to 26.10, 26.11. So let's go. This is great momentum to go right back up. Hope y'all doing good. All right, legit.
Amazon's down 1.3. Meta goes red. Bitcoin 97. Wow. Holy crap. If you bought the Bitcoin dip last night, you're doing great. 91 to 97. Did not expect Bitcoin to rebound to 97 this morning. Goodness gracious. Yeah, Tesla's going down as Bitcoin's going up. So market's rotating out of one risk on asset into, I would argue, an even riskier asset like Bitcoin. I think it's a little bit more risky than Tesla. Tesla at 377, Bitcoin at 90.
Also, Chad, I just seen this. Bitcoin has now made a bullish structure on the 15-minute. It's on the 15-minute. We now have a higher high for Bitcoin. Bitcoin is about to go back over $100,000, Chad. We're about to go back over 30 cents. And everything else is about to recover. Let's see the total on the 15-minute. The total has a higher high. The total is about to go back up, Chad. Oh, shit. Let's go. That was the dip. We have a higher high on the 15-minute. Let's go. We broke the bearish structure. We are in a bullish structure on the total. High five. Hell yeah. Yeah. That's badass. Let's see. Total 2. Almost got it. Total 3, almost got it. Others almost got it. But the total has it. And Bitcoin has it. Ethereum has a lower high. Dogecoin almost is about to get a new higher high. If we break above 26.22, we made a new higher high on the 15-minute, and we're pushing higher, going back up to 30 cents, chat. And this looks very likely because this looks like the dip that we needed to actually get the momentum to break above the 200 EMA. Because every single time since we broke below the 200 EMA, we hit our heads the whole time, and we didn't have enough momentum to break out. Now this has such a good dip momentum to break above the 200 EMA and break and stay above it and go back into the 40s. And go break all-time high. Look, I'm ready. This is good. This is very, very good. Hope y'all doing good, y'all. I'm ready to get out of here. I am ready. I hope y'all ready too. I'm ready to get out of this rut and go into the dollar range. I'm ready, Chad. Hell yeah. Hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers. Cheers, beautiful. Definitely cheers, my love. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I hope y'all doing good. This is great. This is very, very good. I hope y'all doing good. Legit.
We got an update. Trump has officially spoken with the Mexican president as well. Let's get to that real quick, but it looks like we got that update.
Of course, with more on the story of the day, it is tariffs. Megan, bring us up to date as we all try to keep track.
David, it's a fast-moving story, and we're just about
Holy crap. Hold on. Before we get to that, the freaking 10-year is below 4.5. Does anyone have a theory on why this is happening? Can someone in the chat tell me why? Why is the 10-year trading? Why are people buying the 10-year, which is why the bond yields are going down because they trade inversely, if the market is afraid of tariffs being inflationary? This doesn't make sense. The market can't be afraid of tariffs being inflationary and the 10-year materially coming down today. Psychologically, that's a big level going below 4.5.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
I think these tariffs are going to happen, or we don't care if they happen, and we'd rather lock in our bond yields right now. That should not be happening based on increased tariffs.
14 hours away now from tariffs taking effect, and there is still some skepticism out there that these will ever even come to fruition. The White House telling me just in the last few minutes that negotiations are ongoing today, and Trump has spoken already with both Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum and separately with Canadian President Justin Trudeau. But based on a Truth Social post after the Canada call, it is not clear that anything was resolved in that one. Trump saying in the post that Canada doesn't allow U.S. banks to operate there and that he is fighting a drug war. So adding to the list of grievances, Trump also says that he'll be talking again with Trudeau at 3 p.m. today. Now, guys, the other thing we're watching this morning is that we are likely to hear more details from Canada and Mexico about how they're planning to retaliate. Mexican officials are expected to detail more later today. Haven't heard too much from them yet, but Canada has already laid out a list of about $30 billion in goods that would be hit with tariffs tomorrow. That includes agriculture, alcohol, some clothing, and it's also talking about some company-specific moves. The leader of Ontario saying this morning that the province is canceling all contracts with Starlink, while Chrystia Freeland, she's running to replace Justin Trudeau as party leader, is talking about 100% tariffs on Teslas. So the question is whether that sort of pressure, plus any reaction that we see from the markets today, will be enough to get Trump to change his mind, guys, before midnight tonight. Guys.
Yeah, Megan, again,
Midnight tonight, huh? So this meeting with Trudeau and the Mexico president at 3 p.m. will determine if Trump changes his mind. 4.48 on the 10-year. So I'm seeing some good comments in the chat. One argument could be
Interesting.
bonds because they're afraid of a recession, right? So that's where they go when you have fear. You lock in a yield because you think that things can get worse. And so that could be a reason why we're seeing some pressure on bonds today. TLT, by the way, is up 1%. Haven't seen TLT up 1% in a while. So TLT up 1.68% right now. Another argument, which I think is actually the argument, is that after it was understood by the market that Trump already met with Trudeau and that he's planning to meet with him again, I think that was one of the biggest dog whistles to, hey, we're working on a deal and it's probably going to get resolved sooner than later. And if that's the case, I think immediately the 10-year starts pricing that in and says, okay, so we shouldn't be that afraid about inflation. And by the way, we've been seeing this for the past couple of weeks. For the past couple of weeks, the 10-year has been falling off a cliff. And it started with CPI, and then every single day after, you get a little bit more to the downside. It's really the market kind of potentially saying, we don't think there's going to be that much fear of inflation. Also, I mean, new tenant rents, remember we saw that last week. That came down to the lowest level since 2010. That's another great indicator that shelter inflation is going to come down. Trueflation has inflation at 2.1%. You get CPI coming down and you get tariffs that don't actually take place. That could be an argument for why the market is a bit more risk off and they're happy to buy a bond yields, which aren't necessarily like, oh my God, equities go up if bond yields go down, but it definitely helps equities because if you're only getting 4.4% from a bond yield versus 5%, it makes stocks a bit more attractive. If we avoid a recession and we avoid a tariff inflationary spiral. But as long as we do that, yeah, I mean, like that's not bearish for stocks. That's not bearish for stocks at all. 30 and a wake up.
Yo, chat, we're pushing up. Dogecoin 2588, 2588. Bitcoin back over $97,000, $97,091, $93, pushing up. Dogecoin 2592. We're pushing up. This is good. 2593. Hell yeah, yo, let's go. Let's go. Let's have that bullish momentum. We're gonna be back over 40 cents. Could you imagine? Back over 40 cents, and then, man, that'd be legit. Or break over 48, man. Let's go. Let's go.
Down 7.1%. 7.1%. David Sachs will hold a press conference on February 4th at 2:30 to outline the administration's plan for U.S. leadership in digital assets. Okay, that's bullish. That could be a reason why Bitcoin's...
Dogecoin, 26 cents, 26.02. Let's go. This is badass. This is badass, Chad. Hell yeah. 26 cents Dogecoin. We're back at it again. $97,000, $19 Bitcoin. Still pushing up. This is badass. I hope y'all doing good. Hell yeah.
He'll probably talk about all the different legislation he wants to get passed. Where is the Trump meme coin? The Trump meme coin is at $18. That's down 17%. By the way, Kathy Wood over the weekend said that she's a fan of the Trump meme coin because it means that it is ushering us into the next era of crypto, in her words. So Kathy does like the Trump meme coin. I don't know if she's bought it, but she does like it as a concept. Yeah, it's getting hit. Amid, don't you have a 375 put on Tesla? No, I had that for January 31st. So that I closed out after earnings. I put that on.
26.14, 26.16. Okay, we're going to pump it up because we're pumping. Hell yeah, we're pumping. This is very, very good. Bitcoin is pumping too. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, 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 don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up.
Yo, we're still pumping. 26.36 Dogecoin, $97,400 and $500 Bitcoin. We're gonna pump it up. 26.44. We're still pumping. Let's go. Pump it up, Chad. Hell yeah.
You got to pump it up, don't You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up.
We're moving.
You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, 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 don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up.
Yo, we're still pushing. Dogecoin's still pushing. Yo, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is pretty good. We're gonna keep up this momentum. Let's see. Let me see if I can catch up. Let's see. Let's see. DJ Gizmo says pump it up. Let's see. Tiny says I've been demoted. DJ Gizmo says frag out. Yo, 2683. DJ Gizmo says, what do you mean? Tiny says, yo, I'm in YouTube. I'm usually on Twitch. Yeah, DJ Gizmo says, yeah, I seen that. Yo, welcome to YouTube land. DJ Gizmo says, welcome. That is, yeah, because you demoted me. Demoted. Thanks, I'm just playing. Yeah, we can't get the stream. Yo, 2691, 2692. Yo, let's go. Hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers. Cheers, beautiful. Definitely cheers, my love. Hell yeah. $98,000 Bitcoin. But it's 27 cents. Let's go. Let's go. And you want to see something I just noticed? Well, actually, my wife showed me. Look at the 15-minute. We're at 2691, 2693, pushing to the upside. Let's go. Look at this on the 15-minute, chat. Look at this. We have a higher high on the 15-minute. You know what that means? That means we have broken the bearish structure, and now we are in a bullish structure. That means we're about to break above the 200 EMA. That's basically we're about to break above 28 cents and go to 29 cents and go break into 30 cents again. We're back, chat. We're back. We're back. Let's go. We made a higher high. That's a bullish structure on the 15-minute. I'm ready. I am ready. I'm ready. See, DJ Gizmo says, like frag out. That's the cheer. DJ Gizmo says, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers. Yo, definite cheers, brother. Definite cheers. Hell yeah. Hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers. Cheers, beautiful. Definite cheers, my love. Hell yeah. Bitcoin 98,000, $237. Back again. Let's go. We're doing it. We're doing it. Yo, we're still pumping. I think we might be stalling more than pumping. Oh, yeah, we're stalling. Okay, no worries. Let's see what this guy got to say. I hope y'all doing good. Yo, this is great. This is great. We're back.
Adam says they're delayed because of the troops. That also might be a reason. We got to get more details on this. This is just the headlines we're getting right now. But look at that. I mean, even if you have a month to negotiate, that gives us a lot more time. It lets the market not be as volatile going into.
Let's see. Tane says, I want to go sell myself again. I need to give more DogeCoin now. Nah, bro. Don't worry. Don't worry. Everything will be all right. Everything will be all right. All right. Legit.
SMCI was down 9%. Now it's down 6%. Tesla was down 7%. Now it's down 5%. Nvidia's at 115. Where is Palantir? Palantir's almost at 80. 79.70. 79.70 on Palantir. Now let's see if this can last, right? It's a good headline. We're seeing algorithms rebound. Let's just see how volatile they are, or if you know, this is a very short-lived pump. But in general, if Mexico's not getting tariffs even for another month, which means they're probably not going to get tariffs either because Trump's going to be able to come to a deal over the course of the next 30 days, I imagine, then, I mean, it should be something the market's price in and the market's not get that upset about. It also gets more people buying the dip. I mean, if the dip on Nvidia was 113 and now it's at 115, and you think Nvidia is going back to 120, you're probably going to a lot more buyers step in and just start buying right here, as they think, all right, they missed the bottom, but they still want to get in before it comes back to life if these tariffs are officially delayed. Bitcoin right here, 98.2. It was almost touching 99 5 minutes ago. Incredible. Where's VIX? Is VIX going up? VIX is going... Yeah, VIX is still up 20%, so VIX is not going down. Volatility index is still high. But the broader markets are getting a slight recovery. HOOD right here is at 51.17. Well, there you go. I guess we got some negotiation there. I'll try to get some more coverage on this Mexico stuff. Let's get some coverage on tariffs, and then let me get some coverage on, let me try to find some details on what Mexico just said. The dollar, real quick, the dollar is still high at 109.2, but it's not at 109.7 where it was at in the morning.
Longer this holds, and we're talking about pretty severe GDP hits for their economy. In the case of Canada, a 5% hit to their economy, and Mexican activity would contract 8% if these tariffs last a year. In contrast, Piper says for the US, we're looking at what, a 2% GDP in 2025? That could be reduced to 1%. And actually, a lot of economists say even less than that. So when you look at the market reaction, yes, there are going to be earnings revisions, especially for sectors and for companies that are exposed. But if there was really a panic about inflation, you would not see lower treasury yields, which you're seeing on the 10 and the 30-year. And you would put, I mean, this is being treated like DeepSeek last week a little bit, just in terms of the magnitude and the sort of scale of the moves at this point.
Well, I agree. And you saw her just say that you wouldn't see this type of pressure on the 10-year if this was treated as a real concern. That's basically what we're seeing right now in the 10-year.
The long end yield story today is also colliding with what's happened with Doge, where it appears their efforts are quite serious to lower the cost of federal spending. So there is a push and pull, as many desks point out today.
Yes, if they're serious, then ultimately that would be good for U.S. bonds. And what's so interesting is that later this afternoon at 3 o'clock, we're going to get the first announcement ahead of the refunding announcement on Wednesday about the size of the auction. This is the first under Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, so we'll see if there's any change. No change would be expected and also welcomed probably by the market. There's also this idea, Carl, is that, you know, implications for the Fed, right? Are they going to have to stay on hold later? Maybe that's what the 2-year yield is telling you. But ultimately, I mean, maybe this causes them to cut if there's more of a demand shock, if unemployment starts to creep up on some of the uncertainty on this. You know, the Fed, I think it would be hard for the Fed to raise rates if we see inflation on the back of tariffs. That is not demand side inflation. So, you know, it's potentially a sticker shock for Americans, but ultimately it could just it could yield lower demand, which could ultimately be good for the Fed story.
Yeah, this kind of gets to what we talked about with Goolsby last week, is what do they filter through the screen in the way of tariffs and inflation? I mean, JP Morgan's talking about tariffs potentially adding a full point to CPI.
They could. But again, what does the Fed do about it? Maybe it keeps them on hold a little bit longer. But if they raise rates in that environment, that's not good, because it's not being driven by demand, which is what monetary policy responds to. You know, I look at currencies, obviously huge impact there. And I think what Rick said was important. You know, the strong dollar does help offset some of the inflationary impact of tariffs.
No doubt.
Because it helps Americans when we do import. On the other hand, it does hurt all of those companies that sell exports abroad, having that strong dollar. So that's part of the argument that the Trump team
so
actually
does the trade war, by the way. It doesn't help them either.
No, doesn't help. But I think what the currency market is telling you above everything is that they get hurt worse than we get hurt. Sell all the other currencies. Sell China, sell India, sell Europe, sell Canada, sell Mexico, because their economies will feel it. U.S. obviously has the leverage in this trading environment. So I look at currencies, I look at bonds. You know, guys, I also focus on the consumer, and plenty of consumer names are exposed. I think Bank of America did a good job showing some of the names in particular on China. Percentage of U.S. sales sourced from China, Floor and Decor Holdings, really high. I mean, this is going to be an increase, right? When they have to bring imports from China. Target, 30 to 35% of its sales. O'Reilly Automotive, Dollar Tree, Williams-Sonoma, Walmart, Academy Sports, and Costco. You know, some of the companies have already been talking about it. Canada Goose has said in September, a significant portion of our product is made in Canada. Constellation Brands, we've been talking about this one, 75% of total inputs, US denominated, many of them crossed from Mexico. And then Whirlpool, this one surprised me a little bit. On production volumes, more than 80% of what we sell in the US is produced in the US.
Let's see. Tani says, it's crazy how everything's getting cut, even Dreams cut Twitch. Yeah, Dreams cut Twitch. Rip. Yeah, it is what it is. We had to. We'll bring him back soon, but hopefully we bring him back. All right, legit. Hope y'all doing good. Legit.
Close to a deal, folks. Looks like we are getting close to a deal. I mean, goodness, look at this rebound. 51.50 on Hood. Palantir 80. Well, we'll talk about Palantir, by the way. I just got a Palantir earnings preview by Bank of America, so I'll read that for you guys in just a second. SMCI down 6%. Bitcoin 98.5. TLT reversing a little bit. 10-year getting a little bit back up to 4.5, but still down from where it was this morning, which is nice. Reddit right here, almost going green. NVIDIA, it hit 117, right? I think we hit 117 today. We are very close, 116.7, very, very close to 117. Apple almost green. Google $1 away from going green. MicroStrategy, dude, MicroStrategy was down 11% last night. It's barely down 2% right now. I mean, talk about a reversal. Talk about a freaking reversal. Where is the S&P? Yeah, look at the S&P. It's only down 0.85%. It was down 2% this morning. I think we're getting close to a deal here. It looks like that's what's happening with Mexico. So again, the three things the Mexico president said: the conversation was productive. Mexico will deploy 10,000 National Guards immediately to the border to avoid drug trafficking, and that tariffs are delayed for a month. That to me means that tariffs are not delayed. Tariffs are never going to happen, because I do think that if they're delaying it for a month, within the next 30 days, they'll come to a agreement that tariffs are not going to be as aggressive as what we thought. I do think they're going to figure this out over the next month. There you go. There you go. It looks like we are getting much closer to a deal right now. Everything else moving. S&P 597, HIMS 3843. HIMS is just an animal, dude. HIMS has been absolutely amazing right here, but HIMS continuing to get some momentum. And Tesla 385. Look at that V shape on Tesla, 374 to 385. Dude, is this what it's gonna be like for the next 4 years? Is it just gonna be continuous freaking negotiation tactics by Trump that are super aggressive for the market, and then they end up just getting resolved after everything becomes okay, or after he gets what he wants? Like, I feel like this might be the next 4 years. Might just be. It might just be, dude. And to be honest, it's not the worst thing in the world if we actually get real deals done. I can handle the volatility. I mean, I think all of us would be okay with more volatility if we can get progress. And if some of that progress requires some volatility, that's fine. It's the sustained volatility, aka like a 10-month trade war, that I don't think anyone wants to deal with. But like a 10-hour trade war, that's fine with me. That creates some dips, dude. We got Nvidia at 113 this morning. Hopefully that's the bottom. I mean, if Trump's giving us some bottoms, that's okay. Oh boy. Grab just went green. Wow. Grab actually went green. Look at that. Grab going green. That tells you we're in a recovery. Grab should be red today because of this dollar. It should be very red. The fact that Grab's going green, that's actually very bullish to see. That is not bad right here. Okay, so let's keep going. Let's talk a little bit more about Palantir right here. I do have some updates on them. Let me just pull this up right here. So we do have Palantir earnings. Let's do a little bit of a preview right now. First of all, I have to show you guys a picture. That's, I think, going to be very nice for everyone to see. Iliano tweeted this just now. So everyone knows the lovely woman Scarlett, who might be watching right now. Shout out to you, Scarlett, if you're watching, who got me this Palantir beanie that I literally wear every day. She knitted it for me. She didn't get it for me. She knitted it. And she got me a scarf as well. I literally wear this every single day. She did the same for Karp and Sham. And she sent it to Iliano and told him if he could be nice enough to give it to her. And you got Karp wearing it today. There you go. Look at that. That's awesome, dude. That is absolutely awesome. That is super, super cool. So there you go. There's Karp wearing Scarlett. I know Scarlett's got to love that, dude. Scarlett's got to be so happy right now seeing this. So Karp right there wearing the beanie. Looks like he's excited for earnings. Looks like he's going to be excited for earnings. Okay, so that's one of the Karp pictures. Now, here's the Bank of America report. This came out this morning. I just got it from my boy who sent it to me. So let me pull it up right here. And I'm just going to read it straight through, and then we'll go and we'll analyze it. So let me just pull this up. This is the Bank of America report. I would post it on Twitter, but I found out if you post this stuff on Twitter, your account could get banned because technically this is like tens of thousands of dollars of research you're not supposed to be posting. So no one tell anybody that I'm reading it right now, but yeah, I can't post this on Twitter. Oh, they increased their price target to 90. They increased their price target, right? Last time I checked, the price target was, did Bank of America have a $90 price target on Palantir ever? No, it was 75, right? I don't think they ever had a $90. I think they just increased it. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm wrong. This is the first sentence. We are raising our price target from 90 to, okay, there you go. So they did raise it. There you go. They raised it. Okay, let's read. We remain bullish ahead of Palantir for fourth quarter 2024 earnings results tonight. We expect the company to print top line results above their 776 million to 771 million outage outlook range, fueled by continued strong momentum in both U.S. government and U.S. commercial end markets. We expect the company to provide a 2025 growth outlook in the mid 20%. Wow. So Mariana is expecting basically 25% growth. I'm expecting 30%. I would love to see 30%, but I guess I'm a little bit too bullish compared to even Mariana. We expect a 27% year-over-year growth in 2025 above the street consensus. Additionally, we think Palantir is strongly positioned to beat the market expectations in the out years. Consensus expects 20% annualized growth versus our accelerating growth of 30% in 2026 and 2027. So basically, Mariana thinks they're going to do less than 30% for 2025, but then they're going to go to 30% in 2026, 2027. I'm expecting 30% growth for 2025. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe I'll be right. But today, I guess we're going to see what their guidance looks like. We are raising our price target to $90 from $75 on a widening moat. The recent DeepSeek news marked a differentiation between commodities and value-adding players in AI. Palantir has increasingly proven its enabler role in the AI era. Its products are increasingly interoperable to third-party apps and software and focuses on extracting measurable and valuable outcomes from their proper implementation in the real world. We see Palantir playing a critical role in the next wave of digitization, from enterprises and battle spaces, from finances to missiles and ships production. Our price target of 90 is based on a 1.5x EV to sales growth multiple in 2026. This valuation equals to 10-year forward EV to EBITDA in the mid-teens, assuming 27% EBITDA CAGR over the next decade. Wow. So she's really increasing the price target, not on like some massive increase in growth, but on, in her words, a widening moat. That is a qualitative argument to be raising Palantir's price target, not a quantitative. And so you're seeing more of the street just buy into the broader story, even if the numbers are not like 40, 50% growth type of numbers, to be able to get to their price target. We remind investors that the recent rapid stock appreciation implies negative fourth quarter GAAP operating income and a muted GAAP net income. So Mariana is basically telling her clients, hey, they're probably going to miss on EPS. The stock price crossing 50 accelerated the recognition of $120 million of stock-based compensation expense related to market vesting options. This one-time charge impact on SBC as a percentage of sales by about 15%, resulting in 35% versus lower 20%. SBC-related employer payroll taxes are also expected to be $70 million due to the stock appreciation. Separately, we caution investors about a potential softening in U.S. government bookings. The December quarter is seasonally softer after a continuing resolution. So basically, Mariana says, hey, there's going to be $120 million stock-based compensation expense that you have to worry about, and you should expect lower government growth in Q4. I don't know if that's going to be true. I think government growth in Q4 is actually going to be pretty stable. I don't think we should expect it to be that much lower than what we saw in Q3. But Mariana right here is warning that it might not be as high, and that the SARS expense might end up being something we have to worry about. That's pretty much it. That's what she had to say. So raise the price target, is bullish. Palantir right here at 81 believes that their moat is only getting deeper, believe that DeepSeek only continue to fuel their moat. Wow, S&P almost at 6,000, NVIDIA almost at 118. And ultimately, she believes that Palantir is going to continue to show 30% growth into 2026 and 2027. There you go. There you go. This is kind of turning out for Palantir like it was on August 5th. August 5th, nasty headlines during the day, then intraday recovery, then Palantir crushed earnings. They went up by 20%. Who knows? Maybe it's the same thing. Tariffs were nasty headlines. You got a little bit of an intraday recovery based on the Mexico resolution with Trump. And now Palantir, if they deliver a massive earnings, maybe we have a repeat of August 5th. Maybe. Pretty incredible. Bitcoin back to 99. From 91 to 99. Where's Fartcoin? That's probably pumping with this. Fartcoin is up 35%. Dude, this thing is like a cockroach. Like, you just can't kill it. You can't kill it. And if you're bullish Bitcoin, it's like you have to be bullish Fartcoin. Because at this point, they just move together. At this point, they just move together. Wow, the dollar came down. The dollar's down from 109. 108.7. Holy crap, dude. The Mexico thing really helped. That's why Grab is green. The 10-year, let's see if that's still at 4.4. That's at 4.5, so that one's still higher. But you do have the dollar coming down a little bit right now. There you go. There you go. HIMS is at 39. Congrats to those who are in HIMS. I mean, this thing's about to cross 40 bucks. HIMS right here. Incredible, incredible month. 38.97. Let me check resistance for everybody for 40 on HIMS. 40 bucks on HIMS. Wow. Dude, does HIMS not get a lot of volume? It's like 1,000 shares. How much volume does HIMS get? 6 million? Yeah, there's no wall. If HIMS continues the volume, $40 is going to be cracked easily. 1,000 shares. There's nothing. So I guess there's a world in which HIMS could get there. Bitcoin right there, 99,000 as well. Can you read the Trump quote Unusual Whales tweeted? Yes, let me see what Unusual Whales tweeted right here about Trump. Let's see. I'll check the...
Yo, Dogecoin back over 27 cents, 27.10. Let's go, Dogecoin. This is badass. Hell yeah, chat. We're literally 3 cents away from back from 30 cents. Let's go. This is good. This is great momentum. Great momentum.
United States. These soldiers will be specifically designated to stop the flow of fentanyl and illegal migrants into our country. We further agreed to immediately pause the anticipated tariffs for 1 month, during which we will have negotiations headed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and high-level representatives of Mexico. I look forward to participating in these negotiations as we attempt to achieve a deal between our two countries. There you go. There you go. Art of the deal. Art of the deal. Art of the... Look, I mean, What do you say, right? Even if you don't like Trump, I mean, if this is what if we're getting 10,000 Mexican soldiers on the border, it doesn't seem like that's a horrible thing, especially if the implication is to stop immigration and fentanyl. Also, what's important about this, and we talked about this last night for a couple hours, I don't think Trump really wants to stick it to Mexico or Canada. Like, at the end of the day, Trump's a business guy. Like, he wants to get deals done. But I think he's so aggressive about his campaign promises, which is fentanyl and illegal immigration, that he's using tariffs as a way to like really get a resolution. And it looks like Mexico got scared enough to finally capitulate here right now. We got a deal. We got a deal, or at least we're getting a deal. And now we'll see if we can get a deal with Canada later throughout the day. But if we got a deal with Mexico, I'm sure they're going to get a deal with Canada. Like, I would imagine somehow they get a deal. Martin says, do you really think we're getting 10,000 border agents? Well, okay, so here's the question. If we, let me ask the question here. If we do get 10,000 border agents, is everyone, even if you don't agree with Trump politically, is that a good deal? I feel like that's a good deal. Like if we don't get 10,000 and it was just like some BS that the Mexico president said to resolve it, then okay, whatever. Then yeah, we didn't get a real deal done. But let's say they actually do deploy, in video right here, 117.5, 10,000 of soldiers from the National Guard. If we actually make that happen, which we'll find out in the next week if that's happening or not, like, I don't think we can deny that's not a bad thing. It feels like that's relatively good.
Yo, chat, Bitcoin, $99,000 Bitcoin. Oh, shit, $99,000 Bitcoin, chat. We're basically back at $100,000, chat. This is ridiculous. We're about to be back. We're literally right about to be back. Let's go. $99,117 pushing to the upside. Bitcoin, let's go. This is great. Great recovery. Great recovery. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, dude, we're going to have to see how this thing plays out. I'm really curious how they're going to negotiate this with Canada. That's the more interesting thing right here. What's going to happen with Canada? Again, not everything Trump does.
Yo, we're about to go parabolic. Let's go. We're going to go parabolic. It's going to happen. It's going to happen, Chad. Hell yeah.
Hopefully they are more strategic than not. Ethereum as well, getting a rebound of up 10% off the tariff deal with Mexico. And if those deals can be more bullish than not in the long term, hopefully that results in increased GDP growth, decreased inflation, increased stock market returns. But it's just a question of how he's going to use a lot of these negotiating tactics to get there. Let's see if we're getting any coverage on this Mexico deal from the mainstream. Let's see if they're covering this here as well. These are breaking reports just now that Mexico is agreeing to 10,000 guards. Oh, yep, we got some headlines right here. Oh, Mexico is taking a press conference right now. Huh. Okay, let me pull this up. Here we go. Here we go.
Want to refresh for our viewers, of course, and you're reporting as well a part of this. The White House, you obviously having confirmed the 1-month delay in Mexican tariffs as a result of perhaps as many as 10,000 of their soldiers. There it is from the president himself in a Truth Social post. 10,000 Mexican soldiers will go to the border and specifically designated, writes President Trump, to stop the flow of fentanyl and migrants into the country, and therefore that pause of 1 month. So that is being confirmed by the president, who goes on to say that there will be negotiations during this period headed by Secretary of State, Secretary of the Treasury, and yet to be confirmed, but down some 0.6%.
The states in the states of Texas, California, Michigan, Illinois, Ohio, and Georgia, they will be paying the most tariffs. Texas actually tops that tariff list at $47 billion. Now, based on what companies paid in tariffs from June to November of last year, the new rates that will be imposed will actually add on an additional $233 billion in tariffs. This translates into a whopping $700 million in extra taxes U.S. companies will start paying, at least for Canada, starting on Tuesday.
Have we heard anything from the governors, or especially the ones that are, I mean, Texas at the top of the list, Republican governor who's very pro-Trump? I mean, are governors going the other way on the tariff issue?
Sarah, we have heard a lot of, a lot of rhetoric from a lot of the governors, particularly over in Michigan. Michigan's going to get walloped, a big wallop to the wallet. their companies are going to pay $60 million a day in new tariffs on auto parts used to manufacture vehicles in the United States. This includes about $20 million a day on imports into Michigan alone. And so it's, and that doesn't even add on to the fact that, as you know, cars bop back and forth between the Mexican and Canadian border and even up in Canada down to the United States. And so every time a vehicle passes through for the manufacturing process.
So again, I mean, these numbers are true if we actually do get tariffs, but based on what we just heard from Trump, doesn't look like they're coming in that soon. If they're going to happen, it's going to take at least a month for them to ultimately play out. So again, if you're just joining, this is what he tweeted. It's looking like there might be a deal. It's looking like there might be a deal. Okay, let's see some other headlines. So we talked about tariffs a lot. We just did the Palantir preview. Again, I'll be live at 3:30 for Palantir earnings. That's going to be big today as we see the company report Q4 and guide for 2025. I'm seeing if there's any other important headlines here today. We talked about the Robinhood Super Bowl contracts. Those are officially live. Robinhood back above 51, which is great to see. We got Bank of America on Apple. They have a buy target of 265. We see the potential tariff impact as manageable. Over the last weekend, the U.S. imposed a 10% tariff on China.
That's interesting. Robinhood got a Super Bowl contract, so that means we're gonna maybe get Robinhood crypto all over the place. Maybe we'll get a Robinhood commercial. Maybe we'll see what happens.
I'll be getting a little bit of a bid right here as well. Bitcoin 99, Ethereum 2,700. Bitcoin wants to go to 100, bro. 99.2 was at 99.5, and then Ethereum 30% down yesterday, 10% up on the day. Hood 5180. Wow, Robinhood. Goodness freaking gracious, dude. I think the market's basically telling you every Hood dip you buy. I mean, this type of price action is just incredible. 5170. And we know earnings are going to be good next week as well. If the January numbers are good, which I imagine the January numbers are going to be good, then that means Q1 is going to be set up to hopefully grow above 30% from Q1 of last year, which was much tougher than Q1 of 2023. Q1 2024 was a good quarter for Hood, so they're going to have to really put up good numbers to beat that. But if they can, it looks like the market's going to continue to get excited. Amit, do you think Palantir could reach 120 by Friday? Anything is possible. I'm a little skeptical. Palantir adds another $80 billion of market cap by Friday. I think that's going to be a little tough to happen, but it could happen. I personally would not bet on seeing that happen. But could we hold 80 for the week on a decent earnings? Yeah, that could happen. That really could happen. And if we gap down, is the gap down only to maybe 70, 75 instead of 55, 60 like the bears are saying? Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, dude. I think everyone's expecting a lot of volatility, and there's a world where this thing might just be kind of after earnings and just hold on to its range, which I think still would be incredibly bullish if we can hold on to these levels, even if the earnings are not crazy. Steve is thinking 250, correct. Steve's probably thinking 250. Soundhound is green as well. That's up 1%. Soundhound just went green. Palantir now only down 1.6. NVIDIA maybe giving back 117, but it was almost at 118, 117.14. NVIDIA going even back to 140, I think would get the street excited, but NVIDIA right here, just below 118 on the day. Colin says, what if Palantir reports good earnings? Well, I think they will be good earnings. The question is going to be, are the earnings going to be enough to expand the multiple? And maybe they are, but maybe they're not, right? Maybe it just holds the multiple, which I still think would be relatively good. And then the SARS expense has to be factored in terms of how bad it's going to be. Now, if Mariana is warning her clients that the SARS expense is not something we should worry about, then maybe the other analysts are also going to take into effect, regardless of what the algorithms do with the stock, that the EPS stuff doesn't matter. So again, a good earnings could take it higher. A good earnings could keep it stable. A good earnings, if it's not good enough, could also bring it lower. I really think earnings are going to be fine. Guidance going into 2025 is what's going to determine how the street thinks of this thing. And the bears think it has to go back to 50. I don't think it has to go back there. Could it happen? Sure. It could also go to 120, but I don't think it has to get there. I think it could easily stay at these levels and continue to grow into the valuation that the street's giving them right now in terms of the premium that they're getting currently right now. Jim Cramer tweeted at Carp, oh boy, if there's anything that can take Palantir down, it's not a bad earnings. It's this man, Mr. Jim Cramer. There's always something. What did he say? He said Teflon carp. He called him Teflon carp. Of course. Of course. Amazing that the buyers are trying to keep Palantir up. Teflon carp. That could do it for us, folks. That could freaking do it for us. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so that's the update right there in the context of Palantir and tariffs. Let's see what other headlines we have going on. What else do we have going on right now? Everyone's still talking about tariffs. That's the big thing on everyone's mind. Google earnings tomorrow. That's going to be important. That's going to be a big one. If Google can crush it, that would be very nice to keep the big tech momentum alive. We also have Amazon on Thursday, which is going to be important. We have a lot of companies this week, so there's going to be a lot of stuff we have to look at. But this week, we'll kind of end off the majority of big tech earnings as we finish up Google and Amazon, and then we have NVIDIA in about 3 weeks. NVIDIA's back at 118, really? Look at that. Look at that, 117.9 on NVIDIA. 117.9 on NVIDIA. Yeah, we do have Snapchat as well. We have Snapchat this week. Snapchat 1121. Why is Enphase flying? You know what? I really don't know. I think it's probably because oil and gas is going higher. So the market perceives that as bullish for solar because solar costs could be lower than oil and gas. Enphase has earnings this week as well. I don't know. Enphase has just been a tough story the past couple of years, dude. I mean, this was one of the best growth stocks in 2022, and then it just has not been able to find its footing. So this one, I don't think earnings are going to be anything spectacular, but maybe oil and gas going green could send Enphase green as well. Or oil and gas going red could make Enphase go green. Can Google earnings help NVIDIA? Yes. So Google announced already that they're instituting Blackwell into their data centers. Sundar tweeted it the other day, and that they just got their first shipments of the GB200 chip, and that they're incorporating it into GCP. So if Sundar talks positively about the relationship with NVIDIA, if he talks positively about the effect of Blackwell on their AI workloads in the cloud, and they show that through the 30% expected cloud growth, and if Sundar guides for increased CapEx, which last year, if I'm not wrong, Google CapEx spend in 2024 was 51 billion. If that ends up going to like 65, 70 billion, I mean, not the best for Google, but really good for NVIDIA. So Google could help NVIDIA like a lot if they increase CapEx. Lakeside, thank you for becoming a channel member. Appreciate you, Lakeside. Thank you for being here, and thank you for becoming a channel member as well. What do you think of Celsius? I've historically not been the most bullish on Celsius. I do think if it was ever going to bottom, it would be now. But again, their earnings coming up has to show increased Pepsi growth, which has been lacking Pepsi revenue over the past couple of quarters. In general, I think there's other opportunities in the market besides Celsius that are a bit more attractive. But I don't hate it at this price. Like if there was any price where I would get excited for it, it's in this like low 20 range. I just not excited about the overall thesis of energy drinks, given some of the other opportunities that exist right now. Can NVIDIA go back to 140? Yeah, dude. I mean, look, now the pressure is not on NVIDIA. NVIDIA recovering to 140 would be amazing. You know, NVIDIA doesn't need to get to 170, 180 like a lot of people thought they would get to when they were at 150 early in the year. Going from 120 to 140 would make people very happy. And it would kind of just be recovering back to its normal levels that it was at for the past 3 months, along with the fact that it brought in a ton of new buyers that are probably going to be following the stock a lot more carefully, even if the algos sold it off. And I would imagine that keeps NVIDIA elevated and just gets a lot more people excited about the stock. Also, we haven't seen downgrades on NVIDIA. Like we've seen a couple price targets go a little down, but the far majority of the street that's bullish on NVIDIA and has like a $200 price target, they've stayed bullish and they've doubled down on their bullishness. So I think this has been a great scenario for people who believe in NVIDIA to get an opportunity to get into the stock. And I think...
let's see. Hold on one second. Yo, hope y'all doing good. All right, legit. Let's see. Glitter Marshmallow says, yo, I pushed the wrong button. I did not sell. Not ever. Yo, we did not. 26.94, almost back to 27 cents. Dogecoin, we're pushing up nicely. Let's see. Tiny says, the ghost. Ooh, the ghost. Second. The ghost. Let's go. 27 cents. 27 cents. Dogecoin. Also, the 15-minute has a higher high, so we now broke the bearish structure on the 15-minute. So we are bullish, extremely bullish, and on top of that, look, we now have green super guppy. Look at that. We have green super guppy on, whoops, cheese fries, on the 15-minute, and we have a higher high. We're about to break the 200 EMA. We're about to go back to 30 cents. We're gonna go. We're moving, chat. We're moving. This is great. We have a higher high in the 15-minute. Let's go. Let's go. 27.10. Let's go. Hell yeah, Chad. Hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers. Cheers, beautiful. Definitely cheers, my love. Hell yeah, let's get it. Rip. That was like the end of that one. I gotta refill the bowl. We can definitely go back to 30 and destroy to the upward momentum. Let's see, glittery marshmallow says we are amazing. Agreed. We got this, Chad. We got this. Y'all are badass. Y'all are badass. We got this. Ain't no worries. Ain't no worries. Hope y'all doing good. I gotta refill my bowl. All right, legit. Hell yeah, Chad. Hell yeah.
That trade, Luka for Davis, insanity. I've never seen a trade like that, ever. Never seen a trade ever in my life. Never seen a trade like that. But it happened. I mean, like NBA Twitter and stock market Twitter, everyone had to come together to talk about that because that trade was different. It was very, very different. Okay, so I want to share another video right here, talking a little bit more deeply around what's going on with NVIDIA. I don't really watch the NBA, but like, dude, I pay attention to the headlines of that headline, please. That was a headline, bro. That was a freaking headline. Did not.
Let's see. Glitter Marshmallow says, "Hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers, beautiful. This is gonna be good. Yo, facts. Hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers, cheers, beautiful. Definite cheers, my love. Hell yeah. Definite cheers. Hell yeah." Hell yeah. Let's go back up. Back at 27 cents, basically. It's all good. Hell yeah. Hope y'all doing good. Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Who's one of the best semiconductor analysts. Here's what he had to say about NVIDIA following this whole DeepSeek collapse. Let's get a couple minutes of his thoughts and then we'll keep going from there.
And cheaper. The big DeepSeek R1 release freaked everybody out because of the cheaper. One of the manifestations of that is NVIDIA stock plummeted. Can you explain what happened? I mean, and also just explain this moment and whether, if NVIDIA is going to keep winning.
We are both NVIDIA bulls here, I would say. And in some ways, the market response is reasonable. Most of the market, like NVIDIA's biggest customers in the US are major tech companies, and they're spending a ton on AI. And if a simple interpretation of DeepSeek is you can get really good models without spending as much on AI. So in that capacity, it's like, oh, maybe these big tech companies won't need to spend as much in AI and go down. The actual thing that happened is much more complex, where there's social factors, where there's the rising in the App Store, the social contagion that is happening. And then I think some of it is just like, I don't trade, I don't know anything about financial markets, but it builds up over the weekend where the social pressure, where it's like, if it was during the weekend, there was multiple days of trading when this was really becoming, but it comes on the weekend and then everybody wants to sell. And that is a social contagion.
I think, and like there were a lot of false narratives, which is like, hey, these guys are spending billions on models, right? And they're not spending billions on models. No one spent more than $1 billion on a model that's released publicly, right? GPT-4 was a couple $100 million, and then they've reduced the cost with 4 Turbo 4.0, right? But $1 billion model runs are coming, right? And this concludes pre-training and post-training, right? And then the other number is like, hey, DeepSeek didn't include everything, right? They didn't include, a lot of the cost goes to research and all this sort of stuff. A lot of the cost goes to inference. A lot of the cost goes to post-training. None of these things were factored. Yeah. It's research salaries, right? Like all these things are like counted in the billions of dollars that OpenAI is spending, but they weren't counted in the, hey, $6 million, $5 million that DeepSeek spent, right? So there's a bit of misunderstanding of what these numbers are. And then there's also...
Guys, I put it at 1.25. I put it at 1.25. So it's not them talking this fast. They can't talk as fast as me. It's 1.25 because it's a podcast. It tends to be slower. But what he's saying is some really good stuff on NVIDIA. So yes, these guys did not, they didn't take as much blow as I take every morning.
So an element of NVIDIA's just been a straight line up, right? And there's been so many different narratives that have been trying to push down NVIDIA. I don't say push down NVIDIA stock. Everyone is looking for a reason to sell or to be worried, right? It was Blackwell delays, right? Their GPU was, there's a lot of report every 2 weeks. There's a new report about their GPUs being delayed. There's the whole thing about scaling laws ending, right? It's so ironic, right?
It lasted a month.
it was just like literally just, hey, models aren't getting better, right? They're just not getting better. There's no reason to spend more. Pre-training scaling is dead. And then it's like 01, 03, right? R1, right? And now it's like, wait, models are they're progressing too fast. Slow down the progress. Stop spending on GPUs, right?
Yeah.
But the funniest thing I think that like comes out of this is Javon's paradox is true, right? AWS pricing for H100s has gone up over the last couple weeks, right? Since a little bit after Christmas, since V3 was launched, AWS H100 price.
Now that point's really important, bro. When a better model got launched, AWS pricing went up because there was even more demand. So this argument that NVIDIA's CapEx goes to zero because some Chinese models were able to innovate in terms of how they were doing the inference training, it just seems laughable when you kind of talk to some of the people that are more bullish on NVIDIA and actually understand the space. The question is going to be, when does the market catch up to that and then end up recovering NVIDIA from where it got hit last week?
Pricing has gone up. H200s are like almost out of stock everywhere because H200 has more memory, and therefore R1 wants that chip over H100, right?
We were trying to get GPUs on a short notice this week for a demo, and it wasn't that easy. We were trying to get just like 16 or 32 H100s for a demo, and it was not very easy.
So for people who don't know, Javon's paradox is when the efficiency goes up, somehow magically, counterintuitively, the total resource consumption goes up as well.
Right, and semiconductors is, we're at 50 years of Moore's law. Every 2 years, half the cost, double the transistors, just like clockwork. And it's slowed down, obviously, but like the semiconductor industry has gone up the whole time, right? It's been wavy, right? There's obviously cycles and stuff, and I don't expect AI to be any different, right? There's going to be ebbs and flows, but this is, in AI, it's just playing out at an insane timescale, right? It was 2x every 2 years. This is 1200x in like 3 years, right? So it's like the scale of improvement that is like hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah, I was confused because to me, NVIDIA stock on that should have gone up, but maybe it went down because there's kind of suspicion of foul play on the side of China or something like this. But if you just look purely at the actual principles at play here, like it's obvious, yeah, the Javon's
more
paradox.
progress that AI makes, or the higher the derivative of AI progress is, especially, you should, because NVIDIA's in the best place. The higher the derivative is, the sooner the market's going to be bigger and expanding, and NVIDIA's the only one that does everything reliably right now.
Because it's not like an NVIDIA competitor arose. It's another company that's using NVIDIA.
Who historically has been a large NVIDIA customer.
Yeah.
Let's see. Tiny says, yo, did I miss anything? Just got back. Yo, the 15-minute has a higher high. So we broke the bearish structure on the 15-minute. And now we have a bullish structure on the 15-minute, as you can see right here. And we have green super guppy, so we're going to go break above 28 cents. And then look, right there's 30 cents. And we're just going to go ahead and literally go back into a bullish structure. And we could easily go back into the 40 cents area. So this is a great slingshot. This is a great slingshot momentum to just break to the upside. So this is beautiful. We have a higher high. That is brilliant. Like I said, we broke the bearish structure. Now we're in a bullish structure. So let's go. Let's go, child. Let's go. Hell yeah. So ain't no worries. We got this. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good. And there's your total recap. Hope y'all doing good. Legit.
They know, and then they change their minds. I mean, literally, NVIDIA was at 113 this morning. The tariff thing, it doesn't happen with Mexico. Now NVIDIA's at 117. So the volatility of narratives, Pouncer's about to go back to freaking 82 right now, 81.91. The volatility of these narratives are more present than ever. And I think...
Let's see, Tiny says, claps the boomerang. Yo, facts, literally, we're about to boomerang to the upside. So let's go. W for the win. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Those are not slowing down anytime soon. We got some Fed speak right here. Fed Collins, the Fed would try to look through one-time price level increases. Okay, so the Fed's talking a little bit more about tariffs. Broad-based tariffs would push up prices across production levels, which is probably fair. I mean, that's pretty logical. And it looks like the Fed is just making the argument that we know tariffs are going to be potentially more inflationary. Did you see the Dan Ives interview by Josh Brown? Yes, I saw Dan Ives interview by Josh Brown yesterday. That was great. Good stuff by Dan Ives. Pretty much the same stuff he's been talking about for a long time. So, pretty much made his case that inflation is not or not inflation, that NVIDIA, this whole DeepSeek thing is not going to be a reason why inflation goes away, or why NVIDIA goes away, and that it is one of the best buy the dip opportunities if you believe in long-term CapEx. We have Collins on CNBC right now. Let's listen to a little bit about what they're saying on tariffs, and then we'll keep going from there.
And so being sure to assess the implications related to goods going across the borders. But there are many different dimensions, and there's second round effects as well, which make it particularly hard to really assess what the amounts would be. And one would expect with a permanent tariff, and we don't know what the time frame would be, that would cause a rise in a price level. That's a short-term impact on inflation, unless there are additional impacts that, if expectations remained well anchored, you'd expect the Federal Reserve would try to look through. But of course,
Palantir back above 82, folks. 82.08. Palantir almost going completely green on the day. S&P 500 also very close to going green on the day as well.
there are many factors going on from that perspective. So I'll just say quickly that the underlying trends in inflation in the economy really matter a lot for how how I think about policy going forward.
Let me come back to those underlying trends, because I think they're critical in terms of understanding how you think about the economy and policy. But before that, I just want to ask you, if there's an effect on the inflation side, are you also thinking about an effect on the growth side?
So certainly broad-based large tariffs can have an effect on both. There are many different pieces. So on the growth side, if you have an increase in intermediate goods for the firms that are impacted, that is likely to impact their production. There also can be a demand side effect. So to the extent that tariffs have an impact on real incomes, that can reduce demand for goods and services. But at the same time, increases in the prices of imported goods can cause demand to rise on the domestic goods that are very substitutable. So there's a range of different factors on.
Essentially, she's saying, look, tariffs can be bad in a variety of different ways. There's also ways they can be productive, but the net impact would be a bit more inflation. Again, so far, tariffs are not in effect. They have been signed. They have not been implemented. For Mexico, they're now delayed by a month. And for Canada, based on this meeting he has with Trudeau at 3 p.m., they will probably, in my opinion, get delayed again if Canada says something that Trump likes. I mean, if all Trump wanted was 10,000 guards at the border from Mexico, I mean, you could argue that's pretty reasonable for Mexico to do, and you could also argue that the threat of tariffs was enough for Mexico to agree.
Let's see. Glitter and Marshmallow says, daydreaming at work, how many M's we've endured this weekend is followed by the W's. That double dreams are great when they come true. Your facts. Facts. Them W's are going to be glorious when they come. So it's all good. Ain't no worries. Hope you're doing good, Glitter and Marshmallows. Hell yeah. Legit. Yo, legit. Look at that. DogeCoin back over the 20 EMA on the 1 minute. Let's go. 26.92 pushing to the upside. Bitcoin moving back up as well. This is good. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Their stock aggressively. I think the last time they bought back was 1 million shares at $22. So they really haven't used a ton of their buybacks because the stock's up there, right? It's expensive. I don't know if they want to buy it at $80. However, if we get a note today that Palantir bought back 1 million shares at $60, $70, that's basically Palantir telling the market we think we're undervalued at $60 or $70. Because if they thought, the stock was going to fall from those levels, they would keep that money inside of the 3-month bonds and just generate some net interest income to guarantee profitability. Instead, most of their income, 33% of their net income, is still income from T-bonds or T-bills. So if they actually buy back their stock, it's relatively bullish. And that's Palantir saying, yeah, at $60, even if you guys think it's expensive, we think we're undervalued here and we think we can go higher. What about dividends? Palantir will not be issuing a dividend. You don't really need a dividend when your stock goes up 300% in a year. When you're the best performing stock of the S&P 500, you probably shouldn't have a dividend because that means you're giving money to shareholders that you could be investing back into growth. So For anyone who cares about Palantir getting a dividend, I don't think you're going to get that. I don't think you should want to see a dividend. Something is going very wrong if they're issuing a dividend. But buybacks, because they have the ability to do it, I don't think people would hate it. I just don't know if Palantir thinks this price is the best price they want to get to when buying back their stock. Amit, do you think these trade wars are going to cause another 2018 crash? Well, like, no. And the reason I'm saying no is because of the deal we just got from Mexico. I mean, 2018 was a bit different. It was the U.S. going head-to-head with China, and you know, we haven't had any negotiations with China, so maybe the China piece of this is going to get bad, even though Trump doesn't want to have an aggressive tariff cycle on China. At least that's what he said a couple days ago. But it's hard to imagine we have a tariff trade war collapse like we did in 2018 in terms of the markets, when within 3 hours of it being announced in the morning, you have a meeting, and then Mexico decides to capitulate and no more tariffs. So, I mean, I don't know, bro. It's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard to see this thing turn into a full-blown war unless we actually have sustained tariffs. S&P 500 right here, almost at 6,000. Look at that. Look at that. What a recovery, dude. What a recovery. Lakeside, now that you're on the NVIDIA train, at what target will you ring the bell? Thank you for that, Lakeside. I appreciate it. I think it'll take a couple bucks to get NVIDIA stock price up before we ring the bell. But in general, dude, we just want to see NVIDIA get a little bit more of a recovery. I mean, if NVIDIA can break back into the 125s, I think that would be really, really exciting. And it was there on Friday, dude. NVIDIA was 128 at 3 o'clock on Friday. And then it fell to 119 after the tariffs got announced. So I think there's a world where we can get back to 125 soon. Rexy Roller, thank you for the 25 Canadian dollars to cover the counter tariffs from your Canadian friends. I appreciate it. Thank you for the Canadian dollars. And thank you for the super chat as well. Yeah, Palantir just went green. S&P 500.
Let's see. Caster12 says, yo, what's good? Thanks. What up, what up? Hope you're doing good. Just so you know, the 15-minute has now have a bullish structure. We made a higher high. So it looks like we're going to go back up to 30 cents and then push back up higher. So this is good. This is very good. Let's see. Caster12's a crazy couple of weeks we have. Yo, agreed. So this looks like this is the slingshot for us to move it back up. Let's see. Caster12, hope you're doing good though. Yo, I hope you're doing good too. Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. Let's see. Glitter Marshmallow says, to get the fentanyl to stop entering the country, I think it was a scare and Mexico folded. Let's see what happens. It'll be great to find out what happens. All right, hope y'all doing good. All right, legit.
Do another stock. But hopefully over the week. Where is that stock, by the way? Nebis, NBIS, down about 1%. I'll get Couch and we'll try to do a preview soon. Bay Ray said he has no meetings. Dude, I actually did have a bunch of meetings, bro. Dude, I had like a ton of shit. Like Saturday was just, I even though I woke up at 2 p.m. on Saturday and I got some sleep, the rest of Saturday was just meeting after meeting. 70, 100. Wow, I'm seeing a lot of hundreds, bro. I'm seeing a lot of hundreds. I'm seeing a decent amount of 70s also. Probably 60-40 here. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. This will be the fun. This will be the fun for today. This is the fun of earnings, to see how this ends up playing out. Yeah, NVIDIA invested $700 million into Nebis. That's another reason people are interested in that one as well. Correct. That's another reason people are interested. No, meetings did not equal a girlfriend. It was actual stuff, bro. I'm working on stuff. I got a bunch of stuff to figure out going into California. I had to rearrange my flight because I'm going to California early. So I had to like call United, all this. I just had a bunch of things to do over the weekend. And that's why I couldn't look up Nebis, but we will be looking at that soon. I did not get a manicure over the weekend, but I need one before I go to California. So your boy will make sure he gets a manicure. Going to California, dude. California. Everyone cares about how you look, style, right? All that stuff. So gotta make sure we look good in California. All right, let's finish up that DeepSeek clip. I'm gonna bring it back to speed 1 versus 1.25, so it's gonna be normal speed here. But let's finish up what he has to say about NVIDIA, and then we'll keep going.
What's the scale of smuggling that's feasible for a nation state to do for companies? Is it possible to?
I think there's a few angles of smuggling here, right? One is ByteDance arguably is the largest smuggler of GPUs for China, right? China's not supposed to have GPUs. ByteDance has like over 500,000 GPUs. Why? Because they're all rented from companies around the world. They rent from Oracle, they rent from Google, they rent from all these and a bunch of smaller cloud companies too, right? All the neo clouds, right, of the world. They rent so many GPUs. They also buy a bunch, right? And they do this for mostly like what Meta does, right? Serving TikTok, right? Serving next best, right? Same as Meta, right? To be clear, that's today the use, right? And it's a valid use, right? Hack the dopamine circuit, right? Now that's theoretically now very much restricted with the AI diffusion rules, which happened in the last week of the Biden admin, and Trump admin looks like they're going to keep them, which limits like allies, even like Singapore, which Singapore is like 20% of NVIDIA's 30% of NVIDIA's revenue. But Singapore's had a moratorium on not building data centers for like 15 years because they don't have enough power. So where are they going? I mean, I'm not claiming they're all going to China, right? But a portion are, many are going to Malaysia, including Microsoft and Oracle have big data centers in Malaysia. Like, they're going all over Southeast Asia, probably India as well, right? Like there's stuff routing, but like the diffusion rules are very de facto. Like you can only buy this many GPUs from this country, and you can only rent a cluster this large to companies that are Chinese, right? Like they're very explicit on trying to stop smuggling, right? And a big chunk of it was, hey, let's random company buys 16 servers, ships them to China, right? There's actually I saw a photo from someone in the semiconductor industry who leads like a team for like networking chips that competes with NVIDIA, and he sent a photo of a guy checking into a first-class United flight from San Francisco to Shanghai or Shenzhen with a super micro box that was this big, which can only contain GPUs, right? And he was booking first class, because think about it, $3 to $5K for your first class ticket, server cost, $240,000 in the US, $250,000, you sell it for $300,000 in China. Wait, you just got a free first class ticket and a lot more money. So it's like, and that's like small scale smuggling. Most of the large scale smuggling is like companies in Singapore and Malaysia, like routing them around or renting GPUs completely legally.
I want to jump in. How much is the scale? I think there's been some number, like some people that are higher level economics understanding say that like, as you go from 1 billion of smuggling to 10 billion, it's like you're hiding certain levels of economic activity. And that's the most reasonable thing to me, is that there's going to be some level where it's so obvious that it's easier to find this economic activity. And
yeah, so my belief is that last year roughly so NVIDIA made 1 million H20s, which are legally allowed to be shipped to China, which we talked about is better for reasoning, right? Inference, at least. Not training, but reasoning, inference, and inference generally. Then they also had, a couple 100,000, we think like 200 to 300,000 GPUs were routed to China from, Singapore, Malaysia, US, wherever. Companies spawn up, buy 16 GPUs, 64 GPUs, whatever it is, route it. And Huawei is known for having spun up a massive network of like companies to get the materials they need after they were banned in like 2018. So it's not like otherworldly. But I agree, right? Nathan's point is like, hey, you can't smuggle $10 billion of GPUs. And then the third sort of source, which is just now banned, and which wasn't considered smuggling, but is China is renting, like, I believe from our research, right, Oracle's biggest GPU customer is ByteDance, right? And for Google, I think it's their second biggest customer, right? And so like, and you go down the list of clouds, and especially these smaller cloud companies that aren't like the hyperscalers, right? Think beyond CoreWeave and Lambda, even there's a whole there's 60 different new cloud companies serving NVIDIA GPUs. I think ByteDance is renting a lot of these, right? All over, right? And so these companies are renting GPUs to Chinese companies, and that was completely legal up until the diffusion rules, which happened just a few weeks ago. And even now you can rent GPU clusters that are less than 2,000 GPUs, or you can buy GPUs and ship them wherever you want if they're less than 1,500 GPUs, right? So it's like there are still like some ways to smuggle, but yeah, it's not, as the numbers grow, right? 100 some.
Yo, let's go Dogecoin 2726. This is good. 2726 Dogecoin. We're about to be at 27 cents. This is great. Let's go. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Bitcoin, $98,931. Let's go. We're about to be back at 99,000 Bitcoin. Let's go. Hope y'all doing good. All right, legit.
The stocks in the market right now, I think the street's expecting like 60, 70%. If we actually get a doubling of revenue again, this is going to be one of the easiest dips to buy ever.
To the world, it's going to be really hard for China to keep up with these rules, right? Yes, there will always be smuggling, and DeepSeek level models of GPT-4 level models, O1 level models capable to train on what China can get, even the next tier above that. But if we speed run a couple more, jumps, right, to billion-dollar models, $10 billion models, then it becomes, hey, there is a compute disadvantage for China for training models and
And if that compute disadvantage means that American companies get the benefit of that, they're going to be spending as much money as possible on NVIDIA. And the other thing people don't think about, American companies have the ability to generate the capital from VCs to pay NVIDIA. Like, American VCs have hundreds of billions of dollars. If they see an opportunity, they'd obviously be willing to fund it. The question is just if those opportunities are present. And if they are present, like XAI, which raised $6 billion, a lot of that money went to NVIDIA. OpenAI has raised tens of billions of dollars. A lot of that money went to NVIDIA. A lot of these startups are paying GCP, Amazon, Azure for AI workloads. Those companies have to keep buying more from NVIDIA to supply the cloud demands from their startup clients. I mean, there's a very integrated network of making this thing become real. And if he's right about Javon's paradox, I don't think this slows down. Palantir's at 82.30. There are 21,000 shares away from 83. 21,000 shares away from 83. If we can get to a little bit more volume, we should be able to see 83 today. Google right here is at 203. Celsius is at 24. Snapchat's at 11. Hood 5140. Grabs at 450. And S&P is at 597. Bitcoin back to 99, trying to make its way to 100,000. NVIDIA will smash earnings and everything. We'll get back to where it's supposed to be. NVIDIA's Q4 numbers are going to be epic. I do think NVIDIA's Q4 numbers are going to be good. And the other reason I think it's going to be good is because outside of DeepSeek, NVIDIA's numbers are already booked, right? Like, they ended their quarter December 31st. Like, their numbers are their numbers, and analysts have been relatively bullish about Q4. So most of the analysts kind of expect NVIDIA to put up about 40 billion in revenue. It's not like DeepSeek changed that. DeepSeek would have had to been so unbelievably monumental that all these mega caps decide.
I'll see. Glitter Marshmallow says, have you on my headset now back to the grind? I go be amazing my DT soldiers because you appreciate it. Enjoy your work. Have a good one. Shout out to you, Glitter Marshmallows. Glitter Marshmallows. Yo, legit. Hell yeah.
Projecting NVIDIA's going to do $9 billion of revenue in Q4 just off Blackwell, which would be insane, bro, just off one chip. So there is a world in which Q4 ends up being very, very exciting for NVIDIA. Where is it right now? Are we holding 117? We are not. 116.3. So at least it's above 113, but we are below 117. So the street's not fully giving it a recovery right here. So 15.50, Amazon 237, and then Palantir basically green 82.43 on the day. Psych Pilot, thank you for the gifted 10 memberships. Appreciate you, brother. Psych Pilot, for those that don't know, he is very, very early Palantir. He was watching the channel when we were like under 1,000 subscribers, and he's been here for a long time. I appreciate you, brother. Looking forward to earnings today. I know you'll be there and you'll be watching. Thank you for the gifted 10 memberships. Earnings, baby. Earnings today. It is going to be exciting to see. For those that missed it, Bank of America, again, raised their price target on Palantir to $90 this morning. And essentially, they think Palantir has a moat that can't be disrupted, even if the growth is not NVIDIA type of growth. And that moat eventually will create a lot more growth, which is why Palantir is going to get this momentum. It is kind of crazy, dude, to see some of these analysts come out and say, yeah, we don't see, like, NVIDIA, for NVIDIA to do what it did over the past couple of years, it had to start growing revenues at, I think the highest level they grew at was 282% year over year. Palantir is not anywhere close to that, but still the multiple is incredibly more expensive than NVIDIA because a lot of the analysts are starting to believe, either they're drinking the Kool-Aid or they're believing deeply in this idea that the LLM is not as important as the ontology, and Palantir is the best operational use case for the ontology, which I think a lot of us knew to be true a couple years ago. And even if we didn't know it exactly to be true in that sentiment, we knew that there was something special there. Now the analysts have caught on. And the fact that they're increasing the price target, like not even just holding it at 75.80, they're like, no, it's going even higher. Even if the growth is not really matching those expectations, they are still feeling there is something deeper to Palantir than what mainstream analysts would be expecting, like a Jefferies, like a Citibank, like a Rishi from RBC, etc. So it's not every analyst that's super bullish on Palantir, but Bank of America, Dan Ives, I mean, they are starting to see something much more deeper here. Palantir just below 82. Also, Morgan Stanley came out with a $60 price target. Morningstar came out with a $79 price target. I mean, either they're chasing the price and everyone's going to be humbled, or legit, there is something special here and it's going to be hard to take it down. It could be volatile, but it's going to be hard to really take it down. And I know it's kind of crazy because a lot of the bears are just like, dude, the stock's overvalued. It's expensive. You guys can't keep saying there's all these fairy tale reasons for why the stock should be trading here. It deserves to come down. And look, the bears can make that argument. The problem is, if Palantir can continue to grow and accelerate the adoption of their software inside of the enterprise and then make that into the bull case, even with an extended multiple, A, the multiple is not going to be as extended. B, a lot more people are going to buy into the story that have a lot more money than you and I, that have hundreds of millions of dollars, not hundreds of thousands, and they're going to be putting their money into a name that they think can actually live up to it, even at an expensive valuation. And so even if the bears are right that the valuation is insane and it's up there, it's like, I get it. I'm not denying it. It's just, it doesn't have to go back down to $30 or $40 like they're expecting. Which isn't that the classic bear problem, right? Like, oh, Tesla has to fall 80%, Nvidia has to fall 70%. Like a lot of times it comes into, I'm not going to buy until it has a dramatic decline. It's like, well, these stocks don't have to have those declines, even if you think they need to. And if they don't, then then maybe these things can stay expensive for longer and eventually grow into that expensiveness. AMD is tomorrow. AMD is tomorrow. Google is tomorrow. AMD is tomorrow and Google is tomorrow. There's a couple other important companies tomorrow. AMD, Google. We have Chipotle. That's going to be super important. We have Chipotle tomorrow. And then we have Snapchat and Enphase. So Snapchat, Enphase, Chipotle, AMD, and Google. We'll be covering all of that live in the market close tomorrow. But Google is going to be the big one that we're going to be taking a look at. Okay, let's see what else we've got going on. Still some more tariff discussion here. We talked about Fed Collins. President basically said that tariffs would be inflationary. We know about that. The Mexico thing was a big headline today as well. It's Chipotle, guys. I don't know why you guys are saying Chipotle. It's Chipotle, bro. Have you guys been saying Chipotle wrong your whole life? It's Chipotle. The hell is Chipotle? The fuck is that? That's not a thing. That's not a thing. It's Chipotle. I hate to break it to you, but it's not Chipotle. What is Chipotle? What is that? It's Chipotle. Amit, do you think AMD is going to miss or beat? I have no idea about AMD. I know a lot of you guys care about this one. I'm going to be a innocent bystander seeing what's happening. I would imagine AMD beats because sentiment is so bad and AMD gaps up, but I have no clue. I have literally no clue about AMD. Legit zero clue about AMD. Amit, you can't be serious. No, I am serious. What is Chipotle? That's not a thing, bro. It's spelled P-T-L-E. There's no L-A-Y in Chipotle. So I don't know what the heck you guys are talking about. Like, I usually agree when you guys correct me on pronunciation, but I'm not agreeing with this. I'm not gonna be like Mexico and capitulate that quickly, bro. It's Chipotle. It's freaking Chipotle. I don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you.
Lower, with nearly every sector firmly in the red right now. Tech, industrials, banking, all down more than 2%. President Trump discussing tariffs this weekend, saying that the EU is not behind, quote, calling, not far behind, that is, calling the trade deficit with
Just here at Post 9 this morning, Goldman Sachs chief U.S. equity strategist, who has a pretty nice list of some 40-odd names who you argue have broad tariff exposure. We named some earlier today.
Yeah, Carl, this is a big question.
This is Goldman Sachs on Trump's tariffs.
Comes as a surprise. I think a lot of the portfolio managers with whom we engage were anticipating this threat of tariffs would end up being a cudgel and for negotiations. But we did an analysis to try and understand what the potential impact might be if the tariffs were to be sustained. And the impact basically has an impact on earnings and also on valuation. And so the earnings impact, as you indicated, probably would reduce our earnings estimates by in the range of 2 to 3% relative to our baseline. And then when we think about the valuation of the U.S. equity market, there's a impact on higher equity risk premia uncertainty, and that lowers the valuation. So the impact in aggregate between earnings and valuation would be approximately 5%. Again, that's a scenario based on the current information we have, and obviously that's a fluid situation.
Could it be offset by tax cuts?
Well, anything's possible. Tax cuts depends on how that nature of that takes place. That may not happen until later in the year. Maybe that's a 2026 story. So there's a lot of moving parts. But when we isolated the issue on tariffs, particularly, that was the impact.
So does it alter your playbook at all? Do you move your targets? What do you do?
I think one of the things that was most interesting, Carl, we just came back in the last 2 weeks. We were in Asia and we were in Europe. We met with portfolio managers in Hong Kong and Singapore and London and Tokyo, across the spectrum. And one of the things that was surprising to us and all my colleagues in the macro research area is people are more optimistic today regarding the U.S. equity market than they have been in the last decade. Even though the stock market, as you know, is up 20% annually in the last couple of years, people are more optimistic. And it has to do with this view of American exceptionalism. And what is the source of that exceptionalism is the reinvestment rate. So, Carl, if you think a couple of numbers in mind, the rest of the world, around 26% of the cash flow of companies is reinvested in their business. In the United States, it's 42%. And specifically with respect to the Magnificent Seven, it's 56%. So the idea of
I didn't know that. So 42% of American companies take their cash flows and invest it back into their building, their growth for their companies. And for the Max 7, it's 56%. So 56 cents out of every dollar goes back into investing to build their companies.
A much higher reinvestment rate is the source of this exceptionalism and why investors around the world are so optimistic about the U.S. equity market.
When you look at the hit on earnings that you just spelled out, what, 5%?
Yep.
On earnings?
About 2 to 3%, Sarah, with respect to earnings, maybe 2 to 3% impact on valuation.
Where is that coming from? Is that higher costs for companies? Is it demand destruction?
Well, when we run through the model, the different inputs that we have, it's a sort of a combination of both. Inflation is one aspect that tends to have a sort of negative impact. And then the idea of potentially less revenues if prices go up and the consumer buys less. And it could be on the margin squeeze to the extent that companies choose not to either cannot or choose not to pass that through to the
I'm just asking because last time around during inflation, they passed it on to the consumer and the consumer absorbed it pretty well. And it actually wasn't that bad for earnings.
Well, we'll see what happens in terms of the scenario. When we run through the models, it would suggest that that's a diminution, partly because you have less GDP growth in the model of thinking about economic activity. The idea of higher tariffs would be reduction in economic activity, roughly maybe 0.5% on GDP, and that would suggest there's less revenue and also margins will be lower.
But then maybe the Fed cuts. And maybe that's good for multiples.
There's a whole variety of scenarios that one could envision in terms of the second order implications.
Have you factored in the strong dollar and what that's going to do for earnings?
Well, that is an expectation we had as a baseline anyway, that the dollar would strengthen. It has been strengthening, and we would expect it to strengthen during the balance of 2025.
But it's also hard to predict at this point. Things could just get better very quickly in terms of putting off any real trade war, or they could deteriorate markedly. I mean, are you expecting more volatility?
No, it's an excellent point in terms of the idea of a lot of scenarios could happen in terms of timing, in terms of implementation. Europe could be there as well.
Yeah, Europe could be next.
But the idea of the volatility and the opportunity set there is that, yes, we would expect volatility to go higher, and uncertainty. That's the source.
See, now it doesn't even feel like Europe's going to get the tariffs. If Mexico got out of it, and Canada's probably going to get out of it today, I mean, I don't think Trump's going to put it on the EU either. Bike Pimp, thank you for the 50 pounds. I got it right this time, not euros, pounds. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. As always, looking forward to your Palantir earnings coverage later in mid, and who knows, maybe catch you for your UK visit later in the year. Palantir, let's effing go. Thank you, Bike Pimp, for being here. I will be in the UK in the summer, so definitely we'll have to make sure we do something in the UK to get everybody there. There's a lot of you guys in the UK, dude. I did not know there was so many of you, but I'm figuring out every day more and more of you are in the UK. So we're going to try to do something special in the UK, hopefully in July or August. So thank you for the $50 super chat. And yes, earnings will be today. and we'll be covering it starting at 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. Pouncer right here, 82.45, slightly going green. NVIDIA going back to 117, Celsius at 24, Google at 203, but Pouncer really holding nicely on a day like this with all this volatility. 82.40. It doesn't look like it wants to go red. Obviously, the results on earnings will determine everything, but this price action is not bearish. I mean, usually when a stock pumps before earnings, it tends to dip, and that's happened with Pouncer many times. But for the past 3 quarters, Pouncer went up before earnings, and they actually continued to go up after earnings. So maybe the trend follows through the same later today as well. Does the market go green if Canada, US makes a deal? Yes. I think after hours, the market shoots up like another 1% if we make a deal. I really do think so. And I like it. The more I see this Mexico negotiation, the more I think Trump's BSing about actually putting tariffs. He wants to get a deal done, and he's just trying to be aggressive with it. But I think Trudeau and him come to an agreement. 60.54 on Tempest. That's up 5.3%. So if you've been in Tempest ever since Nancy bought 2 weeks ago, you've done very well on this one as well. I know you guys are still arguing about how to say Chipotle. You guys can keep arguing. I don't need to definitively justify what I believe, but it's okay. We have a difference of opinion here. Your opinion is wrong. My opinion is right. It's okay. If you want to be lazy and call it Chipotle, then that's fine. If you want to actually understand the root, the etymology of the word, see, a lot of you guys probably didn't do any research on the etymology of the word. There's an actual linguistic explanation for Chipotle, but none of you guys want to do that research. If you don't want to do that research, that's okay. You can keep saying it the wrong way. But when you do your research, you find out that it's not Chipotle. It's just not Chipotle. 108.8 on the dollar. 108.8 on the dollar. Yeah, the 10-year is headed back up. I don't know why. Kind of weird, because the 10-year was going to like to 4.46 this morning after the Mexico thing was announced. A little bit of weird of a rebound, but we are getting a rebound here. When a bit uses irony, he uses his serious face. That's not true. I'm not being ironic. I'm just being truthful. You guys gonna catch me saying Chipotle one day and be like, so Amit, what happened to that other pronunciation? Soundhound's green 3%, Hoodie 51.57, Google 203, Pouncer 82.40, and then Hims 39.57. There you go. Risk on means the 10-year goes up. Well, that's actually, yeah, that's a good point. Risk on means the 10-year goes up a little bit more. Now we just need to be able to balance risk on assets with inflation coming down, which would get the 10-year to come down as well. By the way, Steve just texted me. He bought NVIDIA at 114.97. 114.97. I bought it at 113.75. Where's NVIDIA? 116.90. All right, let's see what happens with NVIDIA today. Let's see if it can hold out towards the end of the day. I mean, if we get a Canada resolution, I think NVIDIA gaps up back to like 118, 119. Because the only reason it's down from these levels is because of the tariff thing as well. So maybe that ends up happening. I can't call Steve. He's in a meeting right now. He just texted me that he's in a meeting. Let me see if he actually picks up. He texted, he was like 20 minutes ago. Maybe he's done with the meeting. Let's see. If not, then we'll end the stream there. We'll see if he can pick up. Oh, Steve, you're not in a meeting.
It's at 12 o'clock. They haven't got here yet.
Oh, perfect. So we have 15 minutes.
Are you live or not?
I am live on the market open with everybody.
Oh, okay.
So you bought NVIDIA, huh?
Yeah, and looks like great minds think alike because you bought it too. You just got it at a better price than me.
I got it at a slightly better price than you.
Slightly better price. You're a good role model.
Dude, have you kept up with the Mexico thing this morning?
No, all I know is that they're caving like we all said they were going to, and that's going to be Canada. So, all good.
Yeah, so apparently 10,000 guards going to, or 10,000 soldiers going to the border. Tariffs delayed by a month. Trudeau and Trump are meeting at 3 p.m. I mean, maybe we don't get into a trade war.
Right?
What do you say?
He doesn't want a trade war.
I agree. I don't think anyone wants a trade war.
No.
Nobody wants a trade war.
What would you say the odds are on Trump and Trudeau coming to a resolution tonight? I think it's kind of like 70-30 that we find
I think it's probably 90-10 because Trudeau doesn't have any bargaining power.
Yeah.
When you think about it, what are they going to do, withhold maple syrup?
Okay, the Canadians are probably upset that we keep making this maple syrup joke every day. Like at some point, they're gonna get upset at this. But
I got news for everybody. I get my maple syrup from Vermont.
Well,
I'm just saying though, they really don't have a lot of grounds to negotiate here. So, and what he is asking for is not crazy. So I think a deal gets done. Look, this is a guy who wants to make a deal. I said this to you last week, he gauges his performance on the stock market. He is not going to do anything to destroy or jeopardize that, especially with how much the market moved under Biden-Harris. He wants bigger returns.
I agree. And the fact that Mexico caved this quickly also meant that the U.S. probably was like just willing to get any concession when 10,000 soldiers is enough. Like if Trump wanted 10,000 soldiers and that was it to put an end to this, I mean, for Mexico, you take that deal every day.
Every day, all day.
Every day, all day. Correct.
So here's the real question. How shook are you for 430?
For 430? Oh, for Pounder?
Yep.
Dude, I'm actually very relaxed going into this earnings.
You sound relaxed.
Yeah, because if it dips, like I think max pain is 60 and I buy that dip any day of the week. And if it doesn't dip, okay, then we continue chugging along, you know? So it's not that scary. It's really not. It's
okay.
Oh, you'll love this piece of news. Bank of America has upgraded Pouncer to $90 today.
Get out of here. Don't even start with that.
I'm not kidding. This morning, 75 to 90 upgrade.
What is, and this is not some little firm, like that's crazy talk.
Is it crazy?
Yeah,
or
it's crazy talk.
Is it crazy or was retail just always right? Was retail just always right on this name?
The valuation could be crazy and retail was always right. Both can happen.
Yeah, but
Palantir could have went to freaking 30 or 40 and retail was always right.
But when I mean retail was right, I mean retail was right for trusting Palantir at $6. And now retail continuously is getting rewarded because the street found out what we found out. And even at this valuation, they don't care because they want to get part of the story. And that's what I mean, right?
Look, Palantir was not a hard call considering this was a company with $3 to $4 billion in cash and no debt. Okay, they were losing money. But guess what? They were able to sustain the losses and their free cash flow was growing. I mean, it wasn't a hard story. You don't really get situations like that often.
Yeah, but Palantir, obviously, the 10x, I think, is what makes it a crazy story from the lows.
Yes, that makes it a crazy story, yes.
Let me read you the sentence that Bank of America wrote. She said, "We are raising our price target from 75 to 95 or to 75 to 90 on a widening moat. The recent DeepSeek news marked a differentiation between commodities and value-adding players in AI." Do you think that's a reasonable justification to upgrade them?
I think it's a reasonable justification for them to say that Karp was never wrong, and this is a great situation because this is going to end up being a big software play, and Palantir is going to be one of the biggest software providers in this space. There's nothing wrong with that. The valuation doesn't make sense. Because in all seriousness, I'm not joking at this point. At what point is too much too much?
Never.
I was afraid you were going to say that.
Look, I get it, bro. I get it. I'm the first one to say that it's expensive. But at this point, I don't know. If it goes up today and gaps up to 90, that means big money doesn't care. They don't give a shit. They just want more Palantir. They don't care about the numbers. And like at some point, you hold on, right? You don't have to buy it at 90, but you just sit back and you watch it play out.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing on that aspect. I get it. It's just at some point you're paying so much for their earnings that at what point does the valuation become crazy? I mean,
I would argue that we're there, but maybe we're not. Look, I told you before, this is either going to 60 or 105 or 110. Like, there's no middle ground here. This isn't going to be flat tomorrow.
No, I think there's a world where it's flat, Steve.
Okay.
Because everyone's expecting a volatile move, and you're probably right. It probably will be volatile, but there is a world where it's just like, all right, 2% down.
Yeah, there is a world, but that world don't exist.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we're going to see Meta, by the way, back to 700 here right now.
Oh, really? Shocker.
Dude, it looks like this tariff war dip lasted for like 5 hours.
Same thing with the Japanese yen trade. Same thing with whatever it was, DeepSeek or whatever it is last week. They're all buying opportunities. If you're a long-term investor, they're buying opportunities.
Yeah. You're still S&P 7000, correct?
To me, nothing's changed. Volatility in a couple of weeks, especially we're in the first week of February. We haven't even got through half of Q1 yet. Nothing's changed. Until there's a reason for me to start doubting things, I have no reason to change my outlook.
Let me give you 2 headlines from Meta. So there was 2 internal memos that got leaked. Number 1, Meta plans to have 6 AI-powered wearable devices in 2025. So that's one headline. Number 2, Meta CTO said 2025 is a make or break year for the metaverse, basically implying they're not going to keep spending on it if it doesn't work this year.
Well, their CFO can say whatever they want. If Zuckerberg wants to play video games in the metaverse, he's going to play video games in the metaverse.
Yeah, I just like that they are going for the wearables market and they are not letting Apple continue to try to innovate there. And then maybe the metaverse becomes a thing, maybe it doesn't. I think the metaverse is dead, but maybe it's not going to be dead.
Oh, listen, it's certainly not doing well at the moment. I think we can all say that. But that doesn't mean that there isn't something there in the future. So, I mean, I'm not worried about it. Don't forget, they didn't tap the debt markets. They spent pure profit on building it. So, once again, it's a nothing burger.
All right, last question for you, Steve, and then I'm going to end the stream here as well.
I'm looking at my thing, and everybody's checking in downstairs.
Okay. Last question.
This is the last question.
How do you say Chipotle?
How do I say what?
Chipotle.
I don't even know what that means.
Do you say it the intellectually lazy way, like Chipotle, or do you say it Chipotle?
Well, have I ever eaten? I don't even know if I've ever eaten there, so I don't even say it.
But if you had to pick, which one sounds better, Chipotle or Chipotle?
I don't think it matters.
No, but if you had to pick, just make a pick, Chipotle or Chipotle, please. The chat is begging. Which one?
I mean, I don't know.
Just pick one, Chipotle or Chipotle. Which one sounds better?
Chipotle's definitely funnier.
There we go, baby. All right, that's all we needed. All right, have a good meeting. Talk to you later.
Yeah, well.
Dude, I should have texted him before, and I should have been like, dude, just say Chipotle, just say Chipotle. But I didn't even need to, because that's when you have a best friend, they can come through. They can freaking come through, baby. I should have texted him right before and been like, yo, just agree with me on this one. There you go, bro. It's called a truth.
Let's see. Damien R says, "Is the bottom, right?" Yeah, that's what it feels like. Also, the 15-minute is bullish. The 15-minute has a bullish structure. We have a higher high, and if we break above the 200 EMA, we can go to 28 cents and back to 30 cents and beyond. So this looks like the slingshot that we needed. You know how you pull a slingshot and then you finally let it go? This is literally what we needed, basically. Because since we fell off the table back here, you know, we tried to break out of the 20 EMA. We couldn't. We tried to break. We couldn't. We couldn't. We had to come down, and then we finally are going to break up. So this is good. This is good. And it looks very bullish right now. And we got green super guppy, so it looks like that was the bottom. And we, like I said, we have a higher high, so we broke the bearish structure. Now we have a bullish structure on the 15-minute. So yeah, it looks like we're about to go back to 30 cents. All right, so hope y'all doing good. Let's see. Let's see. Damien says 2 billion liquidated from the market. This is good. Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see. There was a lot of liquidation hitting at 95k BTC. Yeah, let's see. So let's see. This is good. This is good. So we're gonna move back up. Great momentum to move back up about 30 cents. So hope y'all doing good though. Legit. Hell yeah.
Since the stock got to 80, it's been a constant 3 years of covering this company's journey. And it's been one of the greatest blessings of my life. It's been very, very humbling to be a source that people actually trust to get news about a company that I think could be one of the most important companies in the world, and that, quite frankly, already is one of the most important companies in the world. And today is just going to be another step in their journey to continue to prove their ability to sustain and grow into, again, being one of the most important companies in the world. So very, very exciting stuff. We'll be live at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 3:30 to 4, we'll have 30 minutes of a preview. I'll have a bunch of people with me on stream. Arnie will be there, Amir, Couch Investor, Matt Money, Vince. And then at 4 p.m., we'll get the numbers. At 5 p.m., we'll listen to the call. And then we'll keep going from there. All right, that's it. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you guys. I'll be back at 3:30 for Palantir Q4 2024 earnings. Thank you, everybody. See you guys later throughout the day. Bye, everyone. Have a good one.
All right, we're still here no matter what. 1 second, everybody. Let's see if anybody else is saying anything. I hope y'all doing good though. Hell yeah.
On the regulatory side for crypto for the rest of the week. But just an interesting thing to keep an eye out on as we have all these trade war talks going on, all these things. And, you know, Trump came out fighting hot and heavy. This is unusual. Wales. A reporter asked Trump, what does Canada and Mexico need to do for you to lift the tariffs? Here is Trump's response.
Need to do for you to lift the tariffs? What are specifically you want? That have to balance out their trade, number one. That we've got to stop people from pouring into our country, and we've stopped it. They haven't stopped it. We've stopped it. They have to stop people from pouring in, and we have to stop fentanyl, and that includes China.
So the fentanyl. So like everyone's like, oh my gosh, my bags are falling a little bit because Trump's shutting down the border and demanding Mexico and Canada do the same. And he's willing to fight with extreme violence on the trade side to make that happen. Actually is something that makes me pretty damn happy, because fentanyl is something that my family has to pick up the remnants of. My family's in crime scene investigation and police work, and it's killing a ton of people, and it has been for quite a while. It's a pretty terrifying thing for me to think about as a dad, my kids growing up in an environment where fentanyl is accidentally put into different drugs and things like that, or it's just accessible in general, right?
Yeah.
Fentanyl is killing our youth right now, and even people that are a little bit weaker or susceptible to hard drugs. So honestly, if this is what it takes to mass macroeconomic turmoil to make them shut down the border, so be it. I want my kids to live You know what I mean? I don't want them to have to grow up in a society that is filled with drugs that will literally kill you.
The results are in on the Prime Minister's radical liberalization of hard drugs. He teamed up with the BC NDP to decriminalize fentanyl, crack, and heroin. He lowered jail sentences for mass producers of deadly fentanyl. And 80% of the fentanyl made in Canada is done so using ingredients that are not even regulated, but come right into our country where they're cooked into that poison, now threatening our trade relationship with the U.S. Will he reverse his radical liberal drug agenda to save lives and jobs?
He's not there to do the work of delivering based on science, based on compassion, based on a public health approach on dealing with the toxic drug epidemic. He is instead continuing to try to score cheap political points on the backs of the most vulnerable. That's not serious. That's not responsible.
What is not responsible is allowing 80% of the chemicals used in fentanyl manufacturing to come in unregulated and legally. What is not responsible is decriminalizing crack, heroin, and fentanyl. And then after you see that it leads to a massive increase in deaths, then 2 weeks ago, he, the Bloc, and the NDP all voted in favor of a committee report to decriminalize fentanyl right across the country at a time when Canadians are dying and our border could be closed. Will the Prime Minister confirm that he has reversed himself and now opposes decriminalization of fentanyl?
Damn, man. Pierre Poilievre. This guy is awesome. He's based. Awesome guy. And he's talking about, decriminalizing the raw materials that's utilized for it that come from China. And then having lax border policies, it's really setting up a situation for disaster. And honestly, the folks on terrorist watch lists being caught at the Canadian border, more than double the amount of terrorists on watch lists that are being caught on the Mexico border. So they're preferring that avenue of entry into the United States. We're entering into this geopolitical chaos. Trump, he just posted. Things are not going to get any easier on the war side with Trump. He was, there was no war really going on, and he was able to kind of keep Iran's head low and stop the murder of, or the violence of our military when he was in power.
Yeah.
This is what he just posted right before we went live. Unclassified airstrikes on ISIS in Somalia. Okay, so Trump is just, here you go. Here's what happens. Boom. And this is interesting to see because it's right after the attack happened, this information and the video became public. He wants the people that oppose the United States to see this. He wants them to understand that last time it was a picture slid over your desk of your home. This time it's just the missile. So there is that. It's, it's going to be a very, very volatile time. And I was arguing with this guy on a Twitter show this morning. He's like, the Bitcoin Reserve Act is never going to happen. They're just pandering, and CBDC is inevitable. Just give in. Here's what, again, I think is going to happen is, we're not going to be actively buying Bitcoin in 2025. More than likely, we're setting up the parameters to be able to do so within the Treasury. And I won't be surprised to see some extreme up and down in Bitcoin over the next, say, year. Is that your contract address?
That's my ETH contact address.
What is going on?
It because what's his name? Psycho Crypto told me to drop my MetaMask wallet. There's nothing in it. I'm scrubbing it, motherfucker.
Where's your drift at? Should we look at drift?
Oh God, it's like 68 cents right now.
Maybe I buy it.
I should buy it.
Should I buy Isaac's pain? 1 in chat if yes, 2 in chat if no.
I would like to buy my own pain too, because I wouldn't mind having some little extra dry powder.
Oh, it's at 77 cents. You're gonna be great.
Oh no, I'm still, incredibly up for my 25 cents. Shout out to all the people who got in that 25 cents.
Yeah. Man, I'm glad I sold this.
All right.
I am such an asshole when it comes to this.
I'm down
Unreal.
bad.
Yeah, it's kind of the top end of this channel. So, hammer time. Damn it. Yeah, this kind of looks like hammer time for me on Drift. You're going to be fine.
Oh, no, I'm going to be great. I'm so great.
Drift is one of the products on Solana. It's Drift, Orca, Jupiter, and Radium. Those are the kind of the DEX locations on Solana I think are going to rip.
Indeed.
So, One of the four I think are going to look pretty good. Obviously, Canada's Prime Minister Trudeau announced the 25% retaliatory tariffs on $155 billion worth of American goods. Let's have a listen. Let's have a listen to Mr. Trudeau here.
Tonight, I am announcing Canada will be responding to the U.S. trade action with 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods. This will include immediate tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods as of Tuesday, followed by further tariffs on $125 billion worth of American products in 21 days' time.
Is it just me, or do those people next to him look kind of terrified?
They look very sad and depressed. Especially the guy on the right's like, what the hell am I doing with my life right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's getting hot, man. It's getting hot. And, you know, I mean, like Canada, there's a bunch of different types of oils that they produce, right? But the main one that they have, like, people want to be like, no, they don't just make shitty crude oil that they can't refine. They make a bunch of specific types of oils. But guess what? The vast majority of it is unrefined oil, and we are the ones with the refineries, right? So this is the thing that people don't really get when they're talking about this trade conflict and where it's going to go. Canadians themselves are pretty worried about the trade war, and at large, America is still the world's main consumer of goods in general, right? Like our society is built of consumers, and you know, Canada, it's had its own difficulties, the Canadian dollar falling off of the face of the planet. We might look at the Canadian dollar here in a minute too. You know what? While I'm on the subject, let's see if we can pull it up here. I think it's CA. Let's go to Forex. Let's see if I can get, what's the ticker for it? I think it's CA USD.
Believe so.
Here, Canada. No, let's give me the tether. Give me, what's the ticker in the chat? Give me the ticker. I want to look at the Canadian dollar because I know that thing's getting its ass kicked right. Because what's happening is the dollar's buying power is going up. Trump's cutting down the adversaries on the other side of the table in terms of these trade deals. And then he'll fix it, come to a resolution, and then the markets are going to skyrocket. And I am the king. I did it. Look at me. I'm so perfect. So wonderful. I just fixed everything for you. This is the art of the deal. This is Trump's literal playbook. It's just how it happens. You cut them down at the knees, then you come back at CAD. All right, let's go here. CAD. Canadian dollars futures. Let's see what we're looking at. What the hell is it? What the hell is it? Canadian dollar. Why in the world is this not pulling up? USD. Here we go. Oh my God. Okay. So as you can see, things are getting a little weird for the Canadian dollar. This is the 4-hour chart, so it is trying to take a rebound here, fill the gap. But that on the announcement of these tariffs, let's see here, that's a near 3% fall on a fiat currency, right? So it affects them in a pretty big way. There's no denying that. Also, this coming up, China is preparing trade talks with Trump after the new tariff shock. 2 weeks into his second term, Trump imposed fresh tariffs, 25% on Mexico and Canada, and 10% on China, forcing Beijing to respond. China is now preparing to negotiate a trade agreement with the U.S., offering increased purchases of American goods, investments in the U.S. sectors like EV batteries, and a pledge to curb yuan devaluation. Beijing also aims to reduce fentanyl precursor exports as Trump threatens tariffs as high as 60%. And I will say it again. I will absolutely cheer on economic destruction across the world to stop fentanyl and the death of our kids here in the United States. If that's what it takes, if they really want to go nuclear with it to make sure that our kids stay safe, so be it, right? That's just me. Other people without kids that don't have this type of worry, maybe they're more concerned. I'm not. Like, literally, the money that I make is for my kids, and it terrifies the shit out of me thinking that they have to go to a high school, and I have to wonder if there's going to be fentanyl in those drugs, right? That's what scares the shit out of me. Mexican President Sheinbaum this morning has said that the tariffs from the United States are now delayed for a month after a discussion with President Trump this morning, and it does look like she's taken action. She has agreed to deploy 10,000 Mexican troops to fortify the border against drug trafficking. U.S. President Donald Trump has paused the tariffs for 1 month in response. So love seeing this. Sack Nasty, you sign. His fentanyl prices are going to skyrocket.
Hey, you.
You are banned. Oh
Yep.
my god.
Yep, that just happened.
Oh god. Now, also tariffs are probably coming to the EU. So here's reporters asking about the EU. Are they safe from Trump's tariff onslaught? Let's have a listen.
Well, you're asking me a question because I'm sure you didn't hear. Am I going to impose tariffs on the European Union? Do you want the truthful answer, or should I give you a political answer? Absolutely.
Jesus, look at how fucking. This is a man that's on a warpath, bro. Like, the look in his eyes. Like, last presidency was like the tamed version of Trump, if that's possible to believe. Nasty stepmom comes in, worth it. Holy God. He's unstoppable, decentralized.
You are banned!
Ultimate power, man. Ultimate power.
Where did it go? I had something else to do here. Oh, yeah.
What's that?
are banned!
Oh, you got
Get
more.
Get on my chat, Big Tip
Okay,
Shark. With
all
your
right.
cocaine.
Yeah. Wow, man, it's just going down today. Elon Musk is also on a war path within the United States government. Elon Musk says that he supports ending all property tax on United States citizens. Holy cow. This is insane to see. Now, if they take away property taxes, talk about external revenue service, tariffs, being able to make that a possibility.
Wow, could you imagine no property tax for all Americans? Yo, that's so big for homeowners and people that are rent. That's good. That's good. Elon is trying to make no property tax for all Americans. Because right now it's a big thing. People are paying property tax. They don't have to pay it anymore. That is going to be really good. Wow. That'll be amazing if that happens. Let's see what happens. Hell yeah.
Various things like an old lady will have their house paid off, and then all of a sudden the government comes and takes their home away because property taxes have risen. They're out of the workforce. They can't afford it. Yeah. The raises, they take the houses away. It's just so insane. Also, USAID, a criminal organization, time for it to die, according to Elon Musk. Senior officials at USAID put on leave after physically trying to stop Doge from accessing agency system. There is a literal genius autist within the United States government that has a crack team of technological surveyors and data diggers that are getting all of the information within the U.S. Government. And two USAID officials, John Voorhees and his deputy, were put on leave Saturday night after refusing to allow the Department of Government Efficiency members to access these systems. Doge members threatened to physically call the police after being refused entry. They were trying to access the security and personnel files. Federal officials are concerned that Trump is trying to fold USAID into a U.S. State Department in an effort to cut government corruption and bloat. USAID employs approximately 10,000 people, excluding contractors, with 2/3 of them overseas. 60 USAID members were already put on leave last week after trying to circumvent President Trump's executive order in stopping foreign aid. They are literally trying to disobey the commander-in-chief, a dark agency that think that they're unstoppable, that think that Elon Musk, the ultimate autist of the world, will not find them, will not find the data files that they've been... Elon Musk is doing a hostile takeover.
100%.
On the back, like Trump is on the front end dealing with all these, trade relationships and all this stuff on like kind of the macro, getting ready to set up peace agreements with Russia and China. And Elon Musk is in the servers, like just gutting things. Like, this is absolutely crazy. This is treason. USAID is committing treason, and it'll all be found. I do have confidence Elon Musk is going to bring this darkness to light. And Milo, by closing USAID, Trump and Musk have toppled the most gigantic global terror organization in history.
Jeez.
Very, very bullish to see. And something within this. How much money has gone to Ukraine has now been a piece of discussion. For the most corrupt countries in Europe, like Ukraine, the United States has given us $177 billion, Zelensky says, but we received only $75 billion. Now, I am of the opinion that this $170 billion, that is the current talking point of how much money we've given to the Ukraine, actually probably comes over $500 billion. They have hidden the amount of money that's coming, and we can already see that the Ukrainian government, or Zelensky, is only showing receipts for 75 billion of it. Where'd the other money go?
Throw in 800 billion, if you're wondering.
I mean, I wouldn't be, if it goes to $1 trillion, I'm saying 500 billion to $1 trillion is what we've actually given Ukraine.
That's pretty accurate.
But it doesn't go to Ukraine. It gets captured by NGOs, backdoor organizations. Then they flip it and kind of create the flywheel to go raise more money. It's just such an insane situation. So we're going to take a moment to just really soak this in.
And when the mouth-breathing ASVAB waivers at the finance office forget to pay your bill, your personal credit score is forever affected.
So sorry.
And when the mouth-breathing ASVAB waivers at the finance office forget to pay your bill, your personal credit score is forever affected.
So sorry.
Dude, I can't stop with this.
Dude, these guys are like the funniest animators out there, dude.
You gotta
100%.
if you guys are lip dinner enjoyers, stiff lip supplements. I'm not sponsored by this company at all, but they make the finest quality content. I need to try the product. It is absolutely worth a follow there. Now, just a side note, we got to get into all the altcoins, but there is a American citizen in Pakistan now demanding $100,000 from their government, claiming she wants to rebuild the country. You can't make this up. Here she is, basically demanding to all these Pakistani men that they need to pay her and put $20,000 in her pocket this week. And this is where the world's going, right? So I won't be surprised if she doesn't make it back to the United States. They play different games out. Here is the terrifying stuff for altcoins, though. Okay? So, here is the Bitcoin dominance chart. And here's what's changed. Here's 2 cycles previous. We had the 260 or 245 days from the halving, then boom. 245 days from the halving, boom. Here, 245 days from the halving, oh my God, something is different. Bitcoin dominance has spiked to 64% over the week. This is something we've never seen. And honestly, it is quite terrifying to me to think about. Here is the others chart we were looking at earlier last week. And that sell-off brought us basically to this channel. This is where I think we're going to be able to hold in terms of the others chart.
Yeah.
But don't be surprised if we keep chunking all the way back down to there, you guys. This is getting hairy. 05 Brumfield, thank you for joining OG status to the show. Very much appreciate you. Now, we already highlighted the 37% haircut that Ethereum has received, but the ETH to Bitcoin pairing hit its lowest level since December of 2020 this weekend, folks. This was something I posted on Twitter over the weekend. Absolutely scary chart. Lots of dilution, lots of interesting things have happened that have changed it. Obviously, the liquidation levels going nuts. We already covered that. But here also, Pumped Up Fund launched in April 2024, exactly when the alt run deviated from past cycles. In the peach is 2017, where altcoins really had a great time. There's not much competition. Things were good. 2021, a little bit more competition, but no Pumped Up Fund. And still pretty damn good. Now, here is our current situation in the black line. Pumped Up Fund launched April of 2024, and things have kind of gone downhill since then. So a lot of people argue, is Pumped Up Fund good or bad for crypto? I honestly think it is horrible for people to get introduced to crypto through meme coins. I think it is a death sentence for the, hope of, a lot of people are like, oh, they're going to go in there and buy crypto on a Pumped Up Fund, and then they'll get rucked. And then a few years later, they'll want to go buy Bitcoin instead, right? I think this is a net negative for crypto to see 10 to 30,000 coins being created over a night's time frame. Sure, it created some deflationary action for Solana, but honestly, if the gateway drug to crypto is a equivalent of fentanyl, you're going to end up with a lot of dead trade. Okay. Yeah, it's just it's absolutely crazy. And Nick has been cracking me up about it. We were talking about it on the show this morning, but top 200 altcoins are really where we should be playing in. Actual developers, a vibrant Discord, a product, people you can meet at conferences, and merch. And they also have armies, marines, gangs,
Or
right?
cult members.
Cult members, right? Pump.fun, you have Jeets, bots, racism, endless loss, penile reduction, and 24/7 semen consumption.
And fake suicide attempts.
It's just such a different world. And our regular altcoins are going to have their time in the sun. Link, FUD spreading like wildfire after last night's sell-off. So what are his thoughts? This is Mika. Price swept to the recent low and tapped high time frame support levels, giving us a look at completed correction from the $30 high. This supports the idea of price completing the second 1 to 2 on the macro. Nothing has changed. Price pushing above $100 in the coming months remains a primary expectation for him. And honestly, $100 to $200 still remains the general target. If things go extra great for Chainlink, I could see us, breaching that $200 target. But at large, I'm looking for like $100 to $150 billion market cap on Chainlink still. Still remains the gas token of the entire ecosystem. Did you see Beyonce won the Grammy for Best Country Album of the Year?
Indeed, I did.
Have you ever heard her music?
No, yeah, I have, but I don't purposely try to put myself in a position to listen to her shit music.
So have you ever? I know you've probably heard her kind of I guess you call soul R&B.
Sure.
Catalog. Have you ever heard her country? I've never heard her country music.
No, I listen to heavy metal and grunge music, Drew.
I mean, I'm a country music enjoyer. Seeing Beyonce win a Grammy for country music while you have so many people that it just feels like a DEI hire for country music winner for me.
It is.
And I'll probably get a lot of hate for this, but honestly, bro, she's not a country music singer, and I've heard like a snippet of it. It was garbage. Here's the average chart pattern for your gun enthusiasts. You start low with a Glock basic bitch. You go up to the Gucci gun very quick, thinking that you're John Wick. You fall back down into the SIG Valley of Despair, and then slowly work your way on up through the SIGs and the Walters and all that stuff. Go to the little hammer driven, and then you end up at the plateau of sustainability, which is indeed the Glock 19. Now, Drew, you mentioned owning gold. Do you believe gold is a necessary point or part of the freedom tech stack? Can you please break this down for us? I would say gold is a great long-term asset to hold. Really, when we look at the market breaking down, Berkshire Hathaway sitting on a record amount of cash, and this crypto market being as volatile as it is, I would say that allocating and having a portion of my value in gold is really a pretty smart thing to do. Now, I prefer to be in Bitcoin, guns, vehicles, real estate, and then gold. But that's just the general stack that I'm looking to hold into 2026 and 2027. I do think that there is some major macroeconomic pain coming in those time framing years. So with that being said, yes, I do think that gold is a very, very wise thing to be holding once I am out of the market and kind of getting things a little bit more calmed down. Now, I will highlight some things that, in the portfolio looked pretty decent, and I did consolidate down. We're going to be opening up a specific trading group, I believe, on Telegram here in the next few weeks, where I'm going to give my exact positions on, but I consolidated down to Ondo, Aerodrome in a pretty big way before the crash, because I just saw the nastiness and I didn't like being so spread out amongst like 20 different projects. I consolidated into that realm, and other things that are performing well. I will give a highlight. This is probably a pretty damn good moment for Morpho entry points. We did see Morpho finally lose that sticky $3 spot it had built itself up into, and I know that Morpho is going to be a very, very good performing asset in the market of 2025. This is the chosen spot for Coinbase borrowing against your Bitcoin, and Morpho has been chosen to do so. So seeing it break down to essentially where or near where it came out at leads me to say that this is a great moment of opportunity on Morpho. Other one that performed extremely well is Plume, with its partnership with Ondo, the real world asset sector. DZ said something that makes a lot of sense to me. It's probably under the radar of the Wintermute market makers that didn't know to destroy it because it's a brand new project. But Plume held up really, really well. So you got to give a shout out to that. And other crypto projects, let's just look at the biggest winners and losers here. So Fartcoin up 39%, bouncing hard, 43%. Holy God. Hyperliquid, it's going to pump and then probably rug. That's what I could say about Hyperliquid. So profits, important to take on Hyperliquid, you know. I don't know, man. I know AI agents are going to have their moments. It's just the RWA thing seems to be catching a little bit more of the spotlight here. And then everything else is down. So
when that pump happens, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm gone.
And people are saying VVV is up after I got out. Let's see. I got out at $6. It's at 4.
Also, sorry, chat. Our connection got wrecked. We should be good now. We're green, but we got wrecked. Probably like about a mech. But hopefully we can be fine. All right, hope y'all doing good. Remember, we're having issues in the area. So hopefully, yeah, we're buffering. Sorry, we're buffering. I know we're at 0 bytes right now. Yeah, I apologize right now. We're getting wrecked. Okay. It's trying to come back. It's trying to recover. So please bear with us. Bear with us, all right? We'll see what happens. Hope y'all doing good, chat. All right, legit. All right, we're green again. So hopefully they resolved everything. You know what I'm saying? Hope y'all doing good. All right, so we're green again. So if you need to refresh, and you should be fine. All right. I hope y'all doing good. All right, legit.
Some of the best traders in the
I'm excited about it, man. And our place in there, like obviously I'll give my trade calls, but me and you, we're going to be giving all the DeFi llama, sleuthing so that people don't get too overly bullish on something that doesn't make any sense to be bullish on, right?
Exactly.
If there's no TVL, but the price is up. Right.
Move into something that has the TVL lower than the price.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. So
way around, my bad.
Yeah, my bags, yes, I hold Chainlink at 60-70% of them. I didn't go to 0. Thank God I didn't get liquidated. I probably lost like 30 or 40% on the portfolio just this weekend. What happened? Another one? Oh, Sack Nasty got
Sack
banned
Nasty again, bro. You got two
Oh
in
my
one
God.
day. Okay, that's all you need to. That's all you need to know.
It's been heavy, hot and heavy, but I love and appreciate y'all. Stay based. This was a good buying opportunity, but don't just go backing up the truck. We might see some more volatility through the rest of the week. Things are getting very, very volatile. So with that being said, stay focused. This is a time to stack. I love and appreciate every single one of you out there watching. Share the show. Help me clean up all the stupid scam bots after the show's done. And I will see you tomorrow with some more information.
All right, let's see if anybody else saying anything. 1 second, everybody. All right, legit.
It sucks a lot of liquidity out where, back in the day, all these people that are messing around on Pump Fund would kind of just be like stuck buying the stuff that traditional crypto people are going to start buying, right? And I do think we're going to get to a point where there's going to be like traditional crypto people and then like the new age crypto people, right? Because like we're seeing this cycle be, somewhat different than last cycle, especially with the alt season. But we'll see what happens. Again, like if we're basing it off the movement of Bitcoin, it's not really until we see Bitcoin doesn't have any alarming structure being broken. I know, Ethereum's getting absolutely hammered, but You know, I do still think, right, it would be absolutely insane, not impossible, but it would be absolutely insane to me to see this bull market end without Ethereum making a new all-time high. I think that is extremely unlikely, and I know the gas fees are high. I know all the transactions are happening on Solana. This is obviously a fact, right? But I do think eventually we will see that money rotate. I could be wrong, but it would just be crazy, right? Like, to see Ethereum not make new all-time highs would be insane. Doesn't mean we can't get freak-outs, scares to the downside, but at the end of the day, all said and done, in an actual bear market, it would be crazy to see Ethereum, like the second biggest coin ever, not make new all-time highs. Would be absolutely insane, especially with the ETFs and everything. Yeah, shout out to Golden Child said the younger kids trading all the shite coins are killing my alt portfolios. Yeah, but I do think it's a rotation of capital, right? Like, but I will say this too, guys. I said this on Friday. Again, not saying that the top is in, right? I'm not, you know, and to be honest with you guys, like, I'm probably never going to be the guy that's going to be like, the top is in, guys, 100%, right? We might say, hey, is the top in? Let's analyze this and try to make an educated guess. Absolutely. Obviously, I base all my information and all my content off facts, right? And information on the actual charts. I'll never come up here and be like, guys, we're going to 200K because I'm just mega bullish because crypto's the future, right? Like, that's all well and good, but unless we have a reason to go up there, I'm not going to call for it, right? So you'll probably never see me sit up here like, that was the top, guys, wrap it up, right? Because that's not how trading works. Nobody can time the top. If someone's out there telling you this is the top, I'm telling you guys it's 100%. These people are lying to you. Nobody knows. Literally nobody knows. You know, a lot of people think this is the bottom, right? This is the end of crypto, right? But what happens? We wake up the next day and everybody's bullish again, right? And what are we looking at? We're looking at, well, hey, if we break 96,000, we're probably going to see a huge flush to the downside, and then maybe we bounce off the value area low, right? Like, so we have actual plans, right? We have actual if this then that statements to have to make sound predictions in the market, not just call for zero when it's dumping and call for $1 million when it's pumping, right? It's not how you make money in this market. So, but I will say this: the president of the United States making a meme coin. I will tell you this: this will be the if $109,000 is the top, guys. Somehow, and we just see this cycle, like no real alt season for the utility coins or whatever. If something like that does happen, I will say this in hindsight: meme coins going crazy, and especially the president of the United States making a meme coin, especially like all the Haktula stuff, like all that stuff is very, very, very toppy feeling. But it doesn't mean it has to be the top of the bull market. It could just be like a macro top. But I will say, like, if we do drop down into a full bear market, and again, that's not, 87K is not a full bear market for me. A lot of people are going to think it's all over at that point. Maybe altcoins are in a full bear market at that point. But, it's... you'd think like, hey, president had meme coins. We had Haktua rug pulling. Kind of seems like, and I'll be honest, I did get a lot of text messages. Frankie said it. No, I'm not saying the top is in, guys. I'm not saying it's not in either, right? Like, again, I'm just not trying to make that prediction, right? For me, I do have a personal bias that we will continue up at some point, but I'm also open to more downside too. We jumped down to 87K. Like, I'm still going to be looking for more upside. But we're going to capitalize on those drops to the downside too. So it really doesn't matter to me, guys. I'll be honest. Like, the emotion of this market has completely been like just eaten out of me, right? Like, it's we dump and I'm like, oh, cool. Like, a lot of times we're in shorts in the premium Discord or we're in longs when it pumps. But for my spot bags, guys, I am chilling, right? Like, especially like my alts, right? Like, even my alts that are down, like, I don't even look at my portfolio. This is crypto, right? Like, if you have to be willing to handle these big drops, right? These big shakeouts do happen. And I know it's brutal. I know a lot of people, especially on that drop to the downside, even for XRP, right? Like, if you bought XRP, I know a lot of people probably bought up here, right? Like, you get a 40% drop in not a lot of time. But look at this. Then you get another 50% rip back to the upside, right? This is just volatility. This is how crypto works. I've been in this market for a long, long, long time. So it's kind of just shaking out of me. My alt bags, like, I don't think I'm holding really any alts, maybe other than COQ that would just go to zero and never return. I feel comfortable holding my alt bags, even if I have to hold them for an extra year or whatever it is. I have my long-term spot bags, and other than that, I am just trading this thing on the moves up and down, capitalizing on the volatility. Like, this is what we need to trade. We need volatility. We need those big price movements. Even when things go sideways, we have a ton of opportunity to make money if you could trade the way we do, especially with the volume profiles, with the 80% chance of seeing those ranges fill when we get those value area highs or value area lows hit. Absolutely insane. Let's see. That's the same with me. After 3 cycles, I'm like desensitized to the drops, like 50%, and you're just numb. Yeah, and the other thing is too, if you're getting really emotional over these pumps and dumps, And I say this all the time because I talk to people in my personal life all the time, and they text me like when Bitcoin, they buy Bitcoin and then it drops 10% or whatever it is, and they're like, oh my God, I lost all my money. And I'm like, if you're freaking out like that over this volatility, you're probably investing way more than you should be, right? You're probably overexposed to the market. You should not have I was talking to someone specifically, and they were like freaking out because they bought I think it was XRP. They bought XRP after the first big rip to the upside, and they were enduring this drop to the downside, and they were freaking out. They were like, I don't know what to do. I bought it and all it's doing is going down. Should I sell it? And I'm like, if you're freaking out like this, you probably invested too much. And they were like, oh yeah, I put way too much in. And I'm like, you have to manage that, right? If I have to hold my alt bags for another 4 years, right? It's going to be okay for me, right? Because I have a plan with my investments, right? I'm not investing my whole life savings. I'm not investing money that I'm not willing to lose, right? Technically, if everything went to zero, now granted, I don't think this is going to be the case, and I wouldn't prefer this situation, right? I would obviously lose a ton of money, but if everything went to zero, right? I'm not going to my life is not going to change, right? In my future, I'd have to replan some things in my future, but it's not. You have to make sure that you're not investing more than you're willing to lose, because not only is this dangerous for your financial situation, your financial health in your life, but it is also very dangerous when it comes to how you're going to manage those investments, right? If you invest too much, what happens? And I'm pretty sure this is actually what that person did. They buy up here because they see the massive pump, and they're like, this is doing really well. I'm going to buy this. And they don't realize that they're buying the top. No matter how many times I tell them, please don't buy the top, please don't buy the top. They usually do it anyway, which is fine. You have to make your own mistakes. Then you get the pullback, and you've invested too much, and you're freaking out. So what are you going to do? You're going to be more likely to cut your losses here because you're scared to lose all your money. And then what happens? You get another push to the upside, and then you wind up buying the pump again with less money that you had because you lost a bunch of money on this drop. And then you get a drop like this, and then you sell again. And it's usually at this point that people this is usually where people are just like, screw this. I sold the bottom and then it ripped again. I'm out. I'm never doing this again, right? But it doesn't have to be like that. You just have to plan, right? If you invested, like I usually say, put a little bit in here, and then it might drop down. Especially when someone asks me, should I buy right now? And it's very close to what I think is a local top. I'll be like, listen, you could buy here and it could keep going, right? So I don't want to tell you not to buy because I could be wrong, right? Everybody wants that yes or no answer. They're just like, just tell me if it's going up or going down. And just to show this or make this public, right? Or I want to be explicit about this. Nobody or no thing will ever know if it's just going to go up or down. And obviously, we make pretty fire calls on this channel very often. But it's always an if this, then that statement, and nothing is ever 100%. There is never going to be a YouTuber or anybody that you could just say, is it going up or down? And they're just going to say it's going up, and then you can buy and make a bunch of money. It's not that simple. But what I tell people is like, listen, man, in my opinion, I think this is probably close to topping out before cooling off a little bit, right? So I tell them, me personally, I would never buy this top. I would wait for a pullback. But if you really want to buy, there's no saying that it can't continue up from here. So I don't want to, then you tell them not to buy and it keeps ripping, and they're like, what the heck, man? You said it wasn't going to go up. And it's like, I don't know, man. Nobody knows. The best traders in the world aren't going to guarantee that a move is going to happen, right? That's not our job as analysts. It's not our job as traders to know exactly what price is going to do. It's about finding an edge with a statistical probability in our favor, and then managing the risk in case it goes against us, because we all know it can, right? So what I say is, for me, if I had to buy in here, what I would do is I would put a small amount of capital in. That way, if it rips, I'm exposed. But if it dips, I can buy the dip. And then I can buy the dip, right? And I can dollar cost average in as it's cooling off or pulling back. And then you could build in your position and then get a pullback to the upside, and you could enjoy those gains. But instead, people will get FOMO. All those emotions come in. You have to fight those emotions. They just buy the top, and then they sell the bottom. And then they buy the top, they sell the bottom, they buy the top, they sell the bottom. And then that's why most people lose money in crypto. And you don't want to be that person. You got to take a deep breath, understand it's a volatile market, and XRP is going to $589, guys, so it doesn't even matter. I'm just kidding. Don't clip that, guys. I'm just kidding. Maybe $5.28 soon, but definitely not $589. At least, I don't think in this cycle. But anyway, guys, with all that being said, I think that's all the time I got for today's live stream. I got to get ready.
All right, legit. We're still here. Hope y'all doing good. Let's see if anybody else saying anything. All right, legit.
30% or 25% approximately. That requires literally the market cap of XRP is what, over 100 billion? So that literally probably required over $1 billion of capital on a market buy order. So there was money, smart money sitting there waiting to buy while retail was giving up and selling everything. There was massive amounts of money entering the space, smart money, right? I don't think a billionaire or someone market buying $1 billion is someone, some retail participant, right? There's no way that I don't think it was just a bunch of people market buying at the same time, because I think we would have seen it across all exchanges, right? So a large entity came along and bought a massive amount of XRP essentially. And I think that will probably look similar if you go through charts for other coins. I'm sure there was discrepancies amongst other ones. So yeah, I think this was a big moment. And the other interesting thing is, if you go back to last year,
yeah. Like Link also had that big spike on Coinbase, but not on Binance.
Yeah, I would look at I didn't really dive too much into it. I really only I looked at with the XRP chart. Someone in my Patreon actually pointed it out. But if you go back to last year, after the Bitcoin ETF launched, Bitcoin bottomed 12 days after. So despite the Bitcoin ETF being super bullish news, now that Wall Street can now enter and buy, Bitcoin went down, right? Retail was selling their Bitcoin to the ETF buyers, because at that point the ETF, the ETF, there was no people holding the ETF because it just launched literally. So there wasn't like people holding the ETF. It wasn't people dumping the ETF because people hadn't bought the ETF yet. So it was retail selling to the ETF buyers, and it lasted for 12 days. And interestingly enough, since Gensler got tossed on January 20th, yesterday was 12 days. So once again, despite the SEC changes being a bullish catalyst, we saw retail once again sell off into it, while we have examples of large money coming in and buying up the coins and stuff. So it was definitely an interesting night. A lot of candles are back in the green. So despite that, we had the huge wick down, huge recovery back up. So definitely an interesting moment for crypto last night.
Absolutely. I definitely agree with that. What are you seeing, Kev?
Like Stewie and a few others, I was just going through other Coinbase charts, also had that on the Coinbase. Oh wait, sorry. Let me go to.
So you had American buyers then, and this wasn't any sort of short
so
squeeze.
that wick right there.
Yeah. And this wasn't any sort of, and this wasn't like a short squeeze, because you can't short on Coinbase. So it wasn't short squeeze. It wasn't a leverage. There's no leverage on Coinbase. This was a market buy for all these, maybe American coins, maybe like Kevin had said, or just coins in general. I'd have to go through all the charts, but there was definitely smart money buying, like scooping this up while retail was just running for the door.
It's interesting because the XRP market buy wick happened 2 or 3 15-minute periods earlier than some of the other ones. So that means that there was somebody with a lot of money just sitting there, literally just market buying a bunch of coins within a very short period of time.
Yeah,
and that would have required like XRP's market cap is currently 150 billion. So to move the price up 25%, that has to be like a $500 billion order, you would think.
But even beyond that, right before we went live, we saw this from AIXBT. World Liberty Finance also bought 86,000 Ethereum in the last 7 hours, $421 million worth of ETH. It's a pretty big sort of line in the sand.
Wait! 86,000 Ethereum in the past 24 hours?
Past 7 hours.
Yeah, it's a massive buy.
That's actually pretty crazy. Sorry,
that's a big buy.
I should have made this disclaimer earlier. I've been really sick the past couple of days. Like I was in bed for like a day straight or more, so my mind is a bit jumbled. Just making that disclaimer.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So what else are you looking at, Kev?
Wait, why did their holdings? Oh wait, their holdings in U.S. dollars went down, of course. Wait, so they now have 78,000 Ethereum. World Liberty Financial, and they added how much was it?
It says World Liberty Finance accumulated 86,000 ETH in the past 7 hours.
That's like an insane amount. They were only buying like 10 or 20 million at a time. That's a huge buy. Like that's not
86,000. Wait, hold on. 86,000 Ethereum?
Yeah.
Like, wait, that means they've doubled their holdings in terms of Ethereum?
So I wonder if this is a typo. I wonder if they accumulated and they got to 86,000, because it says here the total holdings now 421 million. But that would be massive. Let's look.
I mean, maybe they did. It hasn't updated on this website yet. They might have.
Yeah.
Wait, 65% allocation. Well, no. If they doubled their Ethereum holding, it would have put the allocation far higher than that.
Well, it's I guess because yesterday it shows here World Liberty casually holds 206 worth of Ethereum, and now with this that new tweet from they hold 421, so that would be a double.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, because in ETH, I mean, it's not like ETH dropped to $2,100.
Go back to the chart or the page that had their holdings, World Liberty Finance, if you can. The one that Kevin had pulled up, I believe, maybe.
Well, yeah, I don't think it's been updated.
But is it the total amount of their entire wallet, or? Yeah, it probably hasn't been updated yet. Huh.
Yeah. So what do you make at this stage in the cycle with this big shakeout? Is this going to prove to be a big shakeout that might act as a spring, or do we need to, because this seems like there's a lot of ping pong and back and forth with all the trade war stuff that's shaking out risk in the market, but then it's kind of good news and it comes back. Like, are we in for 2 or 3 weeks of maybe even longer throughout all of February into March with just choppiness, or could this be a potential spring that we actually rebound on pretty strongly?
Well, I mean, for Bitcoin, Bitcoin overall is doing fine, right? Bitcoin's price is currently in the middle of the range. Basically, nothing's changed since November of 2024, right? It's just hit the support again. Nothing has actually changed. For the altcoins, very different story. The total 3 did a full retrace all the way back. The others chart is just sitting in hell, just like below the March 2024 zone. And I think that, well, the recent dip in tech started off with DeepSeek, and then it got like finalized with Trump tariffs or something. It was just kind of just this multi-faceted dump or whatever you want to call it. But hold on, sorry, my brain is really jumbled right now. Again, I've been sick the past 2 days and I can't even think straight.
That's how I feel all the time.
Oh wait, so I was going to say that the Fed is very restrictive right now, and in the last cycle, the Fed was very unrestrictive at the beginning. It was 0 rates. They changed the banks didn't have to have any reserves, right? During COVID, they made it 0 reserves. And yeah, 0 rates, 0 reserves, infinite money printing. That's how we started off the last cycle. In this cycle, we're starting it off in the exact opposite fashion, right? We're starting it off with very restrictive, Fed. We have interest rates at the highest level since 2007, right? Interest rates haven't been this high since before Bitcoin even existed. So we're starting off this cycle very restrictive, and I think we're going to end on a looser, lighter note from the Fed. So in the last cycle, we had an instant boom in the market. It was really easy, even though we were all locked inside, our houses, and the markets were just going straight up. Really weird time, right? But now it's the exact opposite. Even though Bitcoin's doing well, a lot of the high risk assets are not doing well. But I think that it'll change towards the end of this year. Like slowly, the Fed will loosen up over time, and I think it's gonna be like literally the exact opposite of last cycle. Because in the last cycle, it was like 2022 or 2021 November. It was basically near the top, 69,000, like near that top. The Fed started basically saying that they were, planning to. They were sort of discussing their plans, huh?
Quantitative tightening.
Yeah.
And rate cuts too, or rate hikes.
So now it's just going to be the opposite. So I think we're going to end high risk assets will do well at the end rather than the beginning of the cycle.
So do you think that something like this still has a chance to play out, just maybe a little bit more delayed?
I think it'll be very delayed. Yeah. You know, another thing is, in the last cycle, Uniswap was brand new, DEXs were brand new, and so low caps did really well back here before the Bitcoin bull started. Did really well, zero rates, blah 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 blah. Right now, it's just everything's different. I think it was Stanley Druckenmiller mentioned how everything that caused, or everything that sort of drove the markets up over the past like 20 years or more is currently being reversed. And so I think ultimately what we're going to get is a more choppy environment in stocks and in crypto. Things will just be a little choppier, right? It's not the era of up only anymore, where it's not like straight line up, right? Because that's what it was for quite a long time. And I don't think we're going to have straight line up until, 2030, maybe, once all of this stuff settles. Once we have, there's a lot of conflict in the world, a lot of changes taking place, a lot of new innovations because of that. But I think that we're going to have a somewhat choppy, it doesn't mean you can't see growth. It just means that the market's going to be somewhat choppier, most likely until like getting closer to 2030, where you're going to have, major bull runs, huge bear markets, major downtrends, but a lot of sideways price action into 2030, I think. But again, that doesn't mean that the market's just going to be sideways. I'm talking about the stock market indexes, like the S&P. Right? Bitcoin can still see growth. Altcoins can still see growth. AI will go through a humongous boom while the S&P is going sideways over the next many years. That's kind of more what I'm getting at, right? Individual sectors can do well, but I think the major market indices will be very choppy for quite a while.
Yeah, no, I definitely see that. It's just an interesting environment, because with what's going on with the new administration, you can call it good, you can call it bad, but there's, I think, a lot of just shakeups that make it hard to look at like a historical trend and say this is going to mimic that, because we're also having not even necessarily a trade war, but confusion about what's going to happen with income tax. Is that going to be nixed? Is it going to be all tariffs? Is it going, like, everything is so bizarre right now to forecast where things are going. But I still think that, and all this also within crypto is going to be very tied to what their decision is going to be regarding stockpiles and strategic Bitcoin reserve, what the timeline is on these things, and then all the, the state Bitcoin reserves as well. So it's definitely very interesting to try and forecast what's going on.
Yeah, it's hard to point to specific things too, because like last year, for example.
Also, chat, Bitcoin just broke over $99,000. We have a higher high on Bitcoin on the 1 minute, $99,055. Dogecoin 27.15, pushing up. We're about to make a new higher high if we break above we break above 27.35, and it looks like we're about to. But Bitcoin is pushing. Let's go. We're about to push. Yeah, we're about to make a new higher high for Dogecoin. Looks like also, but we have secured a higher high for Bitcoin, $99,180 Bitcoin. Let's go. All right. Hope y'all doing good. Legit.
And I think it did take a lot of attention away from the coins that were going up. Pretty much everything was going up. If you went across the board, every chart was going up. Cardano, AVAX, Doge, everything was going up. So despite like the conditions not being perfect, not having QE, not having the rates were higher at that time, everything was still going up. But the dynamics of the crypto market participants kind of changed at that time. People started to hear the stories of people making money, millions overnight. And a lot of people began chasing the memes. It really started in February. That's when WIF, I think, took off. And that was like the first big meme coin on Solana. And then from there, it just continued and continued. So I think, in a way, some of the dynamics of the holders of crypto, had changed at that point. And a lot of people, rather than chasing or holding onto their coins or holding onto their traditional coins, were like, you know what, I want to get rich overnight. I want to buy the memes. And essentially the memes for the past year did better. But now a lot of the Solana memes, especially, have gone through a major capitulation. If you go back to that the whiff chart that you just had pulled up, I believe it went down over 80. I think, yeah, over 80%. I believe almost 80%. Some of the other ones on Solana went down 90%. I think Popcat. So a lot of the memes on Solana went through full-blown capitulation bear markets here. And maybe in a way, that's what the market has needed, right? Maybe we needed the reckoning for the memes on Solana to go through this. And now people might, maybe with the extreme dilution of all the tokens, might look toward more what they were looking at essentially prior to the memes craze starting, which was pretty much most of the coins that, the coins that everyone knows about, that were all pretty much doing well, moving up together with Bitcoin. And then it all changed, right? So I do think that could be something to look at. And to go back to what Kevin said, it is interesting because back in 2017, there was no QE that whole year. It was essentially flat, right? If you load up the Fed's balance sheet, it was essentially flat that whole year. So despite not having QE, the market did go up, but it was more toward the end, like he said. And I think at that point, I'd have to look at what happened in 2018. I believe they started QT afterwards. Yeah, we go back there. So if you go back to 2017, a little further back, it was essentially going down. It was flat, but it was going down, but then it didn't really start to go down extremely until 2018. So I would say if we get even the Fed saying that they're just going to finally end QT, I think that would definitely help the markets, but I'm not sure when that would come. I'm not sure we need QE per se. I'm sure QE would definitely help the markets, but we didn't need QE last year when everything was going up. And even for the risk assets in the stock market, a lot of the risk assets in the stock market are actually doing pretty well. A lot of them are actually going up. So this is almost just specifically to altcoins, right? So I do think that it is, there's always different reasons and things for why the markets are doing what they're doing. But to pin it on a specific one is hard, just because we have examples of last year or in 2017 where there was no QE and the market still went up rapidly. So I would say it is possible. Maybe it does need that, but it's also possible the market could just decide, and maybe the dynamics perhaps have come back here essentially after going through this kind of weird year for the past year where it was just basically memes and people chasing complete vaporware. And obviously there's a case people will say a lot of the cryptos are essentially vaporware anyway. So, but a lot of the meme stuff, the millions and millions of tokens being created every day, the dilution, I just don't see, in my opinion, how that, at least for that ecosystem, not Solana really specifically, I think Solana will still benefit from it. But I think the Trump token, all those other different memes just constantly being created, constantly new coins coming out. I just don't see how that ends well, because it's essentially just a lot of people going from one coin to the next, to the next, to the next. So there's going to be a lot of people that will be holding coins that are never going to recover. Some of those memes, right? Maybe not the top ones. Maybe we do see coins like Whiff or Popcat or whatever make a recovery at some point, but there's hundreds and thousands of coins that people have bought that are just not going anywhere. And most people are losing in the meme sector, right? The people that are chasing these memes, most people, and they probably won't admit it, or some people will, I've seen plenty of stories, but most people, I'd say it's probably 95% are just not making money. They're pretty much losing money or losing it all. A lot of these memes end up just going to zero. So it's very brutal. I just think how much can retail continue to go through this? And maybe this was finally it, right? With the memes capitulating, maybe this was finally the moment where people finally were you know what? I'm done with this. I've given up. A lot of people sold their memes clearly based on the charts. And now maybe it comes back to where it was a year ago before it all started.
Yeah, even this chart here, this is specifically Bitcoin, but on the retail investors showing the complete retail basically getting flushed out here, no interest at all. And at these points in time is very often when we get these sort of reversals in trend, whether it's a small bounce in a bear market or a major reversal like we saw back here, in May or what was this? Whenever this reversal was in 2021, boom, back up to the top. But definitely interesting where we're at right now, because I think we're all very hopeful. But even as tried and true as you can be in this market, it doesn't mean you still don't have those emotions where you're like, fuck, man, is this time different? But I'm still stacking. I'm looking at this as an opportunity, but we just may need to be more patient than we expect because it's such a bullish framework for what we're seeing in 2025. It makes it more ripe to really get people chopped out of the market, because everybody goes leverage long because you see the bullishness. You're like, it must go up, and it's like, okay, let me take your lunch money, and then after people are basically chopped out, then the market moves.
I think the fact that so many people are questioning whether this is ever going to happen or not is probably I'm not gonna say it's a good sign. Maybe they are right, but it's also like we kind of it's kind of like a reset, right? A lot of people have given up, and I think it's kind of necessary. If things were obvious, if everyone felt like everything was just going to go straight up, that's usually not, that's closer to a top, right? When you see those signs, when everyone just expects it. Like a lot of people, including myself, right? I had outlined it months ago. I thought, based on history, Q1 would be good, and maybe it ends up being good, right? There have been prior years where January was horrible. I think even last year we started off in the red, basically, with the ETF, everything dumped, and then we still end up closing with February and March good. But I think that this kind of caught a lot of people off guard. A lot of people probably did think that Q1 was just going to be straight up, and like I said, maybe it still closes in the green, but nothing should be obvious, right? So the market was throwing a curveball, and from here we'll see what happens. But I think things like this, unfortunately, are just necessary for markets. It's not supposed to be easy.
So this just popped up too as well. It's happening now. President Trump signs an executive order calling for the creation of a sovereign wealth fund. So that's interesting. What do you make of that?
Wait, what is that exactly?
I don't know what
sovereign
it is.
wealth fund?
I don't know.
What is
Yeah.
I'm like, wait,
you don't even
is
know.
that crypto?
You don't even know, and you're asking us. I'm like, bro, I don't know what that is.
Also, I was going to say this earlier. I wanted to say it, and I feel like now people would be more willing to hear me when I say this. I feel like for a while people would get angry, but aren't almost all, other than like Dogecoin or something, like all these memes are guaranteed failures in the end? Like just about all of them, like 95% or more.
No. It would be like 99.999 because there's literally millions. I would say there's going to be.
Yeah.
There's no way to say, but I think there's going to be ones that communities consolidate around. But I would say that like 99.999% of them are going to fail because there's literally millions of them, right? Actually, like hundreds of millions.
He put Dogecoin in the coins that are going to fail 99%. Boy, these people are tripping.
In the next cycle, they might have a slight pump but a lower high, and even though that would be considered good if a coin lasted that long, that it was still there in the next cycle and had a slightly lower high pump. But my thought is these memes are all guaranteed to fail. That's almost the point. It's a game of musical chairs. You're just getting into the thing that's going to pump, and then you're going to sell to get rich, right? That's the idea. It's a guaranteed failure though, for that reason. Like with stuff like, Apple stock or something, right? There's a reason why the price is going up. It just endlessly going up. It's because people are endlessly buying new iPhones, right? All the time. And, there's a lot of companies like that. People are always signing up for Netflix or whatever, But these meme coins are guaranteed failures, in my opinion. And then it's kind of a party pooper thing to say. And honestly, like right now, a lot of the meme coins are probably a good buy because they're so far down. But in my mind, I've never been a big meme coin person because that's just how I've always thought of it. Of like these, it's just guaranteed failure in the end.
I would say
you can't make money though.
Yeah, I would say the ones that recover, like let's say whichever ones recover off of this and go back to their highs, those show signs of whatever community. There's underlying buyers, but like you said, I think like 99.9, like Peanut for example, is there really? I'm not in like the depths of these memes essentially, especially the Solana ones, but I don't know if there's like a huge group of people that are buying these coins, or they're just like, you know, most of these people are disloyal to them. Like there's a few communities or a few memes that people are actually loyal to, but most of them they'll go and sell it and chase the next one, and that's essentially what has happened to most of them.
I think people are going to start getting tired of that too, because the way that it goes with these.
Chat, Bitcoin is pumping, $99,401. Let's go, Bitcoin. This is badass. Hell yeah.
Sell and they jump into the next one, and it's just like this very panicky process of where's the next one? What's the next one? In, out. And oh wait, this one, yes, like it's all just chaos. And that at some point people will get tired of it at some point.
And that actually brings me to like another point. I think one of the dynamics, like I was mentioning before, the meme stuff kind of changed, but I think like the dynamics of crypto holders kind of changed, where people have become like more people are chasing more than in the past. I remember a lot of people saying hodl, like hodl your coin, whatever, in past cycles, hold on and just hold your position. But now people are kind of like in this mindset where they're constantly chasing. So that's leading to constant selling pressure for pretty much all alts, right? Like everything is constantly like people, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure you could look on chain to find out whether this is true or not. But I think there's just like a dynamic change where people are just not holding their coins because, and one of the biggest reasons is they're not comfortable, right? They're not confident enough to hold it for more than like a few weeks, right? Just because if it doesn't produce results, they see something else producing results, and now they change. So I think I really think something changed a year ago around this time, around February, because everything was going up. Like most of the top alts, all the top alts in the top 100, all the big names, everything was going up together with Bitcoin. Everything was fine. And then WIF happened, and more memes started to pile on, and then it just completely spiraled, and then it drew all the attention. And then essentially since then, everything has just been kind of suffering since. But now maybe just maybe, right? Now that we've seen these memes completely get wiped out, have broken significant structure, like WIF breaking below the August low, maybe it will recover. I actually would say that one probably has a better chance than most of them, because it's much larger. There's a lot of holders of it. It has a more loyal community. But most of them, 99.9%, which because there's billions of memes now. I think there's like 20 million created every day or something like that. So there's
what?
Yeah, it's.
It's probably just auto created with like bots.
Yeah, there's literally bots auto creating. So like, 99.9% of them are going to go to zero. There's no possible way, right? There's going to probably be like 5 or 10 or a dozen or so that will end up, that have the stronger communities that end up holding up. But like most people, but the thing is, here's the thing too, the ones that are larger that have the stronger communities aren't attractive also to most people, because most of the gains have already been made for those ones. So people like, I just like don't get the mind. Like I get the mindset because it's like hope. Like it gives people hope. Like I can put $500 into some meme and I can make $1 million overnight, because there are stories of that. There's been probably a few.
But I still think that there's going to be a rotation back into utility. I think there's going to be.
That's what I'm saying.
That's kind of what we're talking. Kind of. I guess we were getting at it, but.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think how much burnout can you get? Like how beat up can you get? Most of these coins, people are losing everything they put in them. Like how long can this go on, right? But maybe like the charts are showing like they capitulate, right? These memes capitulate. So maybe this is finally it. Maybe, I don't know. Like it's a huge social experiment. So it's hard to say.
This thought about like, if you think about like the stock market and Apple stock or something, big name, which Apple makes up 7% of the S&P, right? But I was just thinking about how there's so many, they have such loyal holders, old money, people with a lot of money that have been storing wealth in these top stocks for decades and decades. And it's very difficult to get these people out of those positions because they're so dedicated and loyal to them, right? The price of these, like Amazon and Apple, they just go up. They're just going up, only up pretty much the whole time. In crypto, what's very clear is that there's no loyalty. Even in Bitcoin, it still drops 80%. There's no loyalty. I mean, there are hodlers, and in the end, the hodlers that hold over the longest number of years make the most money. They're the richest. the ones that hold over the most amount of years, right? But there's no loyalty in crypto. Everything drops 90%. Nobody's really serious about what they're shilling because it all drops 90%, you know? And so I think that's the biggest problem, is we don't have enough loyalty and people don't really take things serious enough. Like, again, like the example of Apple stock. There's a bunch of old money. When I say old money, I just mean like a lot. There's a lot of wealth being stored in these top stocks, and there's such high conviction in them that it's difficult to get people to not be invested in those stocks. Even if Apple's Twitter account wrote "it's over," people still wouldn't sell. That's how loyal they are, right? So it's like in crypto we're lacking that. We're lacking a lot of loyalty and conviction, actually. People only have temporary conviction.
So getting back to the charts, because we're going to be wrapping here in a little bit, wrapping a little earlier than we normally would on Mondays, because I have to do a Mario space in about 15 minutes. But looking at these charts, looking at Bitcoin with this massive wick to the downside, looking at the total chart here, massive wick, bulls eating this back up. The other chart also, massive wick right into zones that we've had outlined on here for months. We see it across the board. A lot of these charts, we were looking at it in the office here. A lot of them look almost the same, with, let's go to like the 4 hour, just these massive sell-offs. That's Link, that's Ondo. Ondo, nice rebound up back into his zone. Arrow, massive sell-off coming back up. These are almost looking just identical with these sell-offs. Would you say, looking at this chart, for instance, like the total, let's go back out to the daily. Would this give you, I don't want to say courage, but leaning towards the bullishness of this being a washout trap before, like with the bulls eating this wick back up? Are you waiting for another day or two to see what plays out, because a lot of times they say where it wicks, it will candlestick. Are you feeling like more like, no, this is a potential, this was a move, now we get a reversal potentially back to the upside?
What I would say is I probably think that we're going to see some chop, and I was discussing it with my Patreons in the video I made earlier, but I would think if you look back at the August low, the capitulation from August, we retested it on some of the charts or came back and made like a higher low in September, at the start of September. So I would think that probably March, we might trend upwards for a few weeks and then kind of pull back into March, I would think. But I could be wrong, right? We could just end up ripping straight upward, but I would think more likely we're going to probably move up and then kind of come back down to people once again, and then maybe start to move out of that zone.
It's definitely been one of the more interesting cycles that we've been in. It's like supreme bullishness, but also with that, just like supreme fuckery in the charts,
Well, it's one of the most disjointed or disconnected cycles where you have Bitcoin itself. Let's go to the Bitcoin chart here. Bitcoin is doing great. Despite yesterday's dip, we didn't break into a lower low. We just hit the range low, and now we're back in the middle of the range, and it's fine. Go to the weekly chart. Bitcoin's still in a parabola. It looks good, right? Bitcoin looks like, if you just looked at this chart as if it wasn't Bitcoin, as if it was a random asset, you'd be like, well, this chart looks pretty good, right? Bitcoin's doing fine. But a lot of these low caps, below March levels. It's just terrible to deal with as a holder of any low cap coins and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a disjointed cycle. Bitcoin's doing great. Usually everything goes up together. Usually, right? Everything goes up together. Everything goes down together. In this cycle, the higher risk stuff is just not getting as much play.
So if you had to guess, before we wrap out here, if you guys had to guess, do you think that the alts are still going to be suppressed in, for instance, through the end of February? Bitcoin, do you think we're going to be chopping sideways through February? Like, how do you see the market? If you had to guess, and of course, this is just a guess, do you think we're going to be above where we're at now generally in the market? Or is Bitcoin only going to be up and alts still flat? Or what would you guess?
I would guess that by the end of February, you're saying? I would say that Bitcoin's probably going to be closer to the highs of this range, right? After a capitulation move like that, it was really the altcoins, but after the sentiment's that bad, usually you're not going to go back to those levels, right? It's like every time we go to this point, we don't get lower. We don't go lower than that. I would say that by the end of the month, Bitcoin will probably be, somewhere, at these range highs, maybe not exactly the all-time high, but something like up here, 106, 107, or 105, whatever. Somewhere near the weekly candle body close zone, I'll just say that. So I guess that's what, 105,000. I'll just go with that. End of February, 105,000. So I don't think it'll be quite breaking out, but it won't be dumping. It'll just be sideways, right? Bitcoin has been sideways since November. I assume that the altcoins, like the others, because they came down so much, they'll probably have a larger rebound than Bitcoin. Like they'll come up like more by the end of February, but they're still going to be really depressed. I mean, in relation to where they've been. The total 3 is, if you basically just excluded yesterday, the total 3 is at the weekly open. So it's like end of February, where will we be? Probably somewhere like in the, near the middle of this range, probably. I don't think we're going to see all that much development. Like we've had this huge capitulation move. Usually the market doesn't go lower after something like that, at least not for a while. So Matthew yesterday was saying the bottom is in, and then I copied him and I said the same thing on Twitter. But I actually do think that it's likely that the bottom is in for this range, at least for quite a long time. So, you're muted.
I think you're muted.
Shakeout weekend. This is where it's the proof is in the pudding for what you're going to do in the markets. Anybody that sold,
Yo, let's go Bitcoin. Bitcoin's moving up. $99,388. We have moved above the 20 EMA. We're bullish again. We're about to see $100,000 Bitcoin again. And also, the ghost. The ghost. Also, Dogecoin back over 27.6 again. 27.06. Let's go. You on the board, but you okay, beautiful? Okay, legit. Hey, yo, cheers. Everybody, yo, cheers. Cheers, beautiful. Definitely cheers, my love. Hell yeah. So we got this shot. Ain't no worries. Ain't no worries. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We about to go destroy 30 cents and move back up to 40. And everybody's gonna be happy as shit all over again. Hope y'all doing good. Legit.
today, you guys have any closing thoughts?
The end of the cycle will probably be better than the beginning if the Fed becomes less restrictive. So there's that.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's how it was in 2017 too. So the end of 2017, 2018 was the mania. Everyone remembers back then. So.
And just remember, 2017, look at it, 38, 38, 33, 40, 40, 30. And when we're looking at the price of where we're at right now on Bitcoin, it's, I mean, as scary as that felt, even from this top here, that was only a 16% move to the downside. So still very much more luxurious than it feels like with the sentiment in the market. But I appreciate you guys coming on. I love these Monday sessions we have together. Really do.
Yeah, all right, see you later, Kelly.
I'm a bit sick, so I probably underperformed in this chat, but
no, it's all good. We love you, and everybody out there, again, make sure you're following Matthew and Kevin. Thank you all for being here. Hit that like button. We'll see you guys in the next one. Remember, don't trip, buy the dip. That's all we got, everybody. We'll see you in the next one. Adios.
See ya.
All right, Chad, we're going to go ahead and jump into some games. All right, just so you know, we're bringing up the game. Now that we find, well, Dogecoin try to make a new higher high. Let's go, Dogecoin. Yo, let's go. This is good. This is good. I hope y'all doing good. so we can go ahead and do things. You know what I'm saying, chat? We can go ahead and do things like give back the 50 cents. I mean, back like from 2021. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm way too. I am right now fueled with hopium. I am fueled with opium. Fueled with the possibility of us ripping back to the upside. I'm just fueled, chat. I'm fueled. Because it's all good. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. We're gonna keep everything going. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna keep everything going. So everything's okay. Everything's gravy train. Gravy train. Gravy train. All right, so it's all good. Ain't no worries, chat. It's all good. All right, I'm gonna take a bong rip. All right, beautiful. Hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers, cheers, beautiful. Definitely, cheers, my love. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that's banging. Hell yeah, we gotta refill that bowl. We gotta refill this bowl. Hell yeah. Alright, we're still at 27 cents Dogecoin, 99,000 Bitcoin. We're still doing good. Still doing good. You know, even with this fall, I still feel good. I'm nowhere near like scared. The only thing that would scare me is if we hit 5 cents. Then I would still hold no matter what. But yeah, I'd be scared, but I know we're holding no matter what. And if I have dry powder on the side for some odd reason, then I'm throwing it in. See, that's one thing. I'm not going to get scared. I mean, I'm going to get scared that, hey, I'm went to 5 cents, but that doesn't mean I'm going to sell my bag. That means we're going to hold and we're going to try to add more. That's it, because we're going to go up no matter what. So we are, like I said, we see this long-term dramatically. Like I said, we're going to be trading for the next 50 years. All right? That's 50 years of bull markets and 50 years of bear markets. So it's going to be amazing. And hopefully you can go along with the wealth. Go along with us and make this wealth. Make this money. All right, chat. So it's all good. Hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers. Cheers, beautiful. Definitely cheers, my love. Hell yeah. Let's go Bitcoin. Let's go Dogecoin. We're pushing back up very nicely. Let's make a new higher high for Dogecoin and get into a bullish structure. That would be banging. We're still in queue. That would be banging. Yeah, but we're still in queue. Yo, good luck if y'all gonna do any games, Shaq. Good luck. Good luck in your games. Damn, somebody said you calling me fat? Damn. Oh, they said Big Trace, like Tracer. Yo, they calling me fat? Yo, rip the fat. Rip the fat. Alright, ain't no worries. Alright, ain't no worries. Ain't no worries. Also, remember we stream on Twitch, YouTube, and X.com, all under Dream Tanks TV, and we stream 24/7. The only reason we're streaming just on YouTube is because our program that we use crashed and is now connecting. So we can only do YouTube at this moment. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see what's up. Hopefully our program gets better and we can go back into streaming on all 3 platforms at the same time. But until then, oh, we gotta do what we gotta do. And we'll just stream on YouTube. But if you want to, you can still follow us on Twitch and X.com. And if you want, there is a Discord you can join that we post when we go live every day, because we stream 24/7. Alright, legit. Let's go Dogecoin 2710. That's what's up. Bitcoin $99,359. Moving to the upside. This is good. 2712 Dogecoin, $99,402, $406. I'm moving up. Great. It's you know, even with the dip, still a great day, great recovery. So it's all good. All right. All right, let's rock and roll. We got this. Not the naughty list.
Making a full recovery. Here's ahead.
Oh, cheese fries. Wow. Oh, Ryan. No. No. One second. We lost connection. Rejoin match. Are we okay? Hold on, let me make sure the stream. Yeah, it disconnected me. Okay, we're okay. Okay, we're streaming live. Sorry, we got DC'd. Our internet just shut off. But good thing we can reconnect. See, this is good because before with the other program we couldn't reconnect. We just got DC'd. We can auto reconnect, still be alright. See, this is okay. All right, YouTube stream.
Orbital ray is ready to fire.
Yo, let's go 2732 Dogecoin. 2732 pushing to the upside. We have a higher high for Dogecoin. Let's go. 28 cents incoming. 28 cents incoming, chat. Let's go. $99,639 Bitcoin. We are pushing to the upside. This is badass. This is badass. No! $27.30. Okay, no worries.
Score 0-3. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Don't worry, I'll be right behind you. So, how'd you pull all those heists? Uh-huh. And?
Was there supposed to be another step?
Monstering you! My senses are sharp. I've learned a lot from my experiences. Merci.
Fall back. Clear skies. I'll change that.
Oh, we're lagging. Uh-oh, we're lagging.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Uh-oh.
Attack.
Sorry, we're lagging. Hopefully we recovered and everything's okay.
It's time.
Sorry, I apologize. Okay, we should be green. We're green now. We're green now. All right, look, we're green. We're green. So we're okay. We finally. Oh, okay now.
I must return to my post. No one can hide. Let the Kitsune guide you. Do something. Heroes never die. We're outnumbered. Careful.
Rip.
Healthy body, healthy mind.
Oh shit, our May is 11 and 4 where our Widow was 11 and 4. Damn, that's crazy. Oops. Rip. Rip that game. That was a ridiculous game. Alright, so we are now 3 and 5. G-Buzz. Alright, 3 and 5. Alright, no worries. So I think we're back in silver 1, yeah. Let's see. AJB says the Widow / May Tracer was dog. Okay, was dog. Yeah, they went literally negative. That was ridiculous. Who were you from last game? I'll endorse you. You came by. Let's see. Shout out to you, AB, over there in YouTube land. Hell yeah. Yeah, they went negative for a while. That was just ridiculous. Yeah, but good luck at your next game. Let me know who were you from last game, and I'll endorse you. But we're gonna queue back in. We're gonna queue back in. Yeah, let's see. AB. I don't see. You were the other DPS. Which one? The Farah? Were you the Farah or the Ash? Or are you talking about my other DP? Were you talking about my DP? Are you talking about get pooping? Get pooping? Pooping done? Oh, we're in silver too. Rip. Also, we stream on Twitch, YouTube, and X.com, all under DreamTech TV, and we stream 24/7. On your team. Oh, okay, legit. There you go. I endorse you. Good luck in your next game, brother. Good luck. Hell yeah. Good luck. Yes, get pooped on. Oh, okay, there it is. Get pooped on. Yeah, see, I can't read. I suck at reading. But good luck, brother. Good luck. Get those wins. Get those wins. Yeah, that DPS was struggle, son. That was ridiculous. Until I don't know why we got disconnected. We just got disconnected mid-game. I was like, oh, crud. But it's all good. It's all good. Let's see. AB says you too good. You do good. Damn. No, it's all good. It's all good. We're trying. We're trying. We're trying. Good luck, though. Good luck. We're gonna take a ball rip. We need a bong rip for that. All right, legit. All right, hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers. Cheers, beautiful. Definitely cheers, my love. Hell yeah. That's legit. That's legit. Hell yeah. Hope y'all doing good. Hope y'all doing good. I can't wait for this bull run to start. That'll be badass. This bull run is gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing. Hell yeah. Alright, we're gonna take another bowl rip. Let's take another bowl rip. Because that one wasn't really all that great, but it's all good. Yo, make sure y'all stay hydrated. Hell yeah. Yo, look at that, chat. Stock RSI's on the floor trying to turn to the upside on the 1 minute saying we got more room to go. Look at that. From the floor turning up for Bitcoin. Saying we can go and hit $100,000 for Bitcoin. And DogeCoin can go break possibly 27, possibly 28 cents. Well, we got a game. Legit.
Against humanity these days.
My old friend's innovation and imagination. A shame you've never met them. Aren't you just pathetic?
All right. Hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers. Cheers, beautiful. Yo, definitely cheers, my love. Hell yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initial flashpoint. Target.
Stay away of your meats.
All right, let's rock and roll. We got this. Oh. Let's get it, Joe. Let's get it. Oh, biscuits and gravy. I'm gonna get shot. I knew it. Rip me. 27.19. DogeCoin pushing up. Stock RSI's on the floor, turning to the upside, chat. Let's go, Dogecoin. We have made it above the 20 EMA line. We made it above the yellow line. That is bullish. That is bullish. We're about to go see 28 cents, Dogecoin. Oh, man, what a great day. What a great, I mean, sucks that we fell to 20 cents, but great day because we recovered. Like, the amazingness of recovery is amazingness. I think earlier today we was at 20 cents and we're about to be at 28 cents.
Attack the objective.
27.25 Dogecoin. Let's go. $99,836 Bitcoin. Man, let's go. This is great. Wait, what the cheese fry? Yo, what the cheese fry? 2 ounce? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna get wrecked. I already feel it. Oh no, oh no. Come on, 100k Bitcoin. Come on, 100k Bitcoin. Oh, biscuits. Uh-oh. Biscuit and gravy.
My ultimate is charging.
27.25 Dogecoin pushing up. $99,889 Bitcoin pushing to the upside. We're literally less than $200. $125 from $100,000. Let's go. So close, 100k. Once again. Not legit. That's rough. Whoops. What the cheese fries? Oh no. Oh, I messed up.
Go to point.
Rip. We are less than $100 away from Bitcoin hitting 100k again. $99,913 Bitcoin.
Hit EMP and I'll follow.
27.26 Dogecoin. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, cheese fries. Alright, whatever it is. Rip.
My ultimate is ready.
Oh, that was no bueno.
Angel at your shoulder. Supplying damage increase.
27.29 Dogecoin. Can we touch? No, we can't. Next point. Next point. Next point. Uh-oh. No, what the fuck, bro? Oh my god, yo, that was ridiculous. That was crazy. Oh man. Oh my goodness.
Piece of cake, my thanks. Thank you.
It's time
Piece
for
of cake.
hermetic flux. Can you hear that music?
This ends now.
27-32. 27-33. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, cheese fries. 27.34 DogeCoin. We're about to see 28 cents DogeCoin, chat. Yeah. GG. Good luck with next games. GG.
Good play.
Yo, legit. 27.35. Let's go DogeCoin. Oh, man. So, oh, that was Dermacram. $27.36. Alright, no worries, it's all good. Alright, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Alright, so we are 4, 4, and 5. Alright, legit. Alright, so we're gonna stop the recording, but we're still gonna keep streaming. Alright, we're gonna keep it going. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and share. We'll see you on the next episode of Mercy and Moria Madness. Yeah, take it easy, buddy. Later. Okay, legit. That was pretty good. Alright. Alright, we're gonna queue back in, alright, chat? Hope y'all doing good. Alright. Alright, we're gonna queue back in. Let's get it. Everybody did good. Everybody did badass. Yeah, everybody did good. Not bad. Alright, let's see if anybody's saying anything while we're queued up. All right. Let's see what this guy's saying. All right. While we're wait. Before we do that, let's look at the 15-minute chat. Let's look at the 15-minute chart. All right. Look at that beautiful 15-minute chart. We have right now a golden cross on the 15-minute right here. When the 100 EMA broke above the 200 EMA, basically when this white line breaks above this purple line, as you can see right here, which it did, that right there is a golden cross on the 15-minute, and we're making higher highs. As right here you can see, we have made above the 20 EMA, which is the yellow line, and is bounced off it very nicely. So we can go see 28 cents. Oh, I'll take that back. We can go see 28, almost 29 cents. We made it into the blue linear channel. Look at this. We bounced off the middle of the range, chat. The middle of the linear channel on the 15-minute. We're about to go to 28 cents and 29. Let's go. Let's go. This is such a good recovery. This is such a good slingshot to go back to the upside. Are you ready? Because I'm ready. Just like D-Generation X. Are you ready? D-Generation X. Yo, 27.40. Let's go, Dogecoin. Hey, yo. Oh, we got a game. Hold on. I'll cheers you up when we get into the game. Oh, let's go, chat. Let's go. This is so good. 27.40. Bullish. So bullish on the 15-minute. Oh, man. Let's go. And we found a game. The server is like taking a crap right now. We don't know what's going on with the server. Server's like, nah, we don't know if you're going to play. Yeah, we don't know what's going on. The server took a crap. Oh, we're entering game. 27.42 Dogecoin. Let's go, Dogecoin. $27.44, $99,947 Bitcoin, $100,000 Bitcoin. We have broken $100,000. $27.54 Dogecoin. We are pumping, Chad. We are pumping. We are pumping. Hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers. Cheers, beautiful. Definitely, cheers, my love. Let's go. We're pumping. Heck yeah, baby. Heck yeah.
Stay close. I can't hear you if you stray.
We're pumping. Let's go. Pump it up. All right, let's rock and roll. We got this. We're pumping. 27.51. $100,027 Bitcoin. Let's go. What a recovery. What a V-shaped recovery. Talk about a V-shaped recovery, Chad. Talk about a V-shaped recovery. Oh my God, I need water. Cheese fries. Cheese fries. Cheese fries. $27.50. Let's go. I bet y'all feel that euphoria of hopium coming back. I bet y'all feel it. We feel it. Hopium right now is filling our bloods. Where's Genji? I don't see Genji. Oh no, oh no. No. Freakster. 27.53 Dogecoin, $100,023 Bitcoin. Let's go. Hopium and euphoria is flowing through my soul right now. 27.54 Dogecoin. Let's go. Yo, Dino says pump it up. Yo, pump it up, brother. Pump it up. Don't you know you gotta pump it up, brother? Don't you know you gotta pump it up? Alright. I know y'all feel it. I know y'all feel it. That beautiful V-shaped recovery. Yo, Senora just ripped their face apart. Is this game? Is this IRL? Yes. Who's saying that? Their healers saying that? I'm not understanding. What, the cheese fries? Oh! I'm gonna die. Rip me. I got wrecked.
Making a full recovery.
Yo, I know y'all like these candles. I'm liking these candles. I'm liking these candles. Hope y'all like these candles. These some badass candles, Chad. Oh shit, oh shit. Our people are dying. Why are people dying? Why are people dying? I don't like to die. Oh shit, I don't have res. Oh shit. That was a waste. Oh well.
Better be more careful.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. Rip me, rip me. Alright, that's fine. Alright, we're having a little bit of a dip. That's okay. Stuck our size trying to reset. No worries. No worries. 15 minutes still bullish, so that's okay. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Shit. Alright, cheese fries. Those damn turrets. Okay, okay, that was good. Okay, we got it, we got it, we got it. No way, dude, the tank died. RIP. Aw, Jeebus. Okay. I mean, I don't know. Now we're having a little bit of a dip. Okay, now no more struggling. But yo, what didn't know yo rip lever, dude. No, why the lever? We got a lever. Why, bro? Why?
Answering the recall is not my idea of hanging it up.
Otherwise, your life would be far too easy.
And what a shame that would be.
They always think they can beat me, and I always prove them wrong.
1.
Oh yeah, we got a lever. What am I doing? We got a lever. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Just gotta chill out for 20 seconds, basically. Yeah, that's rough. Alright, GG. GG. Alright, let's go. We gotta get out of here. We couldn't be in there because we got a lever. That sucked. Alright, so that doesn't cause a loss because we had a lever. Alright, no worries, no worries, no worries. Alright, alright, bathroom break real quick. Alright, bathroom break. Hold on. Alright, yes. BRB bathroom break. Alright, legit. All right, we are back, chat. Make sure y'all stay hydrated. Dogecoin and Bitcoin has made it above the 20 EMA. Oh, I'll take that back. Dogecoin is not falling under. All right, make sure y'all stay hydrated. All right, legit. All right. All right, Dogecoin has officially made it back over the 20 EMA, which is the yellow line. 2741 Dogecoin bullish, extremely bullish. Stock RSI on the floor. Look at that, pushing to the upside. So we got more room to go. 2744 Dogecoin, $100,000 Bitcoin. Let's go. We're just gonna have to pump it up because we're pumping. We're just gonna have to pump it up, chat. It is what it is. It is what it is. Hell yeah.
You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, 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 don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up.
2777, still pushing $100,000, $100,608 Bitcoin. We're still pumping. We're still pushing. We're gonna pump it up some more because we're pumping. We're gonna take a ball rip real quick. Hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers. Cheers, beautiful. Yo, definitely cheers, my love. Hell yeah. Let's get it. Still pumping. Let's see, 28 cents. Let's go. Hell yeah.
You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, 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 don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up.
27.80 Dogecoin almost hit 28 cents. Yo, let's go. This is such great momentum right now. 100,729 $31 Bitcoin. Still pushing up. Let's see what that 15-minute looks like. Let's see what that 15-minute looks like. We have to take a look at that 15-minute. Because that 15-minute got to look very pumpage. Look at that 15-minute, Chad. That's what I'm talking about. That is bullish. We have made it back into the blue linear channel. We have so much room to run. We can go to 29 cents. We can go to 39 cents, maybe peak at 30, back at 30 cents. We go right back to 30 cents, and everybody freaked out. Everybody freaked out right here, Chad. Dang. V-shaped recovery incoming. V-shaped recovery incoming, Chad. V-shape. Look at that beautiful V-shape. V-shape incoming. When we say V-shape, we're about to go to the moon. We're about to get out of here. And we have a golden cross right here, chat. Right here we have a golden cross. Let's go. We are ready. We is ready. We is ready. We is definitely ready. So hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hope y'all doing good. Hope y'all doing good. 15-minute is extremely bullish. Even for big, let's look at the total. Total is extremely bullish. Look at that. The total has made it literally to the top. Hold on. There we go. Has made it to the top. Look at that. Of the stock RSI. I mean, not the stock RSI. Has made it to the blue linear channel. Let's see. Glitter Marshmallow says yes. Yo, yes. Agreed. Oh, this is the 5-minute. Wait, this is the 5-minute. Let's take that back. Hold on. That's a 5-minute. Oh, the 15-minute has made it above the 200 EMA on the total. So the total, we are bullish because we made it above the 200 EMA and we have a higher high. So we have a bullish structure on the total on the 15-minute. So that is bullish. So that is bullish. Let's look at Bitcoin total 15-minute. We have a higher high. We have a bullish structure we have a bullish structure on the 15-minute. Let's look at Dogecoin on the 15-minute. We're breaking above the 200 EMA. We have a higher high, so we can definitely go see 29 and 30. We have a bullish linear channel on top of that. So this is bullish, and like I said, we have broken the bearish structure. Now we're in a bullish structure because we have a higher high on the 15-minute. So this is bullish. This is very bullish. We're about to go back to 30 and go back to 35 and get out of here. So this is great. This is great. This is still very, very good. Very, very good. Very good. So we got this, chat. Ain't no worries. Ain't no worries. Hope y'all doing good. Hope y'all doing good. Hell yeah. Not bad. Not bad. Pretty good recovery. Pretty good recovery. I'm liking the recovery. I'm really liking the recovery. All right, we're gonna queue back in. All right, we're gonna queue back in. Let's see. Glitter Marshmallow says, I'm doing great. Yo, legit. Glad you're doing great. Hell yeah. That is badass. That is badass. Alright, so let's see what this guy got to say while we queue up. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and queue up. We're still pushing to the upside. We're about to see 28 cents again. I mean, we're about to see 28 cents. This is very, very good. Very good. Alright, let's see what this guy got to say. I hope y'all doing good, chat. Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Called the logarithmic scale, which is often used for assets with this level of upside. So in the first price cycle, Bitcoin went from about 5 cents up to $32, back to $2. Now, if we were having this debate in 2011, you could be forgiven for believing it met 2 of the 3 criteria of a bubble, except that it landed at a price that was 40 times as high as the 5 cents that it started at. What happened next? It didn't go to 0, it went up to $1,200, came back to 92, meeting now none of the criteria of a bubble. Then what did it do? Well, it zoomed up to $19,000, down to $3,200, meeting, once again, none of the criteria of a bubble, 35 times the previous low price. Then it zoomed...
Who remembers that? Who remembers that? Almost 20K down to 3K.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that. I wish I bought more here, man.
Up to $69,000, down to $15,000, once again, meeting none of the criteria of any historical bubble we have ever seen. Bubbles look like the bottom left of this chart. They do not look like the orange line. So what does look like that orange line? Well, it turns out every high value asset that has ever become a $1 trillion industry or asset looks just like that on a logarithmic chart. Apple, Amazon, Netflix, even gold, when you zoom out, goes through the same pattern. And all of these assets do it for the same reason. The marketplace is trying to figure out how big of a deal is this asset, how big of a deal is this industry, and what role will this commodity, technology, or company impact in the global world. Bitcoin's doing the
facts. When in doubt, zoom out. That's where that quote comes from. Look at these charts.
Same thing for the very same reason, which is the opposite of how any bubble in human history has ever behaved. So why is it valuable? Well, for the first time in human history, we have a borderless, predictable, and scarce monetary asset. So what do I mean? Borderless because Bitcoin is decentralized. It's not controlled by any country, company, or anybody. And that means Bitcoin is not like fiat currencies, which is nothing but a bunch of fiefdoms all over the world. And borderless because you don't have to have the government's permission to cross a border with more than $10,000. Bitcoin is a decentralized and borderless currency that is valuable because the world has never had a universal worldwide currency that worked like Bitcoin. Bitcoin is also predictable, absolutely, completely unlike the Federal Reserve, where even the experts get it wrong every time. And having a money that is absolutely predictable is a very valuable characteristic. Also, Bitcoin is scarce, truly scarce. There will never be more than 21 million Bitcoin, ever.
And about 5 to 7 million lost from people that didn't give a fuck.
Opposed to fiat, which is as infinite as a politician's promises.
Volatility equals opportunity.
Not
You
much
don't
to
get
go
the
around.
200% pumps without the 20% dumps. Like taking a look at some of our past expert interviews, there's still a lot of upside this cycle.
100%, there's zero doubt in my mind, it is happening. I will bet anything to anybody on this planet, my entire net worth. I guarantee you, Aaron.
Just in a sentence, Bitcoin clears at least this price this cycle. What do you think?
I'm actually afraid to tell you what I really think is going to happen. It's so far out from what most other people believe. It's something like 120,000. Are you kidding me? Like, do you only look at charts, or are you understanding what's going on? $500,000 at least.
This cycle?
Yes, of course. So I you know, and this is kind of, I'm glad you asked me that because gold has been the reserve.
I wish
currency for thousands of years. We are seeing in our lifetime gold being displaced by a more superior version. This is unbelievable. And it's all the numbers, all the data's out there to suggest that we're right. The ETF flows have been unbelievable. Gold is flowing out and Bitcoin's flowing up, and we know it's better. This is going to be the first domino.
Like crypto is a nascent industry exploding with growth. Bitcoin is literally replacing gold right in front of our eyes. Anthony Scaramucci gets this. Do you?
There's a reason that Bitcoin should get to $800,000-$900,000 a coin, and the answer to that is gold. There's no reason why it couldn't trade to the market capitalization of gold. And by the way, it's 0.1% of global assets today as a percentage of assets. So if it gets there, it's like 1.5% of assets.
If you're interested in making money in crypto, make sure you subscribe. And next time somebody says, I don't want to buy this dip, crypto's too volatile, crypto's just a bubble, make sure you show them today's video.
This one time, Bitcoin went from 6 cents time, Bitcoin went from 85 cents all the way to $29, and then it crashed to $3. And then another time, Bitcoin went all the way to $213, and then it crashed all the way to $70. And then another time, Bitcoin went all the way to $1,100, and then it crashed all the way to $239. So the moral of the story is don't buy Bitcoin, because you know it's going to crash again.
That was actually kind of perfect. That's great. All right, getting into the recap segment of things. You guys know I got daddy duty. Gotta go pick up these kids from school real soon.
All right, 1 second, chat. We're at 2780. All right, let's see if anybody else saying anything in 1 second, everybody.
Paper hands in there. Look at this, Robin. This is a chart. This chart just straight to the point. This is why the rich stay rich, and this is why the poor continue to become.
All right, 1 second, BRB chat. You're on 2785 Dogecoin. We're about to see 28-cent Dogecoin. Let's go. We're about to see $101,000 Bitcoin. Let's go. This is great. Hell yeah.
And get any information that you please, right? IQ is not what it used to be. Information is readily available for anyone with internet access and a device in their hand or on their computer. And this chart tells it all. Large investors, institutions, and smart money, they continue to accumulate what retail is selling. And then the price starts going up, retail comes back in, and this chart is flipped in the inverse. And they become exit liquidity. I tell people, got to get out of your emotions. And I said this on the stream last night. If nothing has fundamentally changed with your portfolio and the projects that are in there, outside of just price, do not panic sell your bags. Don't do it. If you need to sell it to pay bills, you're overexposed. Then you got to reevaluate your entire portfolio. But if you're in a position to where the price dips 10, 20%, and you panic sell because you think it's over and nothing has changed for the project, of whether it's Caspa or Cardano or ICP or Bitcoin or ETH, whatever it is, and you panic sell, there's going to be those large institutions and investors that buy your bag and they'll sell it back to you at a higher price. So don't fall into that trap.
I do got a lot of new people in the chat today. If you are new here, say hello. We'd love to give you a little shout out. A lot of ones and twos, good mix there. So I know there's a good amount of you were spooked and a good amount of you were unfazed. So for those of you that are spooked, well, more to come. There will be more pullbacks. Perhaps next time, be a little more prepared, or not leveraged in certain directions. Don't bet the house on a certain thing going a certain direction. But either way, big shout out to Morgan Saylor, LOPC, Antonio Crunk, Chaos Inc., Jonathan, Jay, Cody, Staying Low, BP, Lisa Lover, Donnie, S. Marie, Jay Woods, Edward, Sunny, ZYLK, Gulf Shores, Roger X, New Type, Hope to See, Paul B, Scott, Be Wise, and also I saw somebody else in here. Anyways, to all of you, hola! Welcome to Sin City Crypto. I will just say, though, off of what you're saying, things might not change fundamentally, but if fundamentally the project wasn't sound from the get-go and nothing's changed fundamentally because they weren't building anything fundamental, then maybe you need to reevaluate that position. Because if you're simply holding it because of the promise that it might go up in price, but it doesn't really do much, you better hope the community gets larger, because if it doesn't, you're just going to keep bleeding money out.
That's a great point.
So,
but to your point, you don't do that when you see 20% drawdown.
Yes, no, 100%. And even your most speculative projects, let's just say you're exposed to Trump or Melania as an example.
I'd love to be exposed to Melania.
If
Secret Service, I was kidding.
If even those projects don't sell the bottom, even those will rebound. Yes. It will this be the absolute top for the Trump token? Will this be the absolute bottom for the Trump token? No, probably not. So Trump's sitting at 1888. Would I buy it? No. Do I think it'll be over $20 at some point in time in the next few months? I think so. I think it'll rebound.
Bitcoin's crushing, by the way. Sorry.
Is it? Bitcoin's moving?
101.
Damn! Bitcoin is... you know what?
Can you imagine if you panic sold at 92K only to see a rebound?
I'll say this. Do you remember our conversation on Thursday, David?
We had a lot of conversation.
Okay, let me remind you. So Thursday we had a conversation. Okay. I said if Bitcoin gets 300,000, and I was like, I don't know if Bitcoin's over 10,000. And you were like,
you mean Ethereum?
You were like, or Ethereum. You're like, I don't. He's like, how could this?
I don't sound like
Goose. It's like, no way, bro. No, it's not possible. Are you crazy? We put the fire on the background, and I'm just saying. Let me ask you. Ethereum's at 2,700. Bitcoin's at 101. Are you still obscenely bullish on the idea that if we get a $300,000 Bitcoin, that Ethereum is
over 10K? You want to make a bet?
Yeah, I mean, I'll bet whatever the hell you want on that one.
At $20.
No. You always come up with a bet, and then you put $20. Like,
the point is not the
skin in the game. No. The point of a bet is to make you think about it, to make it worth it, right? If I tell my son, hey, if I'm right about this and you're wrong, I'll give you a penny. Do you think he'll put any real thought into it? You think he'll be like, wow? No, he'll be like, okay, sure, yes, no. He won't even care. It doesn't matter to him. But if you make it matter, then at that point, I got the conviction. You want to do $2,000? I'll put it on there. I got the conviction. Like I adamantly believe. I believe with my pocket. I believe wholeheartedly that this will not happen. And if you wholeheartedly believe it, then fucking put some money behind it, bro. Don't be scared. So, I mean, if you truly believe it won't get to over $10,000 at the same point, at the moment Bitcoin crosses 300,000, I mean, the day it crosses 300,000, if Ethereum is not over 10,000, you got to pay the other person. You don't have the gall to do more than $20. Because I am convinced, bro. I am convinced. Like, I have sold out on ETH. I have sold out on it. I do not think it's a good investment.
ETH is going to get to 40,000 by 2026.
That's because it keeps trending down, bro. It keeps trending down. At what point are you going to hold this thing? Okay, are you going to be sitting here with your son is going to be going off to high school. He's going to be like, man, my dad, he had so much money in ETH. If he would have just bought Bitcoin, he could pay for college, And instead, he kept buying ETH for some reason. At what point? Bro, last bull market, it was $5,000 or just shy of it. And Bitcoin is at 60. Bitcoin's at 100, and it's still dramatically lower. It's lower by 12% than where it was last year when Bitcoin was at 60,000, or last cycle when Bitcoin was at 60,000. Bitcoin was at 40,000 and ETH was at 2. Bitcoin was at 60,000 and ETH was at 3. Bitcoin was at 100,000 and ETH's under 2. At what point do you say enough is enough, man? At what point?
You're making a mistake.
Okay, I'm just saying, at what number will you finally agree that maybe it's not a good time? When Bitcoin gets to 200,000 and ETH's still under 4? I'm just saying, if that hypothetically happened, would you agree that, okay, maybe I shouldn't keep holding ETH?
No, Bitcoin was at 105 and ETH was at $3,600, right?
Exactly. Bitcoin was at 105, almost a 2x away from its last cycle all-time high, and ETH can't even get to all-time high.
We've already had this conversation, okay? Almost nothing has gotten a new all-time high outside of a few altcoins.
And a few of them doesn't include ETH.
So the bet is on or not? I didn't understand. At the end of the day,
I'm not
what you
betting
did?
$2,000.
Nah, it's because you don't believe, bro.
No, it's because all you do is spend money. I don't have money left to spend. So
I do spend a lot of money.
Rocco, you can
I do spend a lot of money.
Rocco, you can agree with me.
I want to know what you think. Are you on Team David or Team Robin? If you are a member of the Sin City community, which is now is a great time to join if you're not a member. We have emojis. My face, where I do this. Then we got David's face, where I don't know what the hell he does. But anyways, use an emoji. Who do you agree with? If you think that Bitcoin will outperform ETH this bull market, put a 1 in the chat or put my face in the chat. If you think that ETH will come back and Vitalik will rise to be the great savior that, well, Satoshi never was, and he's going to outperform everything, put a 2 in the chat or put David's face in the chat. I'm curious to see where y'all land on this. 1 or 2, me 1, David 2. Thank you.
Anyways, shout out to Ashley in chat. Hi, Ashley. We had this as well. I think this is also part of the reason that Bitcoin and crypto have rebounded. So this was posted today. President Trump's White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs, Tim Scott, a bunch of other senators will host a press conference tomorrow, Tuesday, February 4th at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Do they not know that's when we're live? Maybe we'll cover this live.
Oh, we should
probably cover some of this live. To discuss how the Trump administration and Congress will work together to secure America as a leader in the digital asset ecosystem. Then we had this. President Donald Trump issued an executive order to establish a sovereign wealth fund. And take a listen to President Trump speaking to this very thing.
This is an executive order. Discharges your Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and your Secretary of Commerce.
By the way, Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent, a Bitcoin bull. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, also a Bitcoin and crypto bull. Just to put it out there. Okay, put it out.
Howard Lutnick, to begin a process that will hopefully result in the creation of an American sovereign wealth fund.
It's a very exciting event. We're going to have a sovereign wealth fund, which we've never had. We have a lot of things that create wealth, and you're seeing that over the last 2 weeks. I think we've created more wealth. Other people have created de-wealth, the people, my predecessors. We're creating a lot of wealth. Scott, maybe you'd like to say something about it, and I'd ask also Howard to say something about it.
Yes, sir. This is very exciting. We're going to stand this thing up within the next 12 months. We're going to monetize the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet for the American people. We're going to put the assets to work, and I think it's going to be very exciting. We're going to study best practices as done around the world. It'll be a combination of liquid assets, assets that we have in this country as we work to bring them out for the American people.
The extraordinary size and scale of the U.S. government and the business it does with companies should create value for American citizens. If we are going to buy 2 billion COVID vaccines, maybe we should have some warrants and some equity in these companies and have that grow for the help of the American people. So I bring all these things together. I think Scott and I will create an amazing sovereign wealth fund for you, sir.
So two crypto bulls are creating a sovereign wealth fund. Robin, what are the odds that Bitcoin and or crypto will be included?
Bro, you know, all I heard, the only thing I heard there, I heard a lot, but the one thing that really resonated with me there had to have been when the word companies. And what is one company that you think of that has strong representation in America?
MicroStrategy.
That also has had dinner with Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago. That has...
You're talking about the beef bourguignon?
The beef bourguignon, yes. XRP seems like such a likely representative if they do buy crypto, right? And speaking of XRP is up 4% on the 1 hour. This thing is moving very quickly. Yeah, I mean, up big move here on XRP. If you're an XRP fan right now, looking very healthy, big strong pullback. I mean, rebound. And so, could we see XRP up to $3? But anyways, I think XRP seems like a likely candidate for crypto in the sovereign wealth fund. I would say don't get too overzealous on crypto landing into the sovereign wealth fund outside of Bitcoin. I think that Bitcoin is an obvious shoe-in to one of the assets that would be in there. Now, I would say I'm probably 50-50 on if they put crypto in the sovereign wealth fund. I think that's kind of on the fence, 50-50. Does Bitcoin go in the sovereign wealth fund? I don't know. Flip a coin. That's where I'm at. But I think that it's guaranteed if they do, Bitcoin lands in there. And then from there, I would give it another 50-50 on whether or not, and actually I'm even less than that, man. I'm probably 20% on if they put in crypto, will other crypto assets outside of Bitcoin land in the sovereign wealth fund? I'm less bullish on that one. But if they do add some other crypto, you could pretty much say it's a guarantee that XRP lands in there. I just don't see any scenario where you get Bitcoin and you say another crypto name and XRP isn't in there. I think that is an obvious no-brainer. I mean, is there any, if you were to say there's going to be two cryptos in the sovereign wealth fund, obviously crypto number one would be Bitcoin. What would you say crypto number two would be? If you had to pick one out of all the cryptos that the U.S. could buy, I mean, what would you think?
You're not going to like this answer, but Ethereum.
Come on.
What? Why is that so hard to believe? His damn company has been nonstop buying ETH on every single dip. It's already got an ETF in the making.
He's launched NFTs on the ETH network. I can't disagree. I can't be like, I can't say that's foolish. I still believe XRP would be a likely buy there. ETH, huh? You're not gonna let it go.
I don't know.
It's not about letting it go. You're just looking at looking at the data. You're
It
looking
doesn't
at
look
what's
like if
actually
Italy get a
happening.
bourguignon with the president. It can need a steak. They didn't have a steak.
Hate on ETH all you want, man. Hate on ETH all you want. There's a little bit left in this press conference. I want to kind of finish this thing up here.
So other countries have sovereign wealth funds, and they're much smaller countries, and they're not the United States. We have tremendous potential in this country, tremendous. You're seeing that, what's happened just in a short period of time. And as an example, TikTok, we're going to be doing something perhaps with TikTok, and perhaps not. If we make the right deal, we'll do it, otherwise we won't. But I have the right to do that, and we might put that in the sovereign wealth fund, whatever we make, or if we do a partnership with very wealthy people, a lot of options, but we could put that as an example in the fund, and we have a lot of other things that we could put in the fund. And I think in a short period of time, we'd have one of the biggest funds. And some of them are pretty large, I must tell you. Some of like the Saudi Arabia fund is on the large side, but eventually we'll catch it. But we're going to create a lot of wealth for the fund, and I think it's about time that this country had a sovereign wealth fund. And these two gentlemen and some others are going to work.
That's interesting. How do we not have a sovereign wealth fund and we hold the money printer? Right? That just doesn't make sense. So this is great. I was expecting at least a mention of crypto or Bitcoin. We didn't get one, but again, Howard Lutnick, Scott Bessent, Commerce Secretary, Treasury Secretary, both big crypto bulls. They're the ones that are going to be heading this thing up. So I highly doubt that we're not going to see some sort, at the very least, Bitcoin be part, or a Bitcoin company like a MicroStrategy, maybe a Bitcoin mining company, be in this sovereign wealth fund. Let's talk about this. You mentioned earlier, college funds, right? So this was interesting. I'm curious to get your take on this. So more parents are choosing Bitcoin over a 529 college savings plan for their kids. What does this mean? A 529, if you're not familiar, is a tax-free fund that people set up for their kids' education, that as long as the money is used to pay for tuition, it is not taxable. And more parents are choosing to spend that money and put it in Bitcoin, who
about Ethereum
does get taxed, and not the 529 plan. Any thoughts on this?
Are you setting one up with ETH for your kid?
Such a hater. Just such a hater.
It makes sense. Honestly, if you're putting money aside for your kid's graduation, what other asset would you expect to give you more returns than Bitcoin on, say, a 10 years? Let's say you got a 8-year-old, right? Your kid's 8 years old and you're putting away for his college fund. I mean, give me one asset, not Ethereum, that would outperform Bitcoin in an 8-year window, where you would feel so confident that you got your kid's education in there, right? Your kid's education. I mean, I don't know how you could choose anything. S&P 500, nope. Tesla, nope. Gold, nope. Platinum, uranium. I don't get whatever damn asset you want to throw in there. I cannot confidently put my kid's education on an 8 to 10 year window on anything outside of Bitcoin. And that's anything on the planet.
What about XRP, man?
No. I mean, you can't speculate with your kid's education, man.
Why not?
Well, there's always community college, David. It's always.
I know. Let's take.
There's always community college.
Well, the School of Hard Knocks is free.
50-50 from the game, and then let's speculate. Perfect.
Your kid's gonna have like a 1982 Honda Civic driving to community college.
What's wrong with Honda Civics?
What's wrong with the Honda Civic?
Ain't nothing wrong with Honda Civics. Son,
they're good cars.
Got you a new car.
They're good cars.
You would be the dad to give your kid his first car like a Mercedes.
Yeah. Why the hell not? It's gonna be a used Mercedes. It ain't gonna be brand new. But maybe 4 to 7 years old Mercedes.
My kid ain't getting.
Scuff it up, man.
My kid ain't getting no. He's getting my old Toyota Camry for his first car.
Oh my God.
Sorry, I don't care how much money I have.
I hope he finds a skin on the game so he can buy a Lamborghini. To go.
Hey, you want to buy a Mercedes with your own money? Go right ahead, man. I ain't giving you no Mercedes for your first car.
You take a 50%.
Not how I was raised. Not how I'm going to raise my kid. This is interesting too. This was posted by I think Bitwise, someone from Bitwise. Let me just double check here. Analysts at Bitwise, yeah. They're expecting Bitcoin ETFs to surpass $50 billion in 2025 inflows. What do you expect to see from the Bitcoin ETF? Now, keep in mind, we already have an ETH ETF that's kind of fell flat. But same thing happened with Bitcoin for, well, not same thing. As far as price and what people expected, you know. But we're going to get a Solana ETF. We're going to get an XRP ETF. We're probably going to get a Doge ETF and a slew of other ETFs. Do you agree with this? Or do you think that those new ETFs are going to take some liquidity away or potential money that would be invested in the Bitcoin ETF?
I think that the altcoin space will dilute one another. And so whatever you see in the ETH ETF, as an example, I'm not trying to be funny here, but like whatever's in the ETH ETF, I think gets diluted. I think that moves down. I think that what you'll get, whatever the next ETF is going to be large, right? Whether it's XRP or Doge or whatever, Solana maybe, whatever ETF comes out next, I think we'll have a large investment. A large surge of investment, you know, a lot of inflows in there. But as each one keeps coming out, they're gonna start to cannibalize one another. But I don't think that happens to Bitcoin. I think that Bitcoin remains strong. Bitcoin creates more and more inflows.
So even if there's
growing
10 crypto ETFs, do you think Bitcoin still stays on the same time?
Oh yeah, man. I think that there's no slowing that thing down, bro. Okay. You think that the U.S. is going to buy Bitcoin for that sovereign wealth fund?
Yes.
Okay. You think that Donald Trump will fulfill his promise on a U.S. strategic reserve on Bitcoin?
Yes.
You think that other countries will follow suit?
On Bitcoin only or a digital asset reserve?
It doesn't matter. But Bitcoin
kind of matters.
I know. I agree. But you agree that a strategic reserve is going to be focused on Bitcoin, right?
I would hope so.
Yeah. And if there's other ones in there, they're going to be less prominent, right? But so anyways, what I'm saying is that there's going to be the world's largest economy, the world's largest nation, going to be buying Bitcoin, not only for sovereign wealth fund, but also for a strategic reserve. You're also going to have multiple states. I would assume over 50% of states 2 years from now will have some position on Bitcoin. And then you also got retirement accounts and, you know, wealth funds, companies. There's going to be so much money pouring into Bitcoin that most of these companies and a lot of these institutions and a lot of the whales are just going to buy the ETF, man. Honestly, even if you're a foreign nation, you might just buy the ETF. And maybe they'll self-custody, but I'd imagine that if you're, I don't know, some smaller, let's say Qatar or something, big economy, smaller nation, maybe they don't want to custody it. Maybe they just say, hey, you know what? We'll just buy an ETF. We'll call it a day. More than likely, you probably won't. More than likely, they'll buy some custodian that'll hold it for them. But I mean, you never know. Either way, I do think a lot of companies would do that route. A lot of wealth funds will buy the ETF just to keep it simple. Wealth funds right now hold S&P 500 and stocks and bonds. So would an ETF be out of the question there? No. So that's what I think is going to happen. I think that ETF, Bitcoin, will be a strong, prominent player, and it does not matter how many ETFs for other cryptos get launched. It's going to keep growing at a crazy pace. So,
you know, I'm just looking at the
Bitcoin chart. Yeah, man, 102, man.
So this is the 4 hour. You saw we got into oversold territory, and we got down to 91.3 on a wick. This is from Binance, and we were around a $2,000 deviation from the lower end of our Bollinger Band last night, and so it would have been a perfect time to long. It's just, for me, it was a little too uncertain what was going to happen today. But if you got into a long or you bought, this is a great V-shaped recovery for BTC here. So what's your, to kind of put a bow on this, on the show, what are you expecting this week from Bitcoin, from the altcoins? Where's your focus to capitalize?
Like I said earlier, I don't really know, man. And I'm not.
Based off of because why?
This is not me copping out, not wanting to answer. I genuinely have a lot of uncertainty on the direction of the market right now.
Why? Based off.
I mean, we're at 92,000. Now we're at 102. I don't know, dude. I don't know if this is going to keep moving. I don't know if we're going to get back under 100K. I don't know if we go back down to 94,000. There's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of volatility. Now, with that said, I will say this. If Bitcoin stays over $100,000 all week, and it does not go under $100,000, if it stays above that key number, my God, what an opportunity you're going to get on longs or discounted cryptos at limit order buys. What a great opportunity to buy crypto. And whatever the hell you buy today, let's just say hypothetically, Bitcoin doesn't drop under 100K. Anything you buy today that's a solid project will almost guaranteed rebound 20-30%. I don't know about 20-30% because most of them are down. I would say at least 10%, right? Because almost everything's down 10% on the week, right? One big standout though I did want to mention, Ondo is absolutely crushing it right now. Ondo is up 15% on the 24 hours. Ondo is up 10% on the week, and it is absolutely unfazed by what happened here. And perhaps it has something to do with,
we talked about this last week, the next narrative of the run. We talked about RWA and gaming.
I mean, there are some other big ones in here. You got Mantra, which
Mantra's a L1 for
it's
Mantra's another RWA.
Yeah,
Mantra's an RWA L1. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they do tokenize. Yeah. So basically, yeah, I forget exactly what they do, but it's like,
yeah. There you go. Is a security first RWA layer 1.
I know it's institution based. It's heavy on the institutions. I was doing some research on that a few weeks ago. Also Hyperliquid. I mean, yeah. So Aerodome Finance. I know that's one that also another RWA play, stablecoin play here for this.
I'd throw Aerodrome more in a DeFi play. It's a deck.
DeFi, strong presence in stablecoin ecosystem. I mean, it seems like finance RWAs is kind of leading the charge here. And I think that's off of America's.
I am very surprised Hyperliquid has performed that well. With that big airdrop they had, I thought that thing we'd see more downside. But.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to get such a great opportunity. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, just go down the list of these down on the week here. I mean, obviously these are 3 of our speculative plays, but then after that, it's a lot of solid projects here, man. Virtuals, I don't know when this AI and AI agent narrative is going to come back. I wholeheartedly believe it's going to make a resurgence. I don't know when though. And so I don't know if you're expecting virtuals to buy this now and then make crazy money over the next 30 to 60 days. I don't know if that's going to play out. Honestly, I wouldn't write it off, but at the same time, I would be hesitant. Now, with that said, I think virtuals is a great buy. At some point, I do think it gets back above all-time highs this year. And so $1.50, I think is a great entry point. And, like I said, man, I think near and Render probably. I think Render right now.
Render's a steal at 5.
Yeah. And, I mean, you look at Render, on where it was, at just back in March last year, $13, very, very strong AI play. And even back in December, it was at $10. And so, I mean, if you're looking for an AI play, that might be a steal. Also, ICP's down significantly. I don't know where it is on this chart here.
It was under $6.
Yeah, dude, man. There's just a lot going. There's a lot of discounts right now, man. If you guys have been kind of sitting on the sidelines, it might be a great time to start getting into some of these projects. Yeah, I think Cardano is probably my favorite right now. Cardano at that sub 80 cents. I mean, how can you not? You know, you also have Charles Hoskinson coming out saying he's doing a Lightning Network.
Yeah, you also have him
Hydra, a competitor to the Lightning Network through Hydra and Hydra Bitcoin or whatever it is. So that should be pretty big too.
What are your thoughts on him shilling meme coins? It was very strange.
It caught me off guard.
Yeah, it was very strange.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. You know, ain't nothing wrong with
it's just not. It's not him. It's just not him. It's just weird. I'm not for it. I'm not against it. I just was very surprised.
I think that the largest ecosystems have meme coins. ETH, meme coin crazy.
They also have stable
market,
coins too.
And
we need to get get USDC. I hope one of the proposals when that treasury gets unlocked is to spend the money to get USDC or USDT on the network. I think that's going to be very important. And I believe a lot of the community agrees. Also very important is to make sure we thank our sponsors. And well, today's show is brought to you by Cam's Blue Wire Technology. You want to learn how they can help your business scale and grow and maximize your networking, IT, and cybersecurity? Hit up Cam's visit BlueWireTech.com. There's a link in the description of this video. That'll do it for the show today, guys. We did post a Caspa video before we went live. So if you didn't get a chance to watch that, go watch it. It's live on our YouTube. Yeah, make sure to have your notification bell on. Because yesterday, I wasn't planning on going live. Saw the markets are dipping. There are a lot of people are wondering what's going on. I decided to turn the camera on and I went live. You wouldn't have known unless you had your notification bell on. So make sure you're subbed and have your noties. That's all we got for today. Anything else?
No, well, we did have a few new people. F-Bo, Port, Tony W, Trav, Xavier, Alex I, Jerry W, Mark Sip, Blunts Almighty, and
Blunts Almighty, huh?
And to all of you, hola! Welcome.
Real quick, did you see Kanye's wife's dress at the Grammys?
I didn't think she was wearing a dress.
Great point. Rocco! Thank you all so much for tuning in. We appreciate all of you. And big thank you to the moderators in here. And also, shout out to the Patreon insiders. We're only 11 away from unlocking Ashley's class. We're going to do giveaways. So shout out to you. If you haven't signed up, do so. We love you guys. Until tomorrow. Peace.
So every day stay tapped in. For big facts, no capping. With Bitcoin, if you're in, then you win. We divide the pie with no fraction. It's Big Rob, David. I split the game, but they gave it. Name the coin that's your favorite. I got dry powder, why save it? To the OGs, new beginners. Special shout out to the well members. Buy the dip, sell winners. Ain't really nothing you can tell sinners. Tune in for the latest new flavors. They gonna teach us meme coins. They polarizing like barbecue chicken pizzas. I laugh with a major grin. Laggers, we trade them in. Baddies, they came to sin. And sinners gon' play to win. Screaming, hola, till my bags are flowing over. Hold ya to the moon and to the solar. Won't I? Don't be letting FOMO control ya. It's over when the finger tornado close ya.
All right, we're back. 1 second, chat. All right, 1 second. We hit 28 cents, almost 29 cents. That's good. All right, but 1 second. All right. We're gonna go lay down, everybody. You have an amazing one. All right, everything's still pumping. Everything's still okay. I will see you in about 9, possibly to 12 hours, possibly. Oops, wrong thing. Whoops. We'll see what happens. All right. I hope y'all doing good, chat. All right, we're gonna see you in about 9 to 12 hours. Good night, everybody. Take it easy. Later. Hell yeah.
so paralyzed. Sleep till I come home. Dream of something sweet. I will be there soon to wake your soul to scream. paralyzed. till I come home. Dream of something sweet. I will be there soon to wake your soul to scream. feel paralyzed. till I come home. Dream of something sweet. I will be there soon to wake your soul to scream. paralyzed. Now I know it's over. I see you passing by, hand in hand, with your perfect light. My body, a ghost love, feels like someone cut my tongue. I didn't know my heart could die this young. Oh, now when I look in your eyes, Sleep till I come home. Dream of something sweet. I will be there soon to wake you so discreet.